Okay, welcome to the OHV Advisory Council meeting, August 18th. I'm Ron Tolman. I'll be the chair at today's meeting. Welcome everybody, especially we have several from the public and a few applicants that are with us. We appreciate you taking the time to come and be with us and answer some questions, hopefully, and help us. I'd like to thank the advisory council for taking the time as well. It's a sacrifice that we appreciate you making. Let's go ahead and go around the room, advisory council, and do introductions. I'll just start. My name is Ron Tolman. First of all, do we have anybody online? I guess we do. We have a couple council members. So after we go around the table, Rachel, if you'll call out those that are visiting us remotely and have them do introductions. My name is Ron Tolman. I'm the chair of the council, and I also am the full-size four-wheel drive representative for the council. I'm on the board of Utah Four-Wheel Drive Association, and yeah, so.
I'm Chase Peely. I'm the Off-Highway Vehicle Program Manager for Division of Outdoor Recreation.
My name's Scott Wheeler. I represent off-road motorcycle. That's about all I can tell you.
Good.
That's a tough one. I know. I'm Fred Christensen. I represent OHV Safety on the Advisory Council.
I'm Eric Nelson. I represent the dealerships.
Brody Johnson, I represent the ATV users.
And I'm going to go online real quick. So I'm going to start with Kirk.
Kirk Chester, snowmobile.
Okay. Jason
Jason Blankenagel, member at large.
and Sheriff Curtis.
Sheriff Curtis, Sevier County Sheriff, and I represent Search and Rescue.
Okay. And I'm Rachel Toker. I oversee this grant, the OHV Recreation Grant that we'll be discussing today. And I work for the Division of Outdoor Recreation. So as a grant administrator.
We're grateful for that. Well, thank you. First order of business is approval of the April 21st, 2023 meeting minutes. I trust that all the council members have had a chance to review the minutes. Is there any corrections or discussion on those?
I move that we approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Eric Nelson, I will second it.
Okay, and all those in favor? Aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Next on our agenda is we have about 10 minutes set aside for public comments. Are there any public on the conference call?
No, there is no one online
Okay.
from the public. There
Okay.
are some people.
Yeah, we have several from the public that are here in the room with us today. So if, I'm going to turn the time over to anybody that would like to make a comment. Just go ahead and stand up, raise your hand, and I'll call on you, and you can take 2 or 3 minutes and make whatever comment you wish to. This is a public meeting.
You can also leave time for if specific.
later,
Yeah. So,
Okay, and for any of the applicants, we may have questions for you at the time we review your application, and you will more than likely have an opportunity to answer some of those questions at that time. Let's move on then. I'll turn the time over to Shane Stroud, who has some information for us. Can they hear him from that distance on the? Can you guys hear Shane?
Speak louder, then let me come up there.
yeah, Shane, get on over here. You want to introduce yourself as well?
Sure. I'm Shane Stroud. I'm the Assistant Attorney General that assists the Division of Outdoor Recreation. And in your board packet today, you have a form that I worked with Rachel and Flipco to prepare. And this form
Yours are like
is
the short version.
anticipated to be part of the application process for access protection grants.
Does everybody else need one?
If you remember, when we enacted our latest OHV grant administrative rule, which is now published in the code, and so it's a part of the law, that I think it's actually in the electronics packet. It's
Yeah,
not.
it's not on it.
I didn't see it in the one that was passed out today, but I can explain it to you. Yeah. So that's the one. So the rule that the division enacted allows for the administration of access protection grants, and allows those access protection grants for a few different categories, including the protection of existing OHV access, the documenting of access protection routes in coordination with counties and political subdivisions, and then the use of access protection dollars for litigation or other legal fees, so long as that use doesn't conflict with work that other state agencies are doing or political subdivisions that counties and cities are doing. And it's not duplicative of that work, so that we're not paying twice for the same type of legal work. We recognize as a division that PLIPCO is actually the agency that works a lot in that realm. And we wanted to make sure that they had a chance to review these types of access protection grants in order to ensure that it's not duplicative of that work, that it's not unnecessary or conflicts with any other type of access protection work that's going on, and that it fulfills the purposes under our rule. Ultimately, the decision is the Division of Outdoor Recreations under the law. The division makes that decision in coordination with the council. But this form just helps us ensure that access protection projects are fulfilling their role under the law, that they're not conflicting, and that PLIPCO believes that they don't have any reason to believe they're going to conflict or be duplicative in any way. So that's what this form is all about. An access protection applicant would fill out this form with a brief description of their project, attach their application. We would give this to PLIPCO. PLIPCO would review it, make sure from their perspective it looks good, get it back to the division. And if they were to have any comments, they could make those comments as well. So that's what the form is.
And I'm very slowly pulling it up on my screen, so I apologize.
So we have some, today we have at least one access initiative. Three. Have they met this yet? Has it been approached?
So I don't think they filled out this form, but
It's
I
new.
believe they did touch base with PLIPCO, and PLIPCO took a look at the application and ensured essentially that
It's okay.
it's
Right,
okay.
they should all have a letter from Flipco, I think the ones I looked at. And I believe what we're doing now is as a council approving this form to be used in future.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we actually have an action item to review this and to approve
Yeah, I
this
think it is
form.
an action item.
So I assume everybody's had a chance to look at it. It should be in front of you as well.
I didn't read it.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that there's a lot of words on that page, but it's essentially just this is just our rule. This
Yeah.
is the access protection rule right out of the administrative code. And so the form is just ensuring that from PLIPCO's perspective, it fulfills the purposes of the administrative code and is consistent with our rules on access protection grants.
This is in place of having them write a letter, because the writing a letter, it almost made it sound as though they support the application, that they want to see it pass, when they should kind of almost be unbiased.
And that's exactly why we did this, one, for that very reason. Ultimately, the decision is the divisions, and we didn't want to make it look like PLIPCO was actually making the decision, because it's the division's decision. And
Yeah.
second, this just makes it a lot easier for PLIPCO. They're a busy agency.
Right.
Instead of having to draft a letter, they look at a form, and if everything looks good, they sign the form and return it to us.
That's consistent across all of them instead of.
Exactly.
And Laura Alt, who is on our advisory council, she is on the call right now and she's raised her hand.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I was just saying, yeah, thanks for working with us on that, because I think we were also, the issue is we were getting the applicants contacting different people in our agency, and so we weren't always on the same page, and so this makes it consistent and a single point of contact for these, so we all know what people are, what everybody's doing. So we appreciate the work on this.
Thank you. Yeah. So going forward, this will be part of their application where they send it to us. We ask that it comes in 10 days beforehand, before the application is due, so that we can get this over to PLIPCO and that they have sufficient time to review the application. So.
Any questions from the council members?
Yeah.
Or discussion?
I'm sure that eventually there will be questions. but No,
First time we have to review one, right? It's like, oh, I
yeah,
didn't
first time
think
you
of
have to
that
go
at the
over it and
time.
they go, this doesn't actually fit what we're looking at, and so there'll be questions, I'm sure.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll be here to answer.
Okay.
All right, well, unless there's further discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the access protection coordination form as presented by,
I'll make the motion. Fred Christensen.
right?
Thank you.
Second.
I will second. This is Scott Wheeler.
Thank you, Scott. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, hearing no objection, that motion passes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Shane. We
thank you,
appreciate
Shane.
your work on that and your time.
Okay.
All right, so next up is, we do have a couple of applicants that are making some presentations to us. First is the Navajo Road OHV improvement application with Leslie Fonger. And then the Toquerville Falls Road Improvement Project with Jeff Bieber. So we'll go ahead and let them present. Do you have anything to add, Rachel?
I just wanted to give an overview of the project. So
Okay.
within your packet, this is number 37. It's application dash 002887. For the people online with the full packet, it is page 27 through 53. So this application itself is a repeat application. It is they're requesting $500,000 for a total project cost of $700,027. Sorry, I said it wrong. 727000, because I always struggle with this. It was reviewed by Brody and Laura. Those two individuals, they scored it as a 97.5 and they both said fund. But Leslie is here for questions and can present on it. And yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know if we did electronic presentation or what. If there are any particular questions, are you able to pull up the overview map of it?
Yeah.
From the packet.
Yes. Let me. Sorry, everyone in here. Okay, let me know which map it is.
So it would show all this one here, all these OHV routes.
If it
Loads.
decides to load. Make it one.
So we wanted to give you an overview of the area with this. So the road in question is highlighted in darker green down here on the bottom right-hand corner. Going through that red marked area that says Red Cliffs Desert Reserve. And we have a member of the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve here with us, Randy.
Hi.
Particularly if there are any particular questions about the reserve. So this road we feel is a very, very important access to various OHV routes identified in green, the lighter green on the western side of our county and the western side of St. George. We have just in the area in between the edge of the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve here and coming over, you see a darker red line coming down the middle with some parking lot. That's Highway 91. It's about 80 miles of routes in there. Without access, without protecting access through what is currently Red Cliffs Desert Reserve from the Bloomington neighborhood of St. George, for every of you, if you're familiar with St. George at all, that's where this road starts. To access these routes, you have to either come up through St. George, out through Santa Clara and Ivans, and down through the reservation on Highway 91, and then come back. That takes a significant amount of time. Or you have to go down I-15 into Arizona, and then just before you drop down into the gorge, if any of you have heard of the gorge, you can get off and take a very, very, very rough drive climbing up the cliffs. We have with us today also Jeff.
Drive.
With the Desert Road and Trail side. He has driven that road and can testify that it's not a fun
You've been on it?
route to try and come in from. That would also take you all day to come into these routes. So this is 2.2 miles long. It is in need of some significant repair. When you enter it, you're in a trench as deep as your vehicle. There is not an option for passing. You back up, or you hope someone else will back up if that is what you need in that area. What we want to do is not only improve it, but make it friendly for pulling a trailer that 2.2 miles to our marked parking area. That is an area that has traditionally been used to park in for many years. We want to improve it. We want to make it nice. That's not part of this particular ask. This is just the road. And so make it so you can pull your trailer out there, you can unload, you can, whether you're going to drive a full-size vehicle, whether you're going to drive your side-by-side. You notice these routes, none of them are limited by 50 inches or less or anything, but we have all kinds of users out there. Now, as it is a road, you get other users too. You get gravel bikers, you get those, depends on what you identify as OHV use, you get just pleasure drivers. You get people going out to, it's one way to get out to the Joshua Tree, some of the Joshua Tree and scenic backways associated with the Beaver Dam Wash. Yeah, Bloomington Caves is a turn off the road out here. But yeah, it helps with the access to all of that. It helps maintain access through the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve, which now anything within the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve is closed to OHV use, minus coming through on this thoroughfare. There's a possibility that may change. That reserve, it's called Zone 6. It's tied to another project called the Northern Corridor. If the Northern Corridor doesn't get through our current Department of Justice for some reason, that portion of the reserve might go away. If so, it means that this access still stays important because all of this blue Sitla land opens up for development. Every OHV area within the reserve that might open back up gets helped with access by improving this road. And it ensures that it doesn't get developed closed, that access remains through anything that might come either way. So that's why we feel it's important. That's why we've come again and why we're trying to tie up any questions on it.
You got a lot of people that unload in the residential neighborhoods.
We do.
At the edge.
And there's a very popular trailhead right at the beginning of it called Bear Claw Poppy. About 100,000 people a year. And in the busy times, spring and fall, there is not room for everyone, let alone if you're pulling a trailer and trying to unload.
And you're frustrating the neighborhood.
You are frustrating the neighborhood, and we've seen it back up into the neighborhood.
So is this guaranteed always for OHV use?
Yes.
Is it, so you're saying there's no parking at the, in the neighborhood, and there is a parking area that you want later.
The first step is making sure that you can actually access this parking area with a trailer. You can get there if you're not hauling something.
Does that
Um,
parking area currently exist then?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, that's
It
my
does.
question.
it is already a leveled, flattened area.
Okay.
We have already been through the majority of the process with the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve to make sure it gets designated as a parking area. We just have some formalities to finish with that. Part of that is showing them a design and funding to put in fencing and the improvements that are part of the mitigation. So that comes with our next round. And then we formalize it all together with SITLA, by SITLA designating it as well. But as it's in the reserve, we have to go through the reserve process first before SITLA can do that. We have approval from the Habitat Advisory Council. We have approval from their Habitat Technical Committee. And it all gets finalized and checked off when we have the plans that show all their mitigation, which is our next step. But part of that is making sure that we have the right access to get the users there.
Sorry. I
It is
forgot to-
heavily used. Year round.
Year round, yes. The use goes down a bit in the summer, we get burned out, but we're about to hit our busy season here in a week or two. And you will see traffic jams of all kinds in there.
I've been stuck.
Good to know.
Fully
My,
in favor of it.
One of our commissioners, Commissioner Almquist, I didn't know this, informed me that he actually knew someone who died on that road.
I have some comments if I possibly could make some.
Who were the three that reviewed this, by the way? Who reviewed this one? Did
I
you review
reviewed it
Scott?
in Vernal. I made
Oh,
a trip
first,
down, I
yeah,
made a trip
first-
down there.
first round.
Met with Leslie down there, and I have just a little bit different opinion about it. And
Okay.
I'm not
ahead.
against what is, what she suggested. I'm not sure this is the prime time to do it. There's so much going on down there. There's a lot of litigation. There's several partners involved in it. When I spoke with SITLA, when I spoke with the BLM, when I spoke with the Zone 6 people, all of them had concerns about the project.
I'm going
Well,
to
just let me-
interrupt.
let me
No,
finish- let me
Mr.
finish.
Wheeler,
No, let me finish.
I am going to interrupt you right there.
No, no.
We have put into our packet support letters from all three of those entities that you have
I'm
named.
just telling you. I
Their
talked to them-
managers
I
have
talked
clear
to them.
support of this.
Leslie, let's give each other the.
I want to make clear that
Okay.
those support letters
Right.
are there.
Okay, so did you need to finish
Yes, I would
on
like to
anything?
finish.
And
what
then,
I'm
I
so,
apologize.
so Leslie, just let him finish.
I will.
3
I
months ago,
apologize.
when I talked to them, or 4 months ago, they had concerns. They didn't say the project couldn't be done. They had concerns about doing it right then. Some of my concerns is that the staging area that you propose is surrounded by non-motorized area. It would be fenced in. There's only access in and out of that area. I'm concerned about that. Let's put it this way. I'm not against the project, okay? I'm concerned about doing it right now. And my suggestion was to expand the parking lot where it's at right now, for right now. And then let's look down the road, put some money into expanding that parking lot to make sure there's more room there to do what we need to do. People can access down through that road. Now, it is tight. There's a couple places in there that makes it pretty tight for two vehicles to go by. That is correct. You are correct. I'm not sure that that the benefit for the OHV community right now to spend $500,000 on that route is worthy of what benefit they would get out of it. Now, is there routes out there? There are routes out there, but it's not a destination point for OHV people. If I was living in Salt Lake, that wouldn't be a place I would go camp at and ride those OHV trails for a destination point. There's routes out there, but they're not prime routes. And that is my concern, is that I'm not sure this is the best time to do that route. I'm not against at all putting money into expanding that parking lot, and it could have, a couple different benefits expanding that parking lot. And if you expand it to the southwest part of that, it would be far enough away from the residential area that I don't think noise would bother them at all. When I was down there, I did speak with several people that had UTVs there that staged in that area. And they did talk about that there are times when it's difficult to utilize that parking area because there's so many people there. But again, I still believe, that's my opinion, that expanding that parking lot at this time would be the best thing to do. And then look at some other avenues to look at that area. Now, that litigation is going on right now with Sitla, the property, the parking area would be on Sitla owned property, but it's being managed by the, what is it, UAC or whatever that group is. It's over Zone 6. But they're the one managing it. If that lawsuit changes, the problem is you got an ACEC in there, you have this habitat for the desert tortoise, and you're trying to put an OHV staging area right in the middle of this on the edge of it. It's non-motorized. I have concerns about compliance with people, getting off and getting in places they shouldn't be. Maybe, perhaps it would be better to put that staging area down the road a little bit farther. But again, my concern is that I'm not sure this is ready for this, and that expanding the parking lot at this time would be a better option, but not leave out the
So are you
option.
saying to extend the parking lot right there?
Yes, the Bear Poppy.
You're gonna
Trail.
have you will have a lot of angry neighbors right there.
Well, it's down the road a ways.
But it's not enough. That's where we've unloaded there as a club.
Mhm.
We've been on other rides, and it's just not a good place. I mean, it's a nice place because you're just right off the pavement, but for the neighbors, it's kind of upsetting. The Bear Paw one where the P is, that's at some point, as I understand it, that's going to be expanded down the road.
It has the option. It's already an area that
And
is nearly
so-
2 acres in
But
size.
to get to that point, even if nothing else happened, to get to that point, it's a kind of a little bit of a nightmare. And that's what you're wanting to fix is that access. Whether the parking lot is on the right or the left, here, there, still got to fix the access.
And let's
so-
let Leslie
Yep.
respond
Yeah,
to some of
and
the
that's fine.
concerns.
I gave my opinion about it, and we've had this discussion, and we didn't
have.
agree on some of the things, and I'm okay with that. We do all have different opinions about it. but-
Let's let her respond.
Okay,
Let's
My,
give
my
her the room.
largest response is I do have a big problem with any suggestion that our partners are not on board with this project. We have worked extensively with them for a long time, more than just a brief visit to our area. We have those support letters from their managers. We have been talking about this for quite a while and going through all of the issues. So to suggest that our partners are not quite on board and have concerns that we're just not aware of or have ignored, I do have a problem with that. So I'm going to state that right out. Okay. That undermines our work, and we have worked hard to have that collaboration. I want that understood. Yes, there are ACECs in the area. This is one of them. This is another one. This road, though the map of the scale is, kind of overlaps it, that road does not enter the ACEC. We wouldn't have a chance of doing this project if it entered the ACEC. In fact, it does not enter the ACEC. As far as the BLM ground that it goes over, it's about 400 feet, and that is it. We have the support of the BLM field office in increasing the access to these routes. We have worked with them extensively on that. We have the support of the BLM field office in developing our staging area there. So our partners are on board. We have the support of SITLA. We have the support of the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve, to which Randy can attest here. That improvement helps them keep OHV use on that road. It helps keep OHV use out of the ACEC. It helps people come to an area here that allows them the majority of routes to go beyond the ACEC and not necessarily increase use within. So our partners are on board. We have worked with them for a long time on all these issues. We have talked about expanding the Bear Poppy Trailhead. But when you look at concerns about having one staging area just within the boundary, that's a 1/4 mile, by the way, before you're out. And then you talk about expanding one 2 miles from the edge of the boundary, and yes, on the edge of the neighborhood. And I'm glad you got to talk to a couple users. We know that neighborhood. We have been in touch with St. George City, who is also one of our supporters. Expanding that trailhead and going through the process of the current Red Cliffs Desert Reserve and the needs of the neighborhood and the needs of the current users down there, we do not feel is feasible. We do not feel it's worth the cost benefit ratio. We have been working with our partners on these issues and on various scenarios. This is where we are. This is what we have the support for. This is what we think we can actually get done.
Someone raised their
You
hand.
have a comment or?
I have one response if I could give you.
Please.
I did talk to 3 different people at those agencies. They expressed concerns. Now, whether they have changed those concerns or not, I don't know. I haven't talked to them in over 3 months, but they did, all 3 of them express concerns about the project. And all you can do is take me at my word. I believe I'm a very honest individual, but all 3 of them had concerns. They had definite concerns about the project. Like I said, I'm not against the project. I'm not sure this is the correct time to do it. And like I said, we had a discussion. We had I think a pretty good frank discussion about it. And I still feel that the benefit the OHV community would get out of this project and spending $500,000 would not benefit at that level. So that's
And
my opinion.
We respect your opinion.
Okay.
And we did have a discussion and we still disagree.
I
That
know.
discussion. I don't know, nor am I worried about who exactly you talked to at each
I
agency.
talked to people over the
But we
projects.
worked with their managers.
I talked to the people that was over the projects and they had concerns.
And I think that you are confusing concerns of the area with concerns
Well,
specific to
I'm
the
sorry you
project.
feel that way,
Well,
but
I
I
am
can-
leaving
at this
our
point, I
final
think-
word that we have worked with our partners.
Yeah, I think at this point. you
Let
have
some other
yours,
comments.
And then we have some from Jason.
Yep. Jason asks, what type of development is Sitla wanting in that area? Do you know?
They have no plans for it right now because it is part of the reserve. Should it ever leave the reserve, which again, that portion of the reserve is tied to another project called the Northern Corridor. That area is prime development area. So on an edge of a booming neighborhood, it will go for millions, and they will make plans quickly.
And those will be.
So can I ask the question? I mean, we're dealing with Sitla on this end too, in my corner of the state, and their motto is always higher and better use, right? And so my question is if we're developing OHV infrastructure, you're improving this corridor, but you're talking about future plans for trailheads, things of that nature. What if they say, well, we're going to sell it all off for development now, and now the neighborhood moves more into the OHV side of things? Is this project going to be for naught in 20 years if they sell it all for development? And now they're saying that that's the higher and better use. OHV community, sorry, we're going to have to give these other guys priority. What's the idea there? What's the feel there?
That's
Have you had those type of discussions with them?
Yes, not in great detail because they don't have the option to develop right now, but that is part of the timing now between 2 issues. One, wanting to preserve OHV use through the reserve, which has it closed off for the moment. We preserve that through the reserve. We help promote it so you can keep going through the reserve and then you can continue riding beyond the reserve. In doing so, we solidify the road, we solidify the staging area, and we're just mainly talking about the one main new staging area. And I say new with a little bit of interpretation because it has been used as a parking staging area unofficially for a long time. Having those secured, and right now we go through the process with the reserve, but it all ends with those being designated. So even if the reserve goes, we still want to preserve this use through the reserve. Even if the reserve goes and Sitla has the option to develop, this road is already improved. This staging area is already transferred in ownership, in the underlying property ownership. We have an easement for it, and it has to be developed around at that point, not developed over.
And the county and St. George would have issue if they tried to do anything other than that. And then they
Then we
may
would
not
have
get their
rights to
building
say.
permits otherwise, so they're gonna have to play games.
It
They're gonna
puts
have
us
to
in
play
a
ball.
position of having rights to keep those things open.
Well, should we finish with the information section and then begin? Follow the
And then
agenda?
we can
Yeah.
start with these
Yeah,
two.
we'll start with the two that were presented. Any other questions on the comments? Okay, we're not going to score this right now because that's not the part of the agenda we're at. We're at getting the presentations from these two and doing some questions. But when we get to that, we'll address these two in our voting first. Thank you, Leslie. We appreciate your time. And we appreciate you coming down and presenting that to us.
Interject one
Yeah,
second.
go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, I just want to interject for everyone that's here as a visitor. If you could make sure that you just sign in so that we have that for the updated meeting minutes after this ends. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, next up, Jeff. Want to tell us a little bit about the Toquerville Falls?
So what we're after right now is to get the EA done to develop a staging area outside of the city. There's people staging in the church parking lot, in front of people's houses. They're gonna shut it off they're gonna try to figure out how to shut us off if we don't solve that problem. Okay, so up in, you have a map there? Just above, outside of Toquerville City, it's still in the city limits. There's a water tank that's up there. So we want to put a 5-acre staging area up there. Okay, get people from parking in the town. Move them up there, put a restroom up there. And the road is so bad in there, you might as well go up the creek, what we call Rattlesnake Gulch, because they're equally as rough. And going through the river is way more fun. So the road, there's a few reasons for the road. One, Google sends passenger cars there on a daily basis. Toquerville Falls social media has made it a go-to spot. Leslie, do you remember what the BLM had a count on how many visitors a year?
Them to send it to me, but we were hitting thousands a day.
A day. So that's over 80,000 people a year go up there. That's
That's what it was
huge.
about.
There's, by one, the recovery people are up there 4 or 5 times a day, every day. 2, we can't get first responders in there at all. Okay, search and rescue can go in. There's a lot of off-roaders in a search and rescue. Takes them forever to get there. Joe Blow, any of us, unless we're a first responder, can't call on a helicopter. People are hurt up there on a daily basis. That road needs to be repaired.
I was gonna say, even Matt's off-road recovery, who will go anywhere, is afraid of that place.
Yeah.
In some places.
Yeah.
So.
Just a question on the use, I don't think I reviewed this one, but just kind of some overview. So right now we're looking at a parking lot and then,
Just a dirt parking,
and then a restroom
a restroom,
and then,
which would be a vault toilet.
okay, and then improving the road so a car can get to the falls.
Not necessarily just a car. First responders, okay, for one. We have 4-wheel drive vehicles that can't make it up that road. Stock 4-wheel drive vehicles. A lot of them can't make it up there.
Pull up Matt's off-road recovery for some of those
I-
places.
I'm-
And now, some of these are rental 4-wheel drive. Okay, your all-wheel drive Subarus, they don't have the ground clearance. Google sends them up there. Social media has sent them up there. They're off-roaders. Whether they rent the vehicle, whether they own a stock vehicle. I've seen pickup trucks, 3/4 ton pickup trucks that have issues. And it's the operator 900 times out of 1,000.
You're
Okay?
only
We
improving.
all know that we're off-roaders, so.
You're only wanting to improve the road from the pavement to where the parking, the unloading?
No, we
spots?
want to go all the way to the falls.
Okay.
Okay, and not only the falls, we want to go up, and it's not included in the grant, but the county has agreed to go up to the radio towers. They want
I
to
almost
improve
died
that.
on that hill.
What's
So,
that?
Almost died on that hill. So that's nice.
I have a question.
Mhm.
And I didn't review the grant, but I thought I read in there that this going to be a phased project where you would fix the road first and then go for the parking area
Well,
secondly.
Well, there's included in this portion is the lower staging
Okay,
area.
okay.
Okay, for your trucks and trailers. So the side-by-sides can unload, get them out of the town.
So who's the managing agency under the where you're gonna put the parking area?
BLM.
So have they gave their okay to put a
Oh,
parking?
yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, we had a meeting with several agencies. There was what, 50 or 60 of us there?
There was a large group. Part of what's precipitating this is the need to improve the access to the communication sites. This road, you have to go up the first part of this road before you can turn off to that communication site. And the turn off to the communication site is not part of this. But they can no longer get service trucks up there.
They can't get fuel up to their backup generators.
And that includes.
That's why
The county can't get there's a radio tower up there then?
Oh, there's several.
Oh, okay.
And they're all the police departments. It's all the emergency.
Just
antennas.
emergency.
Yeah. I think they said there was 2 cell phone towers up there is all. And that area up in there was dedicated for emergency service antennas. How the cell phone people got up there, they must have had a lot of money. That's all I can figure. We all know money talks.
So this covers the road.
This covered, what we're asking for is this for the parking, which was an old gravel pit. Okay, the BLM says we need to do an EA on it before we can disrupt it. So the material that we're going to use to fix the road is coming from there.
It's not, that's part of the cost. We tried to open that pit and the BLM told us, no, it had been closed and they would reopen it.
Okay,
So part of the
I wasn't
cost,
involved in that one.
the cost went up for having to bring material off site. That's what we will have to do now,
But the worst part of that road is right here. This can all pretty much just be graded, but this needs a lot of fill brought in.
about $450,000 of the total cost is covering that turn that.
This section right here.
Yeah, that first switchback going up, that's.
Yeah, once you get up to the top, right about here, this can all just go in with a dozer or grader, and that can just be maintained. The cost is from about here down. Here's the majority of the cost.
Have the cell phone companies been approached about helping on the cost of improving that route up there?
Well, I don't
They will
know
be helping with the.
with this section right here up to the radio
Well, I
antennas.
just, okay.
Because and then the county and the cities are going, that have towers up there, your police departments, they're taking care of this section. It's not included in our application.
So when you get up to the falls, how much of a diversity of trails for OHVs are past the falls?
If you go over the falls, you have Rattlesnake Gulch that actually comes in from the gun area over in here somewhere that takes you up. There's 27 creek crossings. That's heavily used.
Okay.
Okay.
Also a single track, correct?
What's that?
Is there a single track coming from that gun range too?
Yeah, it's a
Route, it's not official.
Official?
The BLM has written it and want to have a discussion about rerouting it.
Is that
It goes
because
under
bikes
the-
are using those?
Yes, it is.
It's been
Well,
processed
and
in a couple-
we are as full size as well. A lot of side by sides. A lot of the side by sides will they'll leave
It
their
looks like there's a lot of
vehicles
trails
there.
up there.
There's miles of
And
trails.
Are they, how many of them are legitimate authorized trails, do you know, or?
Rattlesnake Gulch is
It is.
getting to Rattlesnake Gulch.
Nephi's twist.
It's Nephi Twist. It's BLM, if I'm not mistaken, the upper part. the lower part is owned by a developer that comes in off of Mesa View here somewhere. And they were having problems. COVID created a lot of problems for the landowner. Water Conservancy has a right of way up through that wash. And the landowner and Water Conservancy gated that off because they were having people camp up there, leaving their trash. They got tired of going out there and cleaning it up every weekend. Don't blame them. I know the developer, the landowner, I know him real well. They're not going to reopen it. Toquerville City actually sued them over it, and Toquerville City lost. You can't sue an attorney and win.
You know, our thought is that the money gets spent, how is it benefiting the OHV community? And as long as there's a benefit up there and that there's access to, you know, multiple shells up in there, that's.
There's access to multiple cells. A lot of your side-by-sides will stage down here at the gun area. They'll go up through Rattlesnake Gulch, get up to the falls, have lunch, do what they're gonna do. There's a popular swimming spot down in that canyon with the waterfall, and then they'll turn around and come back. Or they'll go hit the highway and come back to
So
highway.
they're not using the road that we're talking about, the county.
A lot of them do.
Is this a county road? Is this, what kind
What's the
what type-
designation?
It's a county road. It is Class B.
So it's a key road.
If you get a handful of dollars for that. The municipality boundaries, it's that first worst half was within Toquerville's municipal boundary. So there's back and forth between the county and Toquerville on the ultimate responsibility of that. You have a tiny corner, we say about 1,000 feet, that ends up in Lubricant's municipal boundary, and then the rest is county.
So on an average up there on a daily basis, I would say there's just side by sides, okay? Well, on the weekends, there's hundreds up there. And during the week, you still get, I mean, probably 20, 25 daily side by sides go up there.
I know when I looked
Keep
on-
in mind that people go up there, and we're not gonna say everybody in the world's smart, okay? If we could fix them, we'd have all more money in the world than we could ever spend. But they jump off the falls, they get hurt, and we can't get help to them. Keep that in mind more than anything.
What I have seen, when I got on Google Earth, there was a lot of vehicles up there, and I go, wow, there's a lot of vehicles. And then I looked at the pictures and I go, oh, I see why you're going to the falls. I haven't been to the falls, but it looks like it'd be
If you
fun.
ever wanna go,
I
you
know,
call
I need
me
to
up
go.
and
Maybe after this
I'll
meeting,
come take
go
you
go
up there. I'll take you up there.
Okay.
We'll have to take my Jeep on 40-inch tires to get there.
It's that bad then?
Yes.
So, is it steep, that steep? How are they gonna fix that road to make it usable then?
I asked that same question
Okay,
to the
okay.
county. And they said that they can repair it and hold as long as it's maintained. It hasn't been maintained in several years.
So Scott, I can attest to it. I've been there I frequented that area quite a bit, and I know exactly the pain points you're talking about on that switchback. And I would believe his anecdotal stories of it's roughly like a 90-10, like 90% OHV / 10% 4x4, right? So 4x4s and OHVs are accessing the falls daily. You can see it on social media. That's the picture point where everyone takes all the photos with the side-by-sides. And if you go to Sand Hollow, most times you're making a day trip to there. So
Yeah.
we do know it's a popular OHV recreational
And,
area.
and if you're wanting to know where we're going with phase 2 of it, is at the falls, dispersed camping and restrooms and trash containers, which is highly needed.
And so is the BLM on, if. is
The
that
BLM BLM actually
Okay.
almost initiated this.
I have a quick question, Jeff, and also for Leslie on this. Going through because it goes through a couple of residential areas on that.
On the
portion.
Rattlesnake Gulch.
Rattlesnake Gulch. How is Toquerville city and the residents? I mean,
the
people are
main-
gonna go there anyways, but is that where you're still gonna
It is, if you know the landscape around there, so for the Toquerville Falls Road, the main access is Spring Drive, but I should say the only access is Spring Drive. We have looked into trying to bring in an access from elsewhere, but to climb up and over and come down the territory there, to get to the little bowl where we have our big parking spot there, is not even remotely feasible.
Is there
So
plans to improve that road? Because that road is,
Spring Drive itself does not have immediate plans to be widened or improved.
And there's a reason for that, okay? When Water Conservancy owns that pump station on the other side of the fence, okay? We can't widen it that way. There's concerns of cutting into the hill because a spring comes out of it, okay? That was discussed at this big meeting we had, okay? We're not done discussing it. BLM and Toquerville City had talked about coming in out in here somewhere and cutting in a new road. That's not gonna work, okay? We don't have enough money, can't get enough money. Somebody made a suggestion right down on the other side of that is if we put in a bridge across the creek, we can come in right here and come up, and that is BLM owned property. We haven't discussed it any further yet. And there's an expense putting a bridge in too, but
Now that is blue, that dude should be sitting the property there,
It's
but it's
Water
blue.
Conservancy, that's a little lighter blue,
Yeah,
if you look at it, that's.
and Water Conservancy, we just sat in several meetings with them on that land swap in Warner Valley. Water Conservancy is on the OHV side, okay? This isn't that's land swaps has been negotiated. As long as the deed is drawn up to the agreements that we made, there'll be no litigation on it. And we're not losing any of Sand Mountain.
If I could answer, Toquerville City, is in support of this, they've been in many meetings with us for a long time.
They're just broke.
They would love if we could find an alternative to Spring Drive, but that's just really not feasible.
at least at this point.
Not at this point, and not for a long time, we tell, and any alternative would still come into that parking area that we have right there. But what happens if we can complete the EA and then move forward, trying to find the funding to install the facilities and things? We change the nature of traffic on Spring Drive, and they are in support of that. So instead of people parking in town, you'll always have a few people who are driving from their home or over there, and they drive directly on our side by side to the site. But rather than people trailering, parking at the church, they're parking wherever in town and then screaming up that road, and noise is one of the complaints. They drive up that road in their truck and trailer, which is less noisy and less of a disturbance, and park it at the station area past the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's a better point. Thank you for bringing that up, Leslie.
So it doesn't take the traffic away, it just changes the nature of the traffic.
Yeah, which I think the residents would appreciate.
The church would appreciate it too. So that they're not having to fight on Sunday for parking.
It's a beloved area of Southern Utah. We definitely, at least from our side, we see the value.
Church, go to Falls, tithing, pay your tithing to park area.
Brett, did you have some input on this?
Yeah, just a quick question. So how much of that is a B road? It's a B road, just so that you know, and I'm not here to choke anything. I'm not a voter. But the B roads are funded by UDOT. D roads are not funded by UDOT. And I believe in the rules when we created this program, it said no funding of B roads because UDOT already pays so much.
I can answer that. And that applies to the Navajo road too, that we just talked about.
The B road.
No, funding of B roads is not prohibited.
In this program.
In this program.
The only program.
Shane can talk on it.
They have made some changes in there. I don't know at what level, but we get Shane.
Let's get, yeah.
Yeah, let's get Shane. Yeah.
Answer right now.
I'm not trying, I'm not opposed to
No,
it.
it's a good question.
That was true. That
But
was
they're double
true.
dipping on it because UDOT pays, this
county.
county to grade that road per mile, per year. If it's 2 times a year, 3 times a year, or once a year, they are funded by that. And so if you say they haven't done it for many years, they owe you some grading laws, because they're.
Well, they don't.
Essentially, this is, and grading, this grading wouldn't have kept it up in its rate of erosion. Essentially, it comes down to, yes, there is some funding, it's minimal. And we show that it's minimal, and we show that the needs far surpass.
Let's turn it into a D road and we'll take care of the whole thing.
All right.
I promise.
That's one of the
Shane?
questions I had, because under the law, so this is 72-3-103, B roads are under the jurisdiction of the counties, and the law says that the county should use funds made available for that purpose for the construction and maintenance of the roads. So I'm just not sure exactly how this fits. with-
I don't have the map with me. I think the county classification starts right at about that tower turnoff. And then it's municipal before that.
Maybe
But I don't
between,
have the map right on me.
if we found out between what we have funding for here and what UDOT funds them, I think it could probably be
We
taken
showed
care
that
of.
in
I
a
don't know
previous
that.
application.
Pardon me?
We showed it in a previous application,
Of what?
what funding is provided by UDOT for the road and.
D road, not D road.
Yeah, B roads, not B roads. We showed that in previous application. I didn't see it asked for. But we have it numbered.
I know in the past, we've had a question if it was on county B roads. The question was, why are we funding it versus them? And we wanted justification. Do you think it was last cycle?
It was last, on the Navajo road, we put it in.
Yeah. Give me 1 second and let me pull that up.
I don't remember being asked for going through the process this time, but yes, we have those numbers. And we show that they're visibly low for what's.
The only reason I ask is because when we have 1 year to put the program together, I sat on the committee with it, and I wanted to make sure that B roads were not funded, because that'd be double dipping. But I'm not opposed to doing this, don't take me wrong. If the county put a D road on it, then we can adopt it, we can fund it to maintain it, because that's what all our trail systems are.
The Navajo road is a B road. The Toquerville Falls Road, off the top of my head, I don't think all of it is.
We're probably gonna need to know that before we make a decision here.
Well, that's what I'm gonna see if I can pull
I
this up.
apologize for interfering, but I know
We have that in.
the county, if you called up the GIS right now, you just probably have to send them that.
There'd be a way to get that before. the
Yeah,
actual
do it right
review.
now.
Could do it.
I'm pulling it up.
Who is that?
Jason, isn't it?
Jason, I'm pulling it up.
Okay, I'm looking in here.
So assuming these are B roads, the question I'd have is is the road department involved in any of this work, or have they been consulted about this?
They came up with the estimated costs for both roads. Did that study.
And would they be the ones performing the work on it?
We would be contracting the work. We don't have the equipment, especially for what's needed on Toquerville Falls. We don't have the equipment.
We do if it's D road.
Oh, Subarus.
I drive a Subaru and an
Wow,
OHV.
let's go see if we can make it up there.
Both do.
Yeah.
I got that in my truck.
I went on one recently. Hey, Leslie, I pulled up the Class B road. I was wondering if you kind of wanted to tell me what I'm looking at. Do you want to take the leadership on this? So this is the,
It's gotta be,
It's this
Not like
here,
that,
so it's
or-
not.
it's gotta be right in here somewhere.
Toquerville is here. This is our staging area.
okay,
This is our nasty switchback. This is the Tower Road. That's the com site right there. You get this here is the only
Could it be
portion.
a C
that's-
road?
so is that a B road that was,
Do you have the legend? on
oh,
there?
yeah, that would be a good idea. Let's see. Dirt, gravel, paved, Class B roads.
So all it's saying, anything depicted on here is a B road. That portion, and it's only a portion of the Toquerville Falls Road outside of the municipal boundaries, is a gravel or a dirt B road. And then you'll see on the other side, the Navajo Road down here is a dirt,
The C road's the city.
is a dirt B road.
Yeah, if it's a C road, they receive funding.
This
also.
doesn't depict that, and if Toquerville had funding for it, we'd be going after them a lot harder.
I think everybody
So
is
this-
on the right, same page.
This little piece
Well,
right
I
here is
talked
our
to
Navajo.
The county road
Sorry, right
department,
here.
and they said they have not included that in their UDOT funding in years.
Okay. And
So are you saying that that's a C road then? Which would be a city road?
No, we're not
No,
saying
It's
it's a
not
C
at
road.
all?
No,
Okay.
Not past, not once you pass the pavement.
when the county for years, when they apply for their UDOT funds, they haven't included the Toquerville Falls Road
Wonder why they would.
in their funding because they can't keep up with the maintenance.
Don't you identify it as a D road? Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. And then through the OHV program, it's possible if they voted on it, they can fund it.
It's possible now to fund it. That's why we're here.
It seems like we actually put some funding into a B road someplace along the line, and we brought that up saying, hey, I don't know that we should be doing this, and because it might open up a Pandora's box of the funding B stuff. But I know originally it was in the laws not to fund a B road. I remember that being in Seaman.
It sounds like it still is, isn't that what?
I think it still is.
Yeah, that's what Shane said. I'm going with the Attorney General's office.
Well, I don't know whether or not it in the grant portion of the law, so 412219, that which speaks to the administration of the OHV grant, that silent is the funding for roads. But under the section of the code that pertains to roads, that's the Highway Jurisdiction and Classification Act. Class B roads are under the sole jurisdiction of counties, and the law provides they're to be maintained by funds provided for that purpose. I haven't researched whether or not this might be one of those funding mechanisms. All I'm saying is that the law, as I read it, says that these roads are under the jurisdiction of the counties.
You come up with anything, Jason?
Their GIS is, I did come up, and I can show you this. Let me share here if I've got permission. So, and this doesn't say whether it's B or D. I'm trying to look through their GIS systems, and it's kind of hard to see. But so if we look at the different transportation types, they've got major, minor, and dirt, and the dirt is this dashed line. So I come down here to the Toquerville Road, and it's that dashed line that you see is the lowest improvement until you get to essentially the Toquerville city limits or the Water Conservancy District. Then it becomes that solid line that's more improved. I don't know whether that's a B or a D, but it's the lowest classification. Also on this other one in Bloomington, it was the same dash line. So they may both be D roads, but they're heavily used, so they appear to be B roads. But that's something that I'm still trying to dig into and see if I can find.
So maybe I could make a suggestion as to how the council could proceed. I don't know that we're going to resolve the question today. But what I do know is that the division can't administer grants if the law says otherwise. So perhaps what the council could do is consider these proposals as it would, assuming that the monies can be distributed for this use. Whether it votes to approve or does not, that would be up to the council. But then we could look further into whether or not these funds can be used for these purposes. And assuming the council were to vote to approve the grants and the funds can be used for that purposes, the funding could move forward. If for some reason we were to find that the law doesn't allow it, then obviously we couldn't move forward with the grant.
Okay.
That way we don't have to resolve this issue in this meeting, because I think it's probably a little bit more complicated than
than it seems right on the surface.
And the weight probably should be on our council shoulders for that. We can
Yeah.
find that out as an agency. If
Could I make a comment? Well, I already did, I guess. What if we find out, like you said, that the county hasn't submitted
For funds
for funds for that portion of the B road?
Right.
If they could prove that so that they aren't collecting the funds but not doing the job, then we could possibly, make an exception for something like this.
I
But
understand that the funds generally looked at is countywide, you have so many miles. of
Right.
For the road, so many miles of, and then they give you basically a lump sum based on number of miles.
that
not
they've
based-
identified.
Yeah, not based on individual road needs or individual mile needs, just based on total number of miles per category.
If we could find out that they haven't funded this
Would
one,
say they have to put something somewhere to say
how many miles?
what type of road it is, and the miles, and how it's gonna classify.
So do we add something to the agenda for later? That talks about, the Class B roads and how the council feels about Class B roads? Because, this funding is, the whole intention of this is for off-highway vehicles and trails and turning every Class B gravel road in the state to where we're maintaining it, or we're getting our funding taken to maintain that, because we set some precedents here. Scares me quite a bit. So I think before we even talk about setting any precedent, my opinion is that we make sure that we're following the law, and if we need to make another suggestion or make another vote as a council about Class B roads in particular, I think that would be perfect to do, and then we can move on from there. That's my opinion.
I would like to make one other comment, and we haven't talked about this. I have seen where they went out and improved a route, and it ruined the experience because it took the danger out of getting there. Now, I know I shouldn't have said the word danger, but right now, going to the falls is an experience going up the road. Okay, if you take that experience away, you took a route away from the OHV user. And there needs to be some balance in there. So we don't want a blacktop road up there. If it's going to be funded for an OHV usage type of a deal, we don't want a blacktop road. We don't want a smooth, 70-mile-an-hour type road. We want an experience. And Eric, I think hit it on the head there, is that we can't go after all these roads that need to be fixed, because there's a bunch. But there are some areas where I think funding on B roads might be okay in certain situations. Maybe this is one of those. I don't know. But you open a Pandora's box if you say, hey, we're going to start funding B roads.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
so-
I respect that.
Yeah.
I might offer just a thought, as far as Toquerville Falls and the experience on the road, we actually had a lot of debate about that internally. But in the end, that road doesn't just access Toquerville Falls, it accesses other services that affect the community.
Like Rattlesnake Gulch.
And it accesses anyone who's injured up there, having a way to get in to help. And it still leaves Rattlesnake Gulch, for example, as an alternative route for that experience. So that was, those factors all played in as to it. As you start looking at Class B roads, and the county tried to do that, starting to meet the suggestion about taking both of these applications, and to avoid double dipping, say, you can look at the type of matches that you can require, which may be higher for a Class B road, because there are some funds that comes with. We have tried to put a match to both of these roads that shows our standing and our commitment. So both of these were matching over $200,000.
Yeah, you have put a lot of money, and I'll have to admit with you, you put a ton of money into the project. So that is a big positive on that end. But we haven't been used to giving out $1 million to fix a road. And right now with the 2 grants, it's over $1 million, and that's a chunk of money out of this fund. But maybe it's something we need to do. I don't know.
Jason?
I'll share this with you. Both, I did find a map from AGRC. They've got the shape file for it as well, but both roads are County B roads. So we've got Toquerville here. It's a County B road all the way up to the falls. And then the Bloomington one as well is also a County B road. So for your information.
B or D? B or D? I couldn't hear you, sorry.
E's and Bravo.
B.
Thanks,
Yeah, all
Jim.
the red ones on this map are B roads. So
Our records show, at least the map that I had previously, showed the lower portion of Toquerville was not county road. We'll just have to clarify that, but we're regardless of its current classification, we're arguing the need.
Brody?
If we can't settle this now, maybe we could look at just funding the parking lot part and they can come back later on the road. If they get things clarified. At least get the parking lot resolved to save a lot of grief for Toquerville town.
I'll second that motion. Is that a motion?
No, I just.
It's not a motion.
Probably when we get to it.
Yeah, when we get to it.
That sounds good.
That's a sign to like.
Move on. All right, it's at 1:45 right now.
Yeah,
It's new, right?
I understand we've taken some time, but these are our two biggest grants, and we've got the applicants who've been invited to make presentation. I felt like it was worth spending what the time we got to spend on it. Eric, as to your suggestion that we take an action on specifying
For like a future meeting.
for in the future. So we can only take an action on an item that's on the agenda, but we can certainly suggest it and have that be something that is addressed and voted on in the next meeting. Because I don't think we could, am I right? We can't vote on anything that's not in red on here.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. So we can't make any decisions that we haven't told the public. We're gonna make.
Leave it to County B road.
The way we
Right.
can't make decisions.
Unless we already told the public we were going to, yeah. All right, well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate your time and effort on this and your willingness to be here and answer questions. These
Yeah,
are
Thank you.
important to have the
Both of you.
applicant here for something this big, so.
All right, thank you.
And to Sheriff Curtis's comment, just so
Oh.
I'll get legal counsel to research it.
Here.
Yeah.
That will be
And I guess it goes without saying, that's always really the case. If we approve something and the legal determines we really can't fund it, then it doesn't get funded. We don't have to make legal decisions at this table.
Do you want to just reiterate what you were telling me? Is that
Sure. So what I suggested to Rachel is what I said before. If you want to consider these grants today, I know they're on your agenda. And you move forward with either approving or denying the grant. If you were to move forward with approving the grants, and we were to research that and find that under the law, there's a problem with moving forward, we probably couldn't distribute them because we can only do what the law says. But if you approve them and then we move forward, we did the research and we found out that everything works, squares with the law, we can make the distribution, then we could move forward. So my suggestion would be, go ahead and consider these grants without thinking about whether the legalities. Go research the legalities later. No matter what you do, it's always contingent on it being kosher and square with the law. So that,
I like that.
So I've got a question of, I understand that and I understand the legal basis of that. Now, I'm gonna go back to the spirit of the grant. What we're here for. We're here for OHV, off-highway vehicle funds that are coming from the taxpayer, right? And we're looking at taking that guy that's licensed to the machine, off-road machine. And to me, looking at a Class B road, that doesn't have anything to do with the OHV grant. That is a total different part of it. Funding access to our trails. We need boundaries at some point. And so I I still, I understand that's a suggestion, and I appreciate that as a member of the council, that suggestion about the legality. And there's some things that I think we really need to pay attention to. But I mean, as a council, we're looking at the spirit of this stuff, right? We're looking at, we want trail work. We want, all of this stuff that we're doing here is to get routes open to enjoy our off-road vehicles. And so I don't know. That's just my comment.
Your comment's well taken, and I think that's something that the council should consider, whether this grant fits with the overall mission of the OHV program. Even if you can make this distribution under the law, is it something that the council feels advances the objectives of the program? And that's something the council should consider in its case.
Great. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. All right, well, let's begin then.
40 minutes behind.
So, and like I said, this, in case you haven't read through the agenda, these two projects were put on as having a little information session before we began officially debating and voting on it.
This is because
and we appreciate that time. They're a high amount. Rachel, you want to explain the reason why you did that?
Sorry. Yeah, so what we're doing is that we have two categories that they can exceed their funding. It's access protection and trail work. The real intent behind the OHV Recreation Grant, formerly known as FIG. So when they exceed that $350,000 threshold, we want them to come in and present on it because it's a bigger amount. Last cycle with not Toquerville Falls, Navajo, I know that was an issue with the applicant. She wanted to present on it, but we weren't thinking that far ahead. So going forward, if any application exceeds its funding threshold within trail worker access protection, we want them to come in and present
By
on
default,
it.
we'll bring them in and have them.
So it has to be $350,001.
Mhm.
Okay, I was gonna say there's one that's at 350,000. I don't see them here.
Yeah, that's Beaver County. No. Yeah. Do you?
Yeah. So with that, let's go ahead and begin the official grant review. I think we should start with these two, get them voted on. I'm particularly interested, I mean, we've obviously shared some opinions and discussion here. These same two, it would be
They're at the end, aren't they?
37 and 38, but because they've presented and it's on our minds right now, we might as well.
And that way they can go.
Yeah, they don't have to stay until 5.
so
I would like to draw attention. I know that
37 and 38.
So the people that reviewed these two, so for the Navajo Road, it was Brody Johnson and Laura. And then for the Toquerville Falls, it was Tyson, Jason, and Ron. Those scores, based off of those individuals, both of them were in pretty much the highest percentile with 95+% out of 100. So yeah, no one said that they didn't want to score it, or sorry, that they shouldn't recommend it or reduce the amount. So just giving a little background information on that. And I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start with the 37,
Okay,
the Navajo OHV improvement.
give me 1 second. I'm just going to make my life easier.
You gotta change your little pointer thing. That's throwing me off.
Okay, hold on.
Like Patrick?
Yeah, Patrick,
It's like, sometimes it's Patrick, sometimes it's you.
how do I turn it off?
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll turn it off after.
Be consistent, that's all that.
Be consistent.
Well, it stopped working for me, and so it's just
It's okay.
continuously stuck on Patrick. So, anyways, all right. So something that our attorney told us last time is that instead of calling
Right,
out
we're not
everyone's
gonna do
name,
roll call on the,
we can just ask
unless there's a
yes.
nay, and
Yes.
then we'll
Okay.
document.
So we're gonna start with the
Well,
Navajo.
let's
go ahead.
let's start with the Navajo, but is there any additional discussion on that one? Or questions or comments?
Okay.
Anybody online?
I'm trying to go along with Eric's comment of if trying to see the spirit of this one, right? Are we improving the experience for OHV users? And as I'm looking at the idea of this, we're improving an access and potentially improving a parking area for OHV. And as I'm looking at the satellite imagery, I've not heard of this area, and I'm on the opposite corner of the state. I've heard of the Toquerville Twister and the Toquerville Falls Jeep Trail, but I haven't heard of it. But looking at it, it looks like it gets a lot of use. And it looks like there's a lot of user-created routes out there as well. I feel like when Sitla gets control of it and they're able to develop it, I think some of those are going to go away, and we're going to see some other uses there. But I do know that when you do have something established there, if they're on board with it right now, then we may not have to worry whether they will be on board with it in 20 years. And for that reason, I feel like it's meeting the spirit of it. It's improving the OHV experience. We're creating a better place for people to get their ATVs into the trails and expand that for OHV use in the future. And, to Scott's comments that, now might not be the best time, but when is the best time? It sounds like there's support on it right now. Land managers have put their letters of support towards this. I feel like it is meeting the spirit of it. The county road thing, I don't want to open myself up to that either, that we're just funding roads. But this appears to be for the purpose of OHV and improving the OHV experience. So for whatever that's worth, that's just my take on it.
Sheriff Curtis?
So I'll add, my one comment is my concern is if we don't approve something, then we're gonna have a issue like we have in Moab where the neighbors become extremely upset and then they get the road completely shut down and then we have no access. So trying to be a good neighbor and trying to create those opportunities, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All those in favor?
Aye.
And all those, any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm opposed
I
to
was
this.
gonna say, is this don't we go through and vote?
If there's any nay, then we go through and vote. That was the recommendation.
I haven't.
We have nays. So, okay.
So
The way
let's
it's
go
written-
ahead-
The way
let's
it's
go
written
ahead
right
and
now,
rate
I
it.
have a nay. I believe that this has some merit and it needs more discussion, and I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit. So I'm not totally against it. The way it's written right now, I'm saying no.
Let's go through and roll call it.
You guys are stressing me out, like always. Right out of the gate. Okay, so
Are we on 37?
yes, we're on,
37.
yep, so it's access protection, this one, it is for the Navajo Road. I'm gonna start with Sheriff Curtis, because Cheryl is currently not here. Sheriff, are you a yes or a no?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Cody,
Yes.
Jason. Can you repeat that?
And the gears right into his head.
Yes.
Okay. Laura?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Okay. Tyson? Tyson's not here. I apologize. Fred?
Yes.
Okay. Kirk?
Yes.
Eric?
Yeah.
Ron?
No.
Okay. So as it stands right now, the majority has voted yes to recommend this. Again, that's going to be contingent on what our Attorney General finds out. So moving on to the next one, this is the Toquerville Falls Road Improvement. It's from DRATS, or Desert Roads Trail Society. They're requesting $600,000. Do you want to, is there any discussion on
Yeah,
this?
is there any? go ahead, Scott, and then Brody, and then I have a
Okay.
comment.
I do not have enough information to make a decision. I can't make a decision with what information I have at this meeting so far. So I would have to say nay because I don't know. I don't have enough. I need to go visit the place. I need to talk to some other people about it. We have not discussed it enough to make it viable for me to make a decision. So are you forcing me to make a decision this time?
Yes.
Do we need to have more discussion about it, or do we, I mean,
Not voting right now, but you can discuss.
Brody?
I propose that we just fund the parking lot until such time that we get further information on every other aspect of this grant. At least they can get and take care of the, not upset the community, continue to upset.
Let's
I don't know if
look,
it's possible to do.
well,
Is there
let's
any other,
look at the budget for,
I don't know if they can do the parking lot without improving the road into it though.
that's true, because
No,
if
the road
they,
is, the parking lot's before the road, before the bad part in the road. It's before that.
Is it? Okay.
yeah, let's let the applicant clarify.
So the worst part of the road is after our proposed staging area, that is true, but it is not a good road to the staging area either.
To the water tank, it looks like it's a pretty good road to the water tank, and that's.
From an aerial, no, it's not, an aerial doesn't give it that. It's deep, rattling, narrow, bumpy, not good road to the staging area.
It's been one way.
But they
So
still have to
yes, a
get
portion of
construction
this
up to the
improves the road
tanks.
to that staging
And
area,
so
but I want to
would it be
clarify on the
possible
staging
to
area. All this
improve that?
asks for is the money to do the.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we're unable to capture this for the record with the multiple voices at once. Could you please invite the individual speaking to approach the table so we get it for the record?
right here are two.
Yeah,
I'll repeat, the very, very worst part of the road is past our proposed staging area, but it is not a good road to the staging area either. It's very bone rattling, narrow, does need work if we're to make it desirable for people to go up to the staging area. And I do want to clarify the money being asked for toward the staging area in this grant application is only to do the EA for the staging area. It will not create a usable staging area with these funds. That if we get through the EA and get all those approvals, we still would have to come around trying to find the funds to actually do the construction and install the facilities and other. So approving just the EA portion, just understand that is all that is doing the EA.
That's fair.
It does not help improve the road past the staging area, of which our largest concerns with that is we are still in a situation where we cannot get emergency services to anyone having trouble beyond that public park.
But if it was a choice between all no's or maybe some of that's just for the EA for the parking, would you be okay with the EA for the parking?
We
For
certainly
now.
want the EA for the parking. I would have to say that no, we wouldn't necessarily be happy with that because we still have a problem with accessing the communication site that has all of the emergency services radio. We still have a problem with anybody having trouble at the falls, and we have had problems. We have had problems with people playing in the water and having drownings, having heart attacks, having breakdowns on the road. We have problems and we cannot get the right services to them. And right now we're at risk of losing the communication to even get the right services to them. So that's where we'd say no, especially that lower portion of the road that we would not be as happy with just the parking. Does that answer that question?
I think so.
Any comments online? I wanted to make one comment on this one. For me, the difference here is this road is it's an off-road destination. I went up there years before it was all over Instagram and KSL was writing articles of it. And back then it was just Jeeps up there. You know, every 4-wheel drive club in the state, that was one of your, icon trips to take was to go up to Toquerville Falls. And over the years, that's changed quite a bit. I see more side-by-sides up there. I think way more now than just the Jeeps. But to me, this road, regardless of classification, is a four-wheel drive, OHV experience, and it always has been. I haven't been up there recently as it's deteriorated to the point that it is now. Maybe I couldn't make it. I don't know. Sounds like if you're on 40s, maybe I could make it. But to me, that's between these two projects. That's a big difference here. Is this? As soon as I saw that Toquerville Falls, I immediately, I didn't, before even looking at it and reading through it, I immediately knew it was an OHV project, just because of the nature of
I
the
know
road
on-
and my prior experiences up there.
On Facebook, when I look, it's almost daily in the spring that about going up there. I've never been up there.
Yeah.
But that was on my to-do list now,
Yeah.
especially now after today, but
Right.
it's still on my do list before I got here. But it's all you're seeing is side by sides and everything else up there.
Right.
I mean,
The
on
nature of the
picture.
roads.
So I withdraw my
Different,
proposal
yeah,
and
very
I
different.
recommend that we vote yea or nay with the same caveat that about having that reviewed by the Attorney General's office.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Let's go ahead and vote on that. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Sorry,
nays? We got a nay?
Nay.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and do a roll call because we have at least one nay.
I know Cheryl's not here, but I will be switching off on people just to make her happy, even though she's not here. Brody, I'm gonna start with you.
Yay.
Okay. Jason.
Yeah.
Okay. Laura.
Yay.
Scott.
I'd say nay, but I believe this has more potential than the other route has for being a yes for me. So, yes, no.
Pick a lane there.
You know the way it is right now. I know, you're about to be.
Fred?
Like I tell you, I
Yes.
don't have
Okay.
enough information. Right now, it's a no because I don't have enough.
Yes.
Kirk. Okay. Eric.
Nay, sorry.
Ron.
Yes.
Okay. And Sheriff Curtis.
I believe this has more potential than the other route.
I'll go yay, but I'm concerned about the cost. I
Okay.
don't know if that's something we can discuss.
Do
We should have discussed it.
we-
So we're in the voting.
Yeah. So again, passes with 78% saying yes, with 2 nays. Again, contingent on what we find out legally.
Only 2 nays.
It's only 2 nays. All right. So
Yay, there's only two.
All right.
yeah.
Let's second gear.
Okay.
Let's start getting through some of these. And I probably don't need to say it over and over again, but seems like we really needed to spend some time on those. So I don't feel bad about taking the significant portion on these two because I feel better about having done that. All right, so Rachel, I've got, just so that we're going in the same order, is this cover sheet the same order that they're
Yep.
behind it? Okay.
Yeah, they're just
And
numbered
is
a
it
little
the
bit
same
different.
order as what you sent out earlier this week?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
All right, well, then let's just go in order. Application number 1 from Grand County Sheriff Search and Rescue, OHV refresh for Grand County Search and Rescue. Who were the 3 that reviewed that?
Right here.
I think my list is
It's right.
at a date,
Hard to see, but
Yeah.
because I noticed some of the ones that said I was assigned to, I
Laura,
wasn't
Sheriff
actually.
Curtis, and
You weren't assigned to certain ones?
Well, no, yeah, there was like one on here that I was assigned to
Oh,
that it didn't show was, but do those that reviewed this have any comments?
looks like it's Brody, Sheriff Curtis, and Laura. And just to put it, everyone who reviewed it recommended fund. It had a score of 88.33. out of 100.
I did have one question. I wasn't quite sure. I know at one time you were talking about drone costs
Yeah.
and that a limit on that, but I don't know what the limit was.
So only for trail work. Search and rescue, we've funded, historically, we've funded drone costs. We understand they're a lot more extensive than kind of what we would fund for a trail work drone. Because a trail work drone, I believe, yeah, infrared, crazy lights, it's more so, that's the one that we limit it on. But yeah, not for search and rescue, because we don't want to be
I
a
just wanna
reason.
make sure that was my only question.
Okay.
I'm good.
Any other comments from those that reviewed it?
So my only concern is the volume that it's going to use directly related to OHVs. I'm sure the bulk of their rescues and searches are off-highway vehicles, not just OHV ATVs, but it was only, I think it was third. So anyway, I still have lots of questions. I'm the new guy.
So Sheriff Curtis, this is Eric, just to jump in there real quick. I have the same concern on pretty much all the search and rescue grants that I looked at. And something that I think is in the questions in our search and rescue portion of the grant, it says how many of these are OHV related. And if you look at it, a lot of times I think they're saying the percentages look like to me, and I might be wrong, that they're saying every time they use an OHV on a rescue or something like that. I think there needs to be just a little bit more clarity on that. Is when you're doing a search and rescue, I would love to know how many specifically are to rescue OHV.
On this one, there's 133 call outs, 14 were directly involved with OHV.
And that's kind of that's the percentages that I think is typical. And then you've got some of these that are almost 50% of them. And
yeah, that was, and again, and I talked with Rachel a little bit about that, trying to figure out how to clarify that a little bit better. I think it is something we need to do, and we can discuss that another time. But again, that was my one concern, the low percentage that were directly related to. But if we've funded it in the past, I'm 100% helping them, because I know they use OHVs on every rescue almost. And I think that's the difference we got to discuss, is what's important is, are they using it on a rescue, or are they going to rescue an OHV user? So anyway, that's another topic for another day.
I think we did kind of clarify that last meeting in Vernal, because we said what percentage of possibly non-motorized use versus motorized recreation, specifically off-highway vehicle. And that's what we needed as far as what we were going to fund. So that we will fund off-highway vehicle search and rescues on the percentage and the ratios that they provide us. And that's what we've been voting on in the past, if that helps clarify things.
What if somebody goes out in a Jeep, gets out of the Jeep and hikes up the canyon miles and gets hurt hiking? Is that a motorized or is that a hiking act? How do you judge it? You're out in a Jeep. What if I'm on my bike and I'm out hiking and break my leg? Was it hiking or was that a motorized?
Yeah, they'll have to make that decision.
Well, I'm
when
just
they-
saying,
yeah.
if we're figuring percentiles out, I
Yeah.
mean, I do that a lot. I'll get off my machine and go hike up on a cliff, and I'm more likely to fall off a cliff than I am on my bike, probably. But I'm just saying, how would you categorize that?
Absolutely right. That is not true. I'm just teasing Scott.
Trust me,
I have some ideas on that, and I'll share that with Rachel, and maybe we can discuss that another time. But I get where you're coming from. But look at their primary activity of what they're doing.
So are the ratios off on this one? Are they asking for more than the ratio is suggesting?
So this was the question I had. A lot of the equipment that they're asking for is to upgrade OHVs that they use currently. So they've already purchased those, either they've got through grant or whatever. They're just wanting to upgrade some of the equipment in them. I think that's the way I read it. Portals and
I guess. Right. My question for those that reviewed this application is, what was the percentage of OHV related calls And does that match the requested funding?
It does not.
It doesn't, but
At the
I
exact
think at the end of the
percentage rate, no.
day, if we're worried about percentages versus somebody's life, I'm going on let's save somebody's life. So
Now, do they count? My question was gonna ask is, do they count machines that are registered as vehicles into your numbers?
They're probably not collecting that information as a.
And so they can have a lot more.
They're collecting whatever they want and
side to
writing whatever
side.
number they want on there. We're just not certain if they understand it.
We trust that the agency
number.
is making that correct ratio on their calls. They're not gonna see whether it's registered or not, or if it's a registered operated vehicle on there, so. And I don't think we need to get into the weeds with that either, that with this council on that, that's something a lot bigger than this.
Yes.
Is what I'd suggest. So,
The camera won't work and I can't figure out, even when I change it to. Okay.
Either one.
So I wonder, do we need to reduce the amount that we award on this to match more in line with the ratios then?
what have we done in the past as a council when there has been non-motorized versus motorized use? Because
I think if we, in the instances where we could figure it out and calculate it, we have made adjustments before.
we did that last.
We probably missed some.
That would really cut
But
this grant up
that would
quite a
be,
way.
it
It
would
would
be
really cut it
a
up.
very, yeah.
Because we want to fund for motorized recreation use.
Well,
And I get what you're
And
saying, Brody.
if we're talking Grand County, we just went through, their ambassador program grants and everything, trying to be a team player with them. And if they're expecting to increase the usage with, and safety and things like that with the ambassador program, we probably ought to fund this.
In actuality, all of us are motorized users because all those people got there driving a vehicle to get to there. They might have got out of a two-wheel drive Subaru, but then they classified themselves as a non-motorized, but they got there with the motor.
You guys are always hating on the Subarus.
All-wheel drive.
Exactly.
There is
Let me make
A
Volkswagen.
Thank you.
A low Volkswagen. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you
Sheriff
for
Curtis
correcting.
raises his hand.
Sheriff Curtis?
So can I make one just comment and then you can decide whether you throw it out the window or not? So when I'm looking at this sheet, it tells us how much money is in this category, right? How much is
Yes.
available? And at some point we'll get to that point where we max out what that request is. So if we feel like it's a reasonable request, my opinion is even if the percentages are off a bit and we know they're going to use it possible to help other stuff, it does make a difference. It's a good project. Until we reach that max where we have to start saying, okay, there's more here than we've requested. Maybe then that's when we should start cutting back. In my opinion.
We do have one grant for, I think, 3 vehicles for search and rescue, where on the report, it says 3 call outs total in the past 12 months, 2 OHV related. I'll have some questions about that. So I could see in that circumstance, that's a red flag. But
Well, should we go ahead and rate this, or is there more
Rate it.
discussion or any modifications anyone wanted to propose?
Okay. And
All
real
right,
quickly,
let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor? Aye. Online?
Aye.
And anyone opposed? All right, those are all ayes.
Done.
Let's move on. Number 2, Paiute County Search and Rescue for 3 machines.
and this was, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I was one of the ones that reviewed this. It's pretty well in line with a lot of the search and rescue applications we've been getting. They've got a high percentage of OHV use in that area, and the calls. I don't recall off the top of my head what the number was, but it was pretty high for the OHV rescues. Let's see, who else? Fred, you
Yeah.
reviewed this
I
one,
reviewed it
Brody?
and I talked with the sheriff and that stuff, and I'm in favor of the grant, but I want to increase it because he didn't put track with it. And he ordered in defenders, and we're starting to get more and more snowmobilers, whatever. We're gonna have to go after them in tracks. And these ATVs and that are going in on top of the snow now, and they're getting stuck up in there. They can't get in to get them out. And so I think we shouldn't be selling, if we're doing a Defender or a Ranger, whatever we're doing, they should be including tracks to have for search and rescue.
And you taught them that's something they could could
want
use.
tracks,
Okay.
but they was afraid they wouldn't get the grant if they added it on to it.
Is that the best way to go for search and rescue in snow? What about a snowmobile? I mean, I've
They
seen,
go in on snowmobiles, they throw them in a gurney, and now they're beating them up with a blasted back, trying to get them out.
So it depends on the area. It also depends on our team and maybe Sheriff Curtis can elaborate.
I know that track machines can get stuck real easy.
Yeah. Let's have
Sheriff Curtis?
elaborate.
So my comment is there's 2 times a year when a track machine is much better than a snowmobile or a OHV. Just early winter, late spring. There's times when neither OHV or snowmobile's good. So tracks make a big difference.
Good point.
Brody, you reviewed this. Did you have anything additional to add?
When I read it, I didn't think about that, but as you know, I'm hearing this and actually could hear a little bit of that phone call with the sheriff in Paiute County. I would propose that we, along with Fred, I think would increase the total
Are you
request.
making a proposal?
I'm making a proposal. Maybe I should let Fred do it because he's the one that.
I make a proposal that we include tracks for the search and rescue where needed.
How
Do
much
we
would
have
that
a
cost?
value?
$7,500.
So what about $10,000?
Total?
That's,
Oh,
I looked at a bid
Yeah,
and it's
that's right. That's all
$7,500.
they need.
Okay, so that's a motion.
That's, I mean,
Why don't we make it an even amount?
Make it, I propose
I-
8,000.
I've proposed,
Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking,
Why do you make that? Why do you do that?
well,
If it costs $7,500,
somebody's got to put them on.
Well, there could be shipping.
That's their match on
Okay,
that portion.
8,000.
They can put them on.
Okay.
let them have a little match on the bid.
$8,001.
Okay.
I propose
Yeah.
$8,000 would be where we leave it as the limit.
All right. Is there a second?
I second. This is Brody.
All right, Brody.
So this would increase it to 76,997, not 990. Oh my gosh, 979. So it would increase that, and their match would be $22,992.
All right, all those in favor of the adjustment? Aye.
Aye.
Who-
Anybody opposed?
I need to abstain from the vote as I write a letter. Great,
Okay.
good to know.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one.
Okay.
All those in favor of funding this project as revised?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that was unanimous. Project number 3, Carbon County Search and Rescue OHV Incident Response. And that was Brody, Scott, and Kirk, if my chart is correct.
Mhm.
Do any of the 3 of you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, I do. This is the one that had, kind of small writing. How many total incidents did the SAR team respond to? 3. Based on last year's incidents, how many of those directly involve OHV users? 2. And I haven't had time with jamborees and whatnot to call them up.
I did call them and talk to them since they're in my county, and
Okay.
I seen the same thing. And I called and it says, you only went on 2 or 3? And he goes, yes. But he says, we have in years past went on more. But There isn't as big of demand in much of Carbon County for search and rescue. Now, south of us in Emory County, and we border that, and some of Emory County actually
Do they work
is
with each
part
other?
of Carbon County, kind of, Emory County thinks, well, that's part of that. Their usage is higher than that. It just happened to be last year, there was a very
Do they
low,
help each other?
low amount. And I said, this is going to be brought up, I guarantee you. So I need to talk to you about it. And then we talked about if it was one person that made a difference, that it made a difference with them. I said, how do you put a value on that? And so I said,
Agreed.
I guess we'll have to discuss that.
So what are your thoughts? Are
If
you,
it was me, spend the money. If it was me out there were picking up and it was, or my kids, let's say it was one of my kids, you bet I
Oh,
want
yeah.
to have you spend the money.
so thank you for that, because I'm glad that you said that. So thank you.
But
You've
at
made my
at some point, we have to say, hey, we have this amount of funding. Who do we fund? Who do we not fund? And I think it was said by the sheriff in there that if we run out of money, maybe this is one that this would be on the bottom of the pile.
But I don't
we
think
pull
at
out.
this point we're running out of money.
Okay. And I don't
Is that
think so either.
correct?
No, we're nowhere near
So,
running out of money.
and then if they're late getting grants in, then first in or last in, first out on grants too.
Another comment I have, I think we're putting too much money into search and rescue in these grants. And so, but that would be another discussion. So
I propose we.
But I see us with search and rescue, we're gonna get to a point that now he's not gonna need new machines next year either, or the year after.
We'll have
He
to,
should
we'll
be
have to
good for
track
4 to
that, make
5
sure that we
years
notice if somebody
before
we've
they
given
even
3
start to
machines
get where
to
they
needs.
need 'em.
what about,
So, but we gotta fill the void.
what about using?
And we
these-
made a precedent. Every county that's put in, we've provided them a few machines.
What about looking at these machines for multiple purposes as opposed to just a singular use and say, hey, we're going to use it twice a year. Okay, there'll be some training to use it for, but what if we put these grants under maybe a couple different titles to where the machine could be used for some type of maintenance purpose? I hate to see a machine sit there and it be used and.
But would there be issue with all their supplies and how the racks and how
I think
they
that's
rack
up
up
to
and-
them if how they want to.
Well, I know, but if we
Right.
put it out for search, if this is what it's supposed to be used for, can they use it for something else? I think they're tied to using it for search and
I think
rescue.
they're tied, and if they don't want to be tied, they should apply differently.
They're gone during that for the summer.
So they
Yeah.
said, I care.
Let's vote.
Okay,
I mean,
Let's
I
go
don't know
ahead
how you
and-
get
let's
around
vote on it.
Vote on this one.
Unless you throw tracks on everyone.
On this one, I would say don't throw tracks on because of just the number right now, but they could put in later.
All right, all those in favor?
I
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, that one passes unanimously. Number 4, Utah Single Track Trail Maintenance. 2023-2024 season. This is one that I reviewed even though I wasn't on here. I was
Sorry.
online, so you might have extra.
Yes, let's.
You might have extra.
So, and I spoke with Cheryl about this one because she called me. So, grant application with a ton of motivation and enthusiasm for making a difference in single track trails for community. Definitely a ton of potential with this partnership. Lack of coordination with the districts and forest on specifics of the application. No letter of support or approval to do work on the forest. Most of the trails shown on the map, the Uinta Wasatch Cache already put in for funding for the 24 field season. And many of them already have adoption groups working on them. And I look at you because she said that one of the groups that adopted said trails is your organization.
It's not my organization, it's something I'm involved with.
Yes.
Yeah, just to be clear on that is, yeah, we adopt some of the same trails. Now, as far as what the program looks at and what kind of funding the program can do, there's always more work that can be done on single track trails. Now, it kind of sounds like this is coming from, there's different volunteers, there's different matches, all that stuff's not reused. It's just, from what I understand, it's the amount of money that's being used on these trails. And they need all the help they can get. So that's my comment. The only other comment I had on it is, don't the government agencies supply things like signs and stickers and things like that? And there were some line items in the budget. And then
For trail, like for trail decals,
trail decals, park nights, things like that.
which would probably require coordination with the land manager.
Yeah.
I did call Scott and talk to him for a while. I says, hey, I'm a little concerned about this. You weren't very specific. And then he showed me the maps. And I looked at all the maps and I said, oh, you have a bunch listed there that you're going to be working on. And so there's a lot of excitement there. They have rounded up a number of people. They go on weekends and do trail maintenance. And I'm with Eric. There is a ton to do out there. I like his enthusiasm. I'm concerned about how many projects this group has put on board. And that is my biggest concern, that they're able to manage all these projects. I'm impressed with Scott, though. I tell you what, he seems to be a sharp. Have you talked to him much at all? He's a new user. I hope we don't burn him out. But if we had more people like this out helping, we could get a lot done. And there's some enthusiasm with this. And if he can motivate some other people, which it sounds like he has, they're doing a good job out there. I'm impressed with what's going on with some of the other grants. I've called him and talked to him 2 or 3 different times on the new single track they're working on, and I've been very much impressed. And that was my concern. We have a new group going after money. Are they going to waste this money, or are they going to utilize it well? So far, I have been impressed with what he's done, and I'm not sure, Eric, have you did much dealing with him at all?
No, I think I met him at Vernal, but he just looking from a grant, without the person, overseeing it, just looking at the grant, there was a couple concerns there, and the grant administrator is probably going to go through and make sure that they're following all the rules and everything else. And so at face value, I like it. There's things that I hope he's thinking about. He's thinking about chainsaw certifications and, working with the land managers and all the stuff he needs to do there. And then the budgetary things, I'm sure you can adjust the budget for things that should be on the budget and shouldn't be on the budget. And so as it stands, I'm ready to vote for it.
My thing, I just want to say that if we go through with this, I would want confirmation from the Forest Service where he's working on these trails that he actually has an agreement in place.
Now, he said he does. But again, I'd like to see it on a piece of paper.
Because
these guys can see it on a piece of paper. We don't.
yeah,
I know. And I go do trail maintenance without a piece of paper too. If there's a log in the way, I take my saw and I cut it and get it out of the way.
that's what we did on the big ride.
Put your helmet on.
You're using PPE, right?
It might have a hard head. So
Um,
haven't you picked up on that yet?
I had a call with Cheryl, and she called the managing agencies. Well, obviously it was Forest Service, but she called those people in charge of those specific jurisdictions, and she said that there currently was nothing in place. But so for me, I would feel very comfortable if we score it, and then I get personal
You'll make-
confirmation.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can rely on it for that. So
Boxes there.
all right,
Yep.
any other discussion? I didn't see if there's any hands. I don't see any. Let's go ahead and rate this one.
Oh,
With
hold
the
on.
expectation of.
Laura,
Right.
I was-
Laura's raised her
I was
hand.
going to say the same thing with the expectation that there's permission that this one, if it rates favorably, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's always implied, but sometimes we want it.
Yeah.
Extra
Specified.
implication.
Yeah.
If
Right.
they were a group that's had a track record, that might be different, but.
Or
the
if
group-
documents were provided.
Yeah.
If you guys.
or documents.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and rate it with that understanding. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? One sounds unanimous. Let's move on to number 5. What do you want to do timeline as far as, oh, you have down 1 o'clock for lunch, so
And
let's just keep,
no, we
Let's
need to be
just
there by
keep-
12:45 to pick up. It's only 12:30.
Let's get 2 or 3 more in. before-
yeah, let's,
Yeah, let's try to get a couple in.
okay, we'll just keep going until you tell us to stop. How's
Okay.
that sound?
Well, once Chase arrives with the food. we'll
Oh, is
go.
you're getting it, bring it back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we can just work
Why
until
do you
there's
need to go
something to eat.
now? It's 2 minutes away. Trying to get out of this, Chase?
Go now, get it, come back, then. we'll just go.
All right,
You don't have to.
no, he doesn't have to vote, so.
He's like, please get me out of here.
All right, number 5, Paiute Trail Parker Mountain Expansion. This is an OHV tourism grant, is how they marked it. This would be Eric, Cheryl, and Todd, or Eric, Cheryl, and Tyson.
Cheryl and Tyson are not here, but we can see their comments.
Okay.
Eric is here.
You want to have anything to comment on this one?
Your comment was great system, fun, good to let people know of the added
Yeah.
trails.
There's some extra trails in there. They've added a bunch of trails. It's not a huge ask. It's one of our only OHV tourism ones that looks.
There's 2. There's one for
Two.
Garfield too.
I like it.
All right, let's take a look at Cheryl and
Cheryl said, fund education efforts are always needed. Not having a letter of support / showing involvement from the land management agencies. It's tourism.
But either way, with the Paiute Trail Committee, they have a track record.
They have a great track record. And then Tyson reaching out to the right groups. One of the support letters seemed to be a generic letter because it was addressed to the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. Fred.
I'm supposed to be neutral here.
I'm just shaking my head at you.
all right, any,
No, as we started introducing the Parker Mountain, and we're trying to promote and that stuff, it's new to the people. And very few people ever heard of Wayne County. Other than just.
Right.
True.
I wish it would stay that way.
Okay, there we go.
But anyway.
That's not our job here, is to keep our secret spots secret.
Do we
Let's-
want to vote? You have to abstain.
Let's go ahead and vote on this one. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, that sounds unanimous.
I'll stay neutral on that one.
You have to, Fred. I won't let you vote.
Let's move on. Number 6. Garfield County Sheriff's Office, search and rescue side by side.
We have the applicant here.
Uh,
So
Sheriff Curtis, Jason, and Kirk
Mhm.
all reviewed that one. Does the applicant have anything to?
We submitted this last cycle and, the intent has always been the same. I think there was just confusion that would be my fault on the language in the application. Obviously this would be utilized year round, just like Fred mentioned with Paiute County. It makes a lot of sense to have one with tracks on it. The sheriff could speak to how many rescues they've had in the last couple of years. Obviously, not 100% would be OHV related. We pulled the numbers. I don't remember the exact percentage put in the application, but a lot of these are on OHV trails, and whether that's somebody out there on an OHV or a snowmobile or what have you, I think the result is still the same. And I hope that this year's application was more clear on the intent of that. And if you want to add anything, Sheriff.
I know it's specifically for the OHV, but we use these constantly. They're almost every, whether it's getting manpower for the hikers or, we really appreciate what we have that you've given to us already. And
I think we probably use them on almost all search and rescues, as long as it's not somewhere we can get the helicopter or, but we pack people out on them. We use them all winter long. In fact, we switched to, we use this more than the snowmobiles in our area. Now it's more useful to us. We're able to transport people out better on it. So anyway, any other questions?
And I don't know if this helps or hurt, but I mean, you see right now, we've got the OHV rally going on here. We just had the 11 county congressional tour. When we, the sheriff's office, they have their logos and decals on them. In the past, to show our support and appreciation for you all. We put different DNR stickers on or what have you. And so when you have these out on the congressional tours and when we're doing all these rallies, I think you all are being recognized pretty heavily. And obviously we appreciate that. And we just have a lot of projects, and
we do have a couple of them out on the rally right now.
Yeah. So, yeah. Just appreciate you guys.
Laura, you had a question or a comment?
We did have a mini search and rescue on the congressional tour too. We may have briefly lost a congressional staffer.
Yes, we did.
By briefly, I mean like an hour and a half. It was not brief.
Well, depends on what's happening too.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe they left him out there on purpose.
All right. Any other comments or discussion?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All those in favor? Aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Huh? Oh.
Let's
move on to number 7, Kane County Roads and Trails Access Protection Initiative. Let's see. Laura and Kurt and myself reviewed this one. Laura, do you have any comments? If you want to pull it.
I don't know. What were my comments?
Good project for inventorying existing routes, expensive OHVs. Could use the OHU for other uses. And then Ron, you have
Okay, yeah. So there's my
Buying those Polaris, the fancy Polarises, right?
expedition.
Or the North Star, maybe.
Hold on, I can pull it up.
It doesn't matter. They were the nicest ones. They might want to look into other options, but that's up to them. And I think I offered that we can help, and I think we have offered Plipco to help them because we do this on roads, so they could use a similar process for the trails.
What are your thoughts on
Do you want me to pull up the budget?
I can look at the budget. I do know that this new expedition is very popular with anybody that's going to be in the machines quite a bit. Air conditioning, heater. The search and rescue guys are liking them because the whole rear cab can be, there's room for like even a litter in there. But yeah, they are the most expensive ones you can get.
It's nice to see that they are coming in with cash for
So
part of it
besides
too.
the fully enclosed part of it, what's any benefit other than that between the expedition and say a Ranger or a Defender?
So this is an enclosed cab.
So it's fully enclosed,
Fully enclosed, so out of the weather.
That's just like my Ranger, other than the new style.
But I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if they're enclosed and they're inventorying trails, it'd be beneficial to inventory them
In the
year
comfort
round.
of cool.
Yeah, or the warmth.
Yeah.
So
But if they do a lot of winter thing, and they make a gurney that goes up through the back window so you can keep the people inside.
Is it really
You need
long
to.
enough for a litter with a driver? Because it's only a 2-seater up front.
So it's a four-seater with a bed.
Yeah, but it's only two people up front and three in the back seat. So with the bed is
You
that
lose your back seat.
you'd lose your back seat. And with a Ranger.
This
or
is
a-
what it looks like.
Yeah, or with a Ranger and or a Defender that's got the back window taken out and they're sticking in, what's the difference? I mean,
So these guys are inventorying trails and they've asked for this, right?
Yes.
So this isn't search and rescue necessarily.
I was not searching. and
No,
rescue.
this
Yeah,
is
this is
access
not-
protection.
A search and rescue one for this.
Can I comment, Rachel? So we looked into some side by sides and I think we had Chase help us a little bit for inventorying roads. And our guys, this was not one of their favorites that they test drove, but I'll leave it up to if that's what they want, that's what they want. It's just that was my only concern is they're two very, very expensive models for inventorying trails.
Good eye.
What's the width on those compared to a Ranger?
Roughly
They're
65. They're the
64.
around the same.
Or something.
So width 64. Ground clearance is 14 inch. Length 7'5". So they
You put mirrors on there on 72.
they are more than a Ranger. More than
On
a
this
Ranger.
one, I'm having
So
I'm
that's
having
more than I
heartburn on
paid
this
for
one
my
because
house.
I don't know.
It's the latest and greatest.
It's the latest and greatest. I'd go with the Ranger and a Defender versus that.
I will say in the past,
You got me up to 500.
they know what they want and what they need.
But
But I understand.
again, if UDOT came and said, I need a Ferrari for UDOT work, we would say no, or the UDOT would say no. And as
This the
we are
Ferrari?
responsible to be responsible for these funds. And this seems like it's asking for a Cadillac when a Cadillac Escalade versus a Chevy Suburban.
Before Laura
Laura.
speaks, I will say, at least coming from a government agency, we would not look at getting these for our work purposes, but that is just what our agency does. I don't know what other entities need for theirs. So, and
Yeah,
let's
one-
let Laura.
Oh, go ahead, Laura, and then I had a comment.
I was gonna say, we just bought two new fully loaded Toyota 4Runners for the road work we do. And I think we spent less on each of those 4Runners than these North Stars are. And not saying that you could do the same work, but when there's lots of options out there, and I guess have that same sort of fiscal red flag that maybe they should at least look for options that aren't the Cadillac or the Ferrari.
One comment I did have is they're doing trail inventory update and things like that, and they say that they have approximately 2,000 miles of trails that they're going to be re-inventorying, and so they are going to. Sounds like somebody's going to spend a lot of time in these machines. I still agree it doesn't have to be the Cadillac.
I also think
does
I've
need
written
to be
in
a
that
machine
machine.
that is durable enough for what they're going to use it for.
Right.
I've ridden in a fully enclosed Ranger and I've taken a nap as the person was driving. And I think that I'm just having a hard time.
Yeah.
I also rode in one of these and the Garfield County's other, and I can't remember what it was. And I didn't think this one had as smooth of a ride as some of the others. So if I were inventorying trails, this might not be my first choice.
So is there some feeling here? Maybe
Reduce the amount.
tell
and say,
them
let
to get a
the
cheaper
you
machine.
want.
Reduce the amount. to
Give
the
them a
cost of an
maximum
enclosed
budget.
Ranger or Defender.
Okay.
And how much would that save?
Chase does have one
Thank you.
good point. These do come with slightly larger gas tanks. That might be a factor in what they're doing too.
If they're
Well,
traveling
bungee cord and a
long
5
miles,
gallon
yeah.
can
I mean,
is
that's-
cheaper
If they're
than $50,000.
If they're inventorying trails, they're not gonna be going as fast as they can. They're not gonna do it 50, 60, 80 miles a day, maybe. not 200, 250.
Well, how much difference?
But if
would
they
there
need
be
more
actually?
fuel, that's
How much
5 gallon
difference would
can.
there be in the grant if they got cheaper machines?
What's the difference between a full priced Ranger and a full priced, whatever Expedition?
We have an expert back here.
Mike Cook.
Well, we're actually putting in for a grant for a Defender with AC for our trail crew. And we have 32,000. Right. So that's,
Do you feel comfortable funding?
Rachel, I couldn't hear that. What was the amount?
32,000.
So
That's about what we were at, looking for something to inventory roads on.
500,
what are they asking for besides gold plated steering wheels? I mean, seriously.
Well, they're asking for,
If we were to ask, just go on the streets and ask some citizen, would we rather spend 52,000 versus 34,000 for something that could do the same thing?
So how are we gonna move forward? Are we going to approve the grant as it sits and and have this discussion with them and say, hey, you guys really need this machine to do this? Do we want to recommend funding it at a lower amount?
Recommend.
Mike Garrison, I'd feel.
I would recommend funding it at a lower amount.
what if we did, for both machines, we gave them 60? Yeah,
What
60.
kind of match do they have?
They have 2,000,
They-
20,500.
That's their cash match. One comment I made when I reviewed it is they're actually paying to hire the people that are going to do this. So they have other match that they haven't listed here, but just a pure cash match for the machines is
Not necessarily.
20,000. I felt like their match percentage was higher than what the application showed because they demonstrated they were going to spend quite a bit of other money.
Yeah, this Expedition, this 2024 is first year model, right? There's not been a 2023.
So there's some new parts that have been tested.
These guys aren't even gonna get them, was what I'm worried about.
Okay.
Yeah, so
That's how
do
tough
I
it is.
have, does somebody feel like they want to make a motion?
I would entertain a motion or recommend a motion that we reduce the funding amount to 60,000.
Okay.
Or 65.
that gives
It's
them some
87
wiggle-
right now, isn't it?
That gives us some wiggle room because he said 32,000 for something that.
Right, but they have $20,000 in matching funding.
Right,
Well, if
right. They
it's-
were also going to buy a trailer, but
Right.
Well-
still,
We should provide them enough funding to do all of that.
right.
So 64,
So they're asking for 87 from us. And
well, they-
But you're talking
Right.
about.
But if
We
you're
reduce
moving from
it.
a $52,000 machine to a $30,000 machine, it's a $40,000 reduction.
Right.
so the total cost, if, let's say the machine is gonna be $32,000 each, so that's 64, plus the 4,200, that's 68,200. We could come in at 60,000, they just fund the 8,200.
Fine.
I'll second that.
Okay,
all right. Let's go ahead and rate this one
I
based
heard something
on
there getting
the
stuck in.
adjusted,
In that then? Or
the
should we-
adjusted amount.
No, they adjusted. They went 64.
Yeah.
We're gonna see probably another one.
Is there more? Okay, all those in favor? What's that?
Aye.
Seconded.
It got seconded, yep. Aye.
Aye.
okay.
Anyone opposed?
And is this just for the recommendation so that we alter the funding, or is this for scoring completely?
So that was a recommendation
That was a-
to lower the funding.
Right, that was a recommendation to lower the funding by,
So it
Forget.
would be, so their total project cost would be 68,200. We're giving them 60,000 to lessen the blow, and
right,
they'd only have to cover 8,200.
okay. So we're basically, the match is lower. because we're
Lower.
Covering a bigger percentage of a smaller machine.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we vote again. All those in favor of funding this with the revisions? I think that's what I said last.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And anyone opposed? All right, let's move on to number 8, Beaver County Snowcat Trail Grooming. This is for trail work.
Yep.
Let's see.
So I reviewed this one and I do have a bit of a concern. I think it's a good idea. Snowcats require a significant amount of maintenance. And I don't see plans or projects in how to do that in the future. They can have a rock strike. It can do $20,000 or $30,000 in damage to a snowcat. And Chase can probably speak to that a little bit about watching that happen in Logan. So my concern is how do we manage future maintenance for a project that probably is very much needed, because I think Skyline and this area share one snowcat.
So this would be for Beaver Mountain, so pretty short distance from us. And it shares the complex with our grooming complex from the Otter Creek State Park in Fremont, Indiana, groom up there on the other side of the mountain. So what they're suggesting is that that place needs groomed more. Our capabilities from our agency and funding would not meet the need of what they suggest. And on top of that, it would be used for some search and rescue purposes for snowmobile use so that they can pave the path to get into these areas. So that is a background of this story. So I am very familiar with this from the beaver side. It is part of our grooming complex, but what they're suggesting is it's not groomed enough. We groom it once a week, every other week, because we also have to groom over in Sevier County for that other side of the grooming complex. So 1 week over there, 1 week over here.
I have to look at the
I've
comments.
got a question on precedents as far as the OHV funds paying for a state snowcat for grooming purposes. I thought that most of the grooming that was done on public land is taken care of by the program, right?
Yeah, we do have a master agreement with the U.S. Forest Service to do that, but that doesn't bar anyone else from grooming on Forest Service as long as the Forest Service agrees. So if they feel that their needs aren't being met, and we're meeting it partially, but we're meeting it with the appropriate funds and the ratio with ours to expand another area would probably not be feasible from OHP program funds to increase into another complex. We try to keep it at that 20% ratio rate of providing to snowmobile versus other forms of recreation. And that's just a rough estimate. That's where we try to keep it. And so to increase it, another complex wouldn't be feasible for us if they see fit and have the agreement set in place. We would support that as well as support support search and rescue efforts for a county that is small and doesn't have the resources. I visited over the winter multiple times with Beaver County, and so grooming is done, but to groom it more because they're having significant drift problems. So they want to mitigate the drift problems where we can only get it every other week. And that would still continue to still groom there, and we work with Beaver County, but it would be a benefit for Beaver County to have those options to make sure that there is a trail system for them.
Is there a cap on how much money this program can supply for snowmobile stuff?
Yes, Rachel has that, and it hasn't been met, right?
What is the cap on snow stuff?
This would be that.
Yeah, I was thinking it was $350,000.
It was, but we have some additional funding that we're trying to use up. So right now, snowmobile, we have $600,000, but we have a limit for snowmobile that they can only request up to $150,000 due to our limited funding. So that's why they did not apply under snowmobile, is because there's a limit that
Wouldn't
they.
this fit much better on an RTP, grant? Normally it wouldn't.
No,
It's made by
by America. So with
Well,
RTP,
really fit under.
yeah. Because even with RTP, there's again a funding threshold of $150,000. Just for requests for funding
Oh,
in general.
that's right, okay.
Yeah. So, but again, we run into the issue with.
So if they got the funding and they got another snowcat, you still would be grooming the tusher.
We would, yeah, we'd still be grooming, especially we coordinate on the other side where maybe we're able to groom more frequently on the other side, the Pike County side. And then they can handle the Beaver County side. And that's where we would overlap with our complexes per se. And then maybe even getting more days into.
And that could be up on Monroe.
On the Monroe more. That would provide a little bit more efficiency with what we have now.
Because I know they're hauling for more up on the Monroe.
Yeah. So it would be a benefit to the total area for the mobile trail.
All right.
Feel good about it.
Snowcats are, well, as a Kirk's previous statement, yes, it does suck. They do have a significant knowledge in snowcats. I've spoke with the individual that may be helping out with this down in that area. And so he's actually has used our snowcat to help supplement some of the trail grooming there. So as far as the programs from the off-highway vehicle program, we can affirmatively say that they do have an individual with extensive snowcat knowledge and experience due to the ski resort up there. So very involved, and we would be able to trust him with doing that. So they have grooming experience. It wouldn't just be, here's a snowcat, we're going to figure it out.
Good luck with it. Okay, nice. That's both.
All right, should we go ahead and rate this one? All those in favor of funding number 8?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Or are we ready for a
They forgot.
lunch break?
They
Or-
forgot the meat.
Okay, well,
So,
let's plow through a couple more of these then.
I was like, where's the pulled pork? Yeah.
Still in the smoke.
Yeah, we got rolls, we got cobbler, we got sweet potato fries, but no meat.
Somebody's
That
shredding
is
that.
awesome.
So,
All right, number 9, Wayne County OHV Trails Maintenance and Construction. Looks like Sheriff Curtis, Tyson, and Laura all reviewed this one. Anything to share, Laura or Sheriff Curtis, to share on this one?
what are you looking at?
There's two
I
Wayne
was just
counties
looking
in
at
a row.
your list, number 9. are we
Number
talking about
9, yeah.
Yeah.
Am I
Sorry,
looking at
5-0?
the right one?
Did I mess it up? Okay. I was about to be
All
like,
right, any other discussion or questions?
Yeah, is this one that has the expedition?
There's a couple of them.
Okay,
Is this the search and rescue or the trail access?
thank you.
Trails maintenance.
What was the trail work one?
Trail work one. My only comment on it was I think they said 10 miles was all they were going to affect by this equipment. But looking at the map, they showed they probably have over 1,000 miles. So
we should,
I think it's going to affect a lot of good trails.
I should make note of that because we pull that data. That'd be good data to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what it was, but that's just what I was noticing. For only 10 miles of trail, I'm like, might be a little pricey. But when you look at the maps they submitted, it was quite extensive.
Yeah, they had a good match too.
Yep. And
Let's vote.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All those in favor of funding this one?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that passes. Number 10, Wayne County OHV response. This is the search and rescue one, and looks like we had Sheriff Curtis, Eric, and Scott review this one. Any comments or?
Yeah, what's the comments?
It's actually really helpful to reread your own comments.
Yeah.
It is.
So where's it at?
It's Wayne County. So I think these guys have been working a little bit with Emery County. Emery County has a motorcycle team as well that they use, especially out on the desert, not on the swell. So I think that's kind of where they got some of the idea. I'd really like their percentage though. I think it was like almost 80% of their response was OHV related. So that was kind of why I thought it was a worthwhile project.
The Wayne County.
Sarah,
I called and talked to him and I said, are you sure these are the bikes you want? And he says, well, we were concerned about spending more money than we should and for more money. And I says, well, if you had your choice, would you get different bikes? And he says, yes. Well, not sure, KTMs. And I said, he's a rider. The guy I was talking to was a definite rider. And so I went ahead and asked some other people that have bikes, and there's a food chain. You get the KTMs, the Kawasaki's, and then these 250 Hondas are the last ones they use. I'm a little concerned that if they're packing gear in there and they're a big guy, that this 250 might be too small of a machine, and perhaps we might look at a different machine than this Honda. Not that it isn't a good machine, but I don't know this is the best machine for this application. So
my opinion on that is just depends their level of skill.
That's true.
This 250 is really easy to ride. You can just let off the clutch and it just goes. Where you get on a KTM, you've got to be a better rider to make that happen. So, I mean, if there was something saying, yeah, a couple of them maybe were nicer bikes and a couple of them were
okay,
were like they were, I think that would be reasonable to me.
I like that idea.
What's a combination of?
Yeah, a combination of, because you're right, they're lower, they're easier probably to ride, they're just not as quick and as powerful, and the suspension's not as good. And
did they say anything about needing a full 6 motorcyclists?
I did talk to him a little bit about that.
It's a team.
I know, and I talked to him about, I says, do you need 2 trailers to put 3 bikes over there and 3 bikes over there? And he says, probably that would be a good thing to do. He says, but he was scared about asking for more money. That's what his biggest concern was, asking for more money.
I love it. Some fiscal thoughts. That's great.
I know, isn't it? It's amazing that he was really says, hey, I didn't know what I could do and what I couldn't do. Could we ask for some more? And I says, well, maybe we ought to talk about, there is a lot of places in there that you only can get in with a bike out there. And so I asked him, do you have competent people to ride bikes? It's easy to hop in a side-by-side and drive it. It's a lot harder for a non-user to hop on a motorcycle and go some places. That's dangerous. You're going to have a search and rescue on that. So you have to have competent people to use them.
So what are you proposing instead of 6? What are you proposing?
I would say that not necessarily 6, but maybe give them a couple different bikes, better bikes.
2 and 2?
And maybe, I don't know. What do you think, Eric?
I think you could give them a couple bikes because you always want teams, right? So if you've got 2 people that are more experienced and the rest aren't as experienced. I don't know. I mean, 6 seems like a lot, but that's kind of beside the point.
So it does say that we also assist Garfield, Emery, Sevier, and Paiute counties with callouts due to the isolated locations of the response time from their home county. Because of these reasons, we are seeking grant support to purchase 6 motorcycles.
They kind of cut a bunch of the state in half, don't they? Well, skinny county.
So do we?
Not as
Okay.
much.
I was gonna. I think Sheriff Curtis was gonna talk.
Oh,
So
sorry.
I was just going to say, remember they have like all the Robbers Roost area, all that out there.
Yeah.
A lot of their issue is they don't know exactly where people are, so they have to split up quite often. So if you send a team out, you're sending them out in groups of 2, but even then, this only covers 3 roads. If a group of 6. So that's the thing to consider is when they're trying to figure out where they're supposed to be going. Sometimes it takes a couple extra people, and that's the nice thing about the bikes. You can cover those roads really quick and say, nope, nobody's on this one. We can cover other areas. So
2 of
that's the volume.
1 and 4 of the other. And
I think 2 better bikes, and I don't know, do you think 2 trailers would be better or just a single trailer to keep them in?
They're asking for a single trailer.
I know they are.
I think you can get all you need in a
Okay.
single trailer.
Well, I'm thinking that either 2 or 3 better bikes.
So what kind of?
Or what
funding
if we
do you
just
got?
increase it and let them decide
How big of a trailer is
how
that?
they wanna.
Do we know?
It's
Uh,
$15,000 trailers could be pretty decent size.
Okay.
Let's see, they should have bids if it's search
So,
and
so
rescue.
do 2 of the one, 4 of the other,
So
and the trailer.
That would be another $5, $10, $15,000 more for 2 better bikes, you think?
yeah,
But
Maybe
also
15 more,
12,000.
give them 20,000 more,
12,000.
12,000 more?
Or if we did that.
It's an RFV8, I don't know what
So
that
it's an
is.
8.5 by 28. It's pretty
So
good.
they can fit 6 in there easily, plus,
Yeah, he
houses.
says that they could get all the bikes in the real, in fact, more than the 6 bikes in that one trailer, so.
Throwing side by side too.
But what I thought was nice, he was concerned about, not asking for too much money.
Yeah, so let's increase,
Increase it
4 of the
12,000.
250s, 2 of the,
Well, just increase the
Yeah,
funding by
The funding, and
by
they can get what they want.
$12,000. So I'm gonna make a proposal. Ready?
yes.
Yes,
Okay, so increase the funding by $12,000. Let them decide if they, how many of the nicer bikes, and maybe it's less of one, better of others, whatever it is. And that's my proposal.
I second that.
so it would increase
All
up
right.
to,
All those in favor of increasing the funding on this by $12,000?
Aye.
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 Right.
Anyone opposed? All right, let's go ahead and rate it then. All
No,
those,
That's just for them to spend wherever they need to spend it for.
Well,
Spend
to
another
we
$12,000.
gave them
determine
to get, yeah. All those in favor of funding this grant request number 10, Wayne County OHV response?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Looks like we
Okay.
can still,
Keep on going.
no meat yet. Let's.
no, we
move
have
it.
it. We have meat.
Oh, we
We're
have
good.
meat? Okay.
Let's eat.
Should we cut it off there?
Yes. And then for those online, I'm actually going to restart my computer because the owls are not working. So if I drop off, I'll be back on in a few minutes. But we're gonna take a good,
But you won't have any
So,
meat.
so
Yeah.
Chair, are we
How long?
taking a break?
No, we're gonna, yeah, we'll take a
20
break
minute?
for 20 minutes or so.
till
Okay.
one.
Perfect.
Listen,
109, yeah.
Okay,
Back at 1:30?
Yeah.
yep, back at 1:30.
Nice.
yep.
tiles on. I mean, they go,
We
"Wait a
are
second, we can't
live
find tiles."
again.
They don't, they don't know.
And so my biggest problem right now. is that
Let's
it's private.
continue going through the grant applications. Thank you for lunch, Rachel.
Are we
That
starting?
was-
Okay, we're not
That
starting.
was good. No, yeah, we're live. You can sneak off, but I might vote for you.
Look, 20 minutes.
Okay, listen, Paul Anderson on his grant application wants to be able to listen in and maybe answer questions. And so how are we gonna do that?
Hold on one second. What's there?
And his is down the road, but he was saying that he's in a couple meetings and it'd be like 2:30, 3 o'clock before he could be available.
What's his email? Paul Anderson?
I don't know what his email
So,
Is it this
is. I could
Paul?
give you a phone number.
yeah.
Okay. There we go.
All right. So we do have a couple applicants that have been sitting in the room all morning and they're down the road still a little ways. So we thought we'd give them, skip ahead a moment. I think number 33, is that right?
We can start with 33.
Is that one of them?
Yep, it's Duchesne County OHV trespassing signage.
Right. 32.
Oh, sorry, 32. Thank you.
Okay, 32.
I just sent it, so it should
And
be in your
then,
inbox now.
and then what's the other one we're gonna,
I think there's 4.
oh,
Uinta County Stop Vandalism, which is 23.
okay.
You went to,
23.
no, we're just
23, we
naming the
got-
ones that we're gonna do quickly.
Okay, so what one are we doing first?
We'll do 32,
And then,
and then if you have the list, you'll just direct us. All right.
yeah,
That way we don't have to remember more than one number at a time.
yep.
Thank you.
We're down to 32 first.
We're gonna go to 32, Duchesne County OHV trespassing signage. This is a trail work application. Let's see, looks like Laura and Eric and Fred all reviewed this one. You want to tell us a little about it, or
Yeah, just
tell us what you think?
real quick, it kind of looks like they're, up with the reservations down there. There's quite a few, the tribal sovereign land boundaries. It's a little confusing. I actually was riding through the area on not an off-highway vehicle, but a adventure bike. And it is pretty confusing. What is open, legal, what isn't. I've never really one to be excited about no trespassing signs and, shutting stuff down, obviously. We go back to the kiosk discussion last night. But no, this is probably a needed project.
Okay.
How many are they asking for, do you know?
That's they're doing quite a few signs.
I can pull that up.
These are just the little ones that go on
45
fence?
signs.
The little ones that just get wired onto a fence, or they?
They've got.
They had a,
The applicant is here as well, so he can speak on behalf of it.
Yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit?
Yeah, so let me come up so you can hear me. I'm Mike Alfredson. Can you hear me online? I'm
Yes.
gonna- Thank you. I'm Mike Alfredson. I'm with Duchesne County. We have, just like a lot of our rural counties have different makeup of land ownership, and ours is made up of both private, federal, or state lands, and also tribal sovereign lands. And in order to get to any of our existing OHV network, you have to pass through tribal land on either the north side or the south. And existing road networks and old trail networks also pass through those land. And so that's with the different, we've had some conflicts. We've had requests for many years by the Uinta ORA tribe, or you and the ORA tribes, to not allow OHVs of any kind, of any sort, with any alterations on them, even highway use, be allowed on their sovereign lands. And so as we want to be good partners with them, so we've teamed up with the Ashland National Forest And then working with the BLM, we still haven't got our official permissions from them, but we have in person, we've agreed on a lot of parameters, but with the Ashland National Forest, we've agreed to put up signs at different junctures to help people steer away from any kind of trail that would steer them onto lands. And so, yeah, go ahead.
You said there are trails across tribal lands?
There are existing roads
And those,
and unofficial trails or trails that have been existing for many years.
but the ones that are official, OHVs can go on.
No.
Oh, okay, I get it.
So as a matter of clarification, when the term sovereign means that these lands deal directly with the federal government, specifically Congress. No rules that have been set up by the state apply.
Or even BLM or.
If BLM sets up a rule and it's not done in concert with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, then it does not apply.
All right.
Again, we're wanting to be good neighbors. As far as the sign and the structure of the sign, we want to get people's attention. And so we're working with the sign standards. NUTCD is the official signs, road sign standards. And so this is a fairly large sign. It's same size as a sign that, like a speed limit sign.
24.
And it will be set within these right of ways on both county and on Forest Service.
And it just will say private property, or will it have like, what else, what's the thing hang up on?
So I have an example in the paperwork I can show
And
you.
what is there a fine or some kind of a consequence for crossing into tribal land?
We try to, first on the type of sign or what's the content of the sign, it'll be specific to each juncture.
Okay.
What we're trying to do is point people, in a quarter mile, a mile, you will be crossing onto tribal lands, no OHVs allowed of any kind. So please, plan according, turn this way or something to that effect.
Nice.
As far as consequences,
Well, I'm just wondering if there are, will that be posted like, hey, get a $2,500 fine for trespassing or something, so people know there is something serious that.
there is no set fine or consequence set by the tribe. It is per their discretion, and it has included things such as giving them a ticket or impounding their vehicle outright or taking them to jail. So it goes all over the place.
If you remember, you read in the news, probably a year and a half ago, there was a situation of citizens on land and the guy was rope running up fishing or something and he got shot. They have their own rule. And not saying that it was on the news, so it's public. So I'm not saying something out of line.
Yeah.
Some of the Badlands Trail system, when we designed it, was up against it, but we never designed it to go through it. Because even their B roads that we talked about earlier, you're not allowed to operate an OHV or a snowmobile on their, what we call county legal access B and D roads. If they decide they don't want you on it, even Highway 40, probably a year or two ago, I heard that if a trucker pulls off the side of the road, off the highway, that they'll impound the truck, even full of oil or whatever, and impound it and arrest them. So who knows the mood of what the rules are all going to be.
I was just curious.
Yeah, sure. No, that's a good context. And to be clear with the Shane County and the Forest Service, intention is to be good partners and to work together and to honor the requests of those who have sovereign lands. So that's what we're doing. We're operating good faith.
Can tribal members ride ATVs on their property then?
I don't know what the rules are for those who are tribal members. All I know is that the trespassing signs that we've provided say specifically for non-tribal members.
It's a different rule on tribal land if you're a non-tribe member.
Yes.
Okay. And so, yeah, again, we're specifically, these signs are just for on Forest Service lands and Duchesne County lands as of now. We are again working with the intention to provide these signs on BLM land. We have verbal confirmation again to help people have a safe and enjoyable experience on the roads and trails that are being that are established now and are being established.
Okay. I got a quick question,
Yeah.
Mike. Maybe efforts have already been attempted, but has there been any communication with the tribe for the area? And I just don't
Yes.
see letters of, maybe they wouldn't provide letters of support, but what kind of those communications have?
Yeah, so again, as a sovereign nation, they decide, the tribe, I'm not gonna speak at all on behalf of the tribe. And they will respond to the things that they decide they want to respond to. And this is just an example. This is a very generic example.
And I might say that maybe not the signs to show our recognition on, just because we don't want to.
I want a very big, like, I want to say, if you have any questions, call Rachel. Okay, great, no problem. No, as far as, you know, the installation and, you know, questions, those kinds of things, we can post that kind of information. Please contact the county or the Forest Service if they have any questions. But yeah, we're not, we just wanted to make
But
sure that.
will it have SpongeBob on there?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I prefer a sign like this as opposed to a big one that says no trespassing, and that's all it says. I think these are much more effective. You see no trespassing one and there's bullet holes through it, you know, it's not a good deal. And so I like this.
There may be bullet holes in this one.
I know, but I'm just telling you, this is a better sign.
Yeah.
All right, should we go ahead and rate this one?
Mhm.
Okay, all those in favor of funding this project?
Number
Aye.
23.
Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
and any opposed? All right,
Thank you.
that
At the end
passes.
of that, we having signs up that direct them the correct way, right? Okay, cool, okay.
And thank you so much, Mike.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
sitting through the morning with us.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
All right, next up, we're still gonna skip around a little bit more.
Mhm.
23, is that,
I think we've got numbers 23, 24, 27, and 28.
all right, let's go to 23.
And this is all for Uinta County.
Uinta County Stop Vandalism Education Grant.
Mhm.
Let's see, looks like Fred, Brody, and Jason reviewed that. Do you have anything to tell us about it?
I didn't really talk to anybody up there, but me as a person, I'm basically against having a fund sit out there. If we're donating money to sit in a fund, I don't like that as a person, because I think there's no accountability. All of a sudden, in 5 years from now, they decided to quit doing that. You got clubs, you got everything else. You can get volunteer work for training. On the Paiute Trail, for example, we have a $1,000 reward for anybody off on barriers or going around the barriers with bigger machines.
So
We've
23.
yet, in 2 years,
24.
they got one dime. And there's, sits that money if you put it aside. So is that where you want to invest your money? So to
So-
me, I'm against it.
So they're asking us to
And they're trying
fund,
to put together an ordinance. Or they have an ordinance that they want to do, and it's almost like a generic ordinance that they adopt all over through the county.
Eric, what did,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't think I was.
or no, not Eric, Brody.
Well,
I'm thinking
I mean,
about it hard, but.
I differ from Fred, but I could see his point also, as, you know, we talked a little bit about it. And so, but like we talked about the sign, bullet holes on the sign. There's just a lot of vandalism going on out there. I don't know what the correct or best or most fiscally responsible way to resolve that is, but something's got to be done. I'm not sure what, but and I see a lot of these unsupervised youth messing with things. I've come across people shooting signs and you just in a bathroom the other day on the side of the road on the trail, tagged by all sorts of black paint with gang signs that probably aren't even gang signs. Something's got to be done. So, and then we were hearing about the bathrooms, the outhouses in Paiute County, where people are using the bathroom on the walls, things like that. And so, sorry while you're eating, but yeah, something has got, something is better than nothing in some cases. So I don't know.
Okay.
This is our grant. I'm Mike Cook with Uena County. Can you guys hear me on the, that are online?
Yes, sir.
The closer to the mic you are, the better.
There, how's that? Get really
Much better.
I'll get right here over. Watch Rachel eat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is kind of a new concept, I think. And so we actually have, how the funding is going to work with this is a question. We kind of put it out there. I know I visited with Chase a little bit and stuff. And so we're willing, you know, if it's not okay to have it in a fund, and I even talked about Chase, you know, after 2 years, we'd be willing to say, okay, after 2 years, if we haven't used it all, we either give it back or use it for an approved OHV project so that there is the accountability.
But if it's not used, could you then apply it to fixing vandalism?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, anything, you
We have
know.
to do some work, but yeah.
Yeah, something like that. We're okay with that. We just feel like there needs to be some kind of incentive for people to actually turn people in, like the help stop poaching is kind of a comparable program, I guess. And I mean, shoot, I know people that have turned in their own family members, you know, because they get a tag and stuff. And I think at a lot of these events where people are tagging vandalism, there's always somebody that goes,
So
I'll take
this brings up some
$1,000.
other questions. So if I come across somebody, say, tagging a bathroom, I take a picture of them, how invested is law enforcement in your county to actually go after them? You've got a picture of their license plate or their tag on their vehicle. How important is this to law enforcement?
I think it's very important.
Well, I mean,
Or-
I don't want to
Yeah.
think, I want to know, is the sheriff department going to actively, and county attorney going to actively pursue these people?
Yes, I would say yes. He'll be on here in a little bit because he has a search and rescue grant. We could ask him. But he's been deeply involved in writing the ordinance. They're going to be the ones that are actually managing the fund. It's going to be distributed through his office. We do have the Forest Service and SITLA are.
And is it going to be the kind where, I'm trying to remember, they actually have to be prosecuted?
They have to be prosecuted, yes.
Could you reduce that threshold to, well, you catch them, you got them on video or picture? Maybe you don't get it becomes a disincentive if they don't get prosecuted, and then you are the one that reported them somehow if people find out. And so it would be more of an incentive if, even if they didn't get prosecuted, you turned them in.
I would like to do that, but unfortunately, I think it'd be pretty hard to, you know, if they've been prosecuted, it gives you a hard, fast, something happened.
Sure, but then do you
versus-
have to testify? Do you have to show up in court? Your face is there. You're the one that turned them in. You're the eyewitness. That becomes an issue too.
I assume this will be like everything else, that it can be done. So,
Is that what your thoughts
Now,
are?
I know in our area with our ranger, and I haven't talked to him lately about, or with Ryan about what conditions have been lately, but it seems like on our trail system, it's kind of toning down. We go up, like I do adopt a trail program. I adopt, clean up on the mountain in one particular area. I go up there and then I've seen families come by and then I go back up the next time and I run into the family and they're already picking up all the trash. They said, we saw you do it, so we're gonna do it. And it seems to stay a lot cleaner now than it ever has before.
And you know, I think overall, these kind of acts are probably down a little bit for just
or people in some of these areas. Steve Labor, this is our sheriff right here. So,
Sorry, let me admit him.
so we could ask him that question.
Like maybe we should
But-
ask him, but to kind of respond to your comment, Brody, as far as a law enforcement process and through the judicial process, it may benefit to actually have a solid prosecution because a person is innocent until proven guilty. And if they truly were innocent, then why would we give an award to someone?
So if you caught somebody actually tagging a wall with paint, caught them on camera, whether or not they get prosecuted, you turn them into the sheriff's department, shouldn't you get that some kind of a reward for that? You've done your part. You're not in charge of the sheriff's department or the attorney's office to prosecute or to arrest or to investigate. May not even have time or the manpower to do it in some counties. But you've done your part. But if we have to go through that whole process in court cases, it can take a long time. So if it's $1,000 reward and turn somebody in for tagging, it might be a year, it might be 2. It could get overturned. It could never happen. And so I'd rather see it. People are. I don't want it to turn into a nanny state and you're tattling on everybody. But if you actually catch them doing something, then you've done your part. Reward them. Then let the sheriff and the attorney fight it out.
If the sheriff.
Let me ask a question first. So I must have missed it. So this money is going to be used to give out rewards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have concerns about that.
Well, let's let Sheriff Labor, if he is on, respond to that same process. Could you do that?
Just to give him permission, maybe.
Sheriff Labor, can you hear us?
And then Sheriff.
He's muted right
Oh,
now,
he's muted.
but let's see. I have an option of either an agency can write a letter saying they were helpful in the case, whether or not the person is prosecuted.
So in that case, they could qualify for your award. Yeah. Is that what you're saying, Sheriff? That's Sheriff Curtis. Oh, that's Sheriff Curtis.
That's for me. I'm trying not to interject too much.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Sheriff Curtis.
Basically, they have other reasons for not prosecuting that person. So maybe just a letter, if we do go through with it, just a letter from the agency saying, hey, they helped. And because of what the information they gave us, we think they're eligible for the award.
And even if they don't get prosecuted, having the sheriff show up at your door saying, hey, here's a picture of you tagging, that sends a message also. And so,
I mean, personally, I'm okay with something like that. I just don't know.
The only way I'd feel good about it now is that we would have to have that in writing from the sheriff.
Is this south side really our
Yeah, that's
purview?
it's getting
I think
into.
I have my mic working now.
Yeah, we can hear
That's
you.
another question is.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, do you want to ask him that question?
Well, at least on my part, my name's Brody. I'm the ATV representative for the council. If you catch somebody tagging, it could take a while. You got them on film, you got them on video, whatever. It could take a long while before they're prosecuted or never at all. It becomes a disincentive to people, tattletaling or whatever on bad things if they're not rewarded pretty quick. Can you reward these people that actually catch somebody on video or otherwise, without a shadow of a doubt, proof that they did this without even having to go to court and then go through that process?
Well,
Or do you have, they are,
that's just all how we set it up. I have concerns about paying somebody out before we have a conviction, just because then, somebody that's got ill intent can say turn their buddy in when they know full well they didn't do it, get paid, and then
it'd be required to have some actual proof, whether it's video, photo. But how long does it, from the time that you get a tip on something to when they're sitting in jail doing their time, how long does that take?
Depends on every case.
Yeah, but on average, what, 6 months, a year?
Yeah, probably 4 to 6 months, probably.
That becomes a disincentive to Like, yeah, all through that 6 months or 12 months, you're like, am I going to get called to testify in court? I don't want to have my face out there that I'm the one that caught them. So if there's some irrefutable proof that they did the crime, pay the tipster off.
Yeah,
That's
I
why-
think if we had something in there that said if you've got video proof, 2 eyewitnesses, something along those lines that we could.
Well, yeah, I don't know about the 2 eyewitness things, because if you have them on video tagging or shooting at signs, that's better than just about anything.
You bet. Yeah, I agree. The video, if you have video proof,
Don't
that's
have to.
better. Yeah, I agree with the video picture proof. That's great. I wasn't saying that you had to have both. I'm just saying.
Education.
Yeah. What about going into the schools and spending this money in elementary schools, education, to that end, as opposed to in peer pressure? I found peer pressure more effective than any form of law enforcement almost. And I would prefer to see that type of entity worked in the area as opposed to this. It just concerns me that we're using OHV money for rewards for turning people in. And yeah, we need to stop people from doing stuff like that, but I don't know that's the best route.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, I'm a big fan of education, but everybody knows you shouldn't be out tagging the monuments. And I mean, in reality, everybody that's doing that knows they shouldn't be doing it. This was actually the brainchild of some of our user groups, of the Jeepers and the OHV, and to, come up and say, hey, can we offer rewards for people that tagged? I mean, we went out to Docks Beach in our area a few years ago with pressure washers, cleaned it up Friday, and Saturday somebody came back and tagged it, and I just, me and our user groups in there just feel like if there was an incentive for people to turn people in, because you'd like to think that everybody would turn everybody in just because they did it, but that's not the case, especially if they're in that little group that's running around.
So let me ask Brett a question, being he's on the Paiute Trail Committee also. With the $1,000 reward, how many people have claimed that $1,000 reward? And how long has it been going on?
We've had it for several years. And
Yeah.
we put stickers and everything out on the post now, because mostly of it's cutting the post and going off on the 50-inch trails with the bigger machine is where our problem's been. But we've had, since I've been treasurer, 0 paid out. And so all that money would just be sitting there, and that's the part I have a hard time.
I think here's the biggest question, especially for the council to ask is, does this meet what the council sees as education? Is it an education grant? And I think the merits on that should also be considered, kind of what Eric was stating.
Yeah.
Isn't there federal money available for rewards on stuff like that? I believe there's federal money in there for rewards on there.
The form is 20 pages long.
I don't know if
5
there
years
is.
later.
I know at one point in
That's
time, I
right.
remember something like $500 if you caught somebody, but I haven't ever heard, nobody's, while we've been visiting with this, maybe Sheriff Labram, do you know if there's federal money for this?
I don't know if there's federal money. I know when me and Mike had talked, and I've talked to others about this, we want an education piece on this as well. If the money's approved, we want to put that out on all of our sites and get that out to the public that these rewards are out there, and that we, like most of the public, are sick and tired of the sandstone walls getting painted up and our graffiti on our petroglyphs and whatnot. And if nothing else, if we don't end up paying anything out, we have the backbone of having the money, and we can educate the public that we are going to reward people for for turning that behavior in, and instead of just going, gosh dang it, those kids are over there doing that again.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, part of this, the Forest Service, and the BLM just couldn't get, I visited with the BLM, they just couldn't get their funding worked through to be able to help out with this. The Forest Service is helping out with the match on this, and so is Sitla. And the Forest Service, in order for them to do it, is the funding they do has to be put into advertisement of the program and education.
Don't they do their stuff through Fred Lightly? Forest Service?
Yeah.
So that would tie in your education and get them more involved.
So, but anyway, we just thought this would be a good tool to help curb the vandalism and stuff along the OHV trails. And it is, the ordinance is written up specifically along OHV trails. You know, so it's, it doesn't.
I read the ordinance and that stuff, and it's like, okay, now somebody goes dump trash on side the road, they're gonna get turned in. But pretty much you go through the papers and you find a receipt of something in there.
Yeah. But the thing is right now people just aren't turning people in for that. That's what we're trying with this goal. It isn't necessarily that we're changing the laws and making it illegal, reinventing the wheel.
I see the
We're trying.
thing program was working more for us than we thought it would. So, you know, yeah. I mean, I'm hearing more comments about that people are starting to close the gates, and starting to pack it in, pack it out. Type scenario than I ever heard before.
What about
All
the
right.
Stroud paying for, you know, a lot of different signs in areas that are, I wouldn't say friendly signs, but just kind of try to educate you and say, hey, there is a reward for people that violate this, but have the county pay that reward as opposed to the OHV money paying the reward. I'd pay for all the signs, or we would pay for all the signs put up and all the educational ends, but the county would be responsible for coming back and paying the reward.
And I guess we could look at something like that, but
That
probably
a different application though.
the reward.
Well, this is this comes out that we're doing education purposes, and the county we were just educating that, hey, you can do this. You know, you can turn somebody in, and so I'm just looking at the more of the educational end. I have concerns about us using OHV money for reward. That's my concern.
All right, should we go ahead and rate this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody ready? All right, all those in favor of funding Uinta County Stop Vandalism? And any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
all right. Do we
That-
want to roll call
it's unanimous.
for the nays? Oh.
What about trying to put this in education and give them money to put signage up and other things and not just throw this whole thing out?
I think they'd have to submit a different
for-
application.
For the purview of this grant, maybe this doesn't fit for it, but for the purview of our off-highway vehicle program, we could coordinate something with Sheriff Labram and Mike Cook. So just to give a note, while it might not meet the specification of the grant, and I think it's an excellent resource, that's something I will pursue to see what we can do as an off-highway vehicle program, if that helps.
Yeah. Like maybe this could go statewide type of a deal. Be bigger than just one county.
All right.
All right, let's move on. What's our next?
It is the Uinta County Search and Rescue Drone,
The 24?
number 24. Yep.
Okay.
And which one was it that we just do? We did 23.
We did 23. So this, let's see, Cheryl, Jason, and myself reviewed this one.
Nice.
We're doing 24. I don't recall doing my comments on this, but it's, all right. I didn't have a lot of input. What are Cheryl's?
Cheryl had difficulty getting access to this one. I tried, but the person who assists me when I run into issues with our online application is on vacation. So
Okay.
I said,
And-
I'm sorry.
And Jason, it looks like you had some thoughts about maybe adjusting the amount. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, that, I think we've already discussed that in our search and rescue conversations previously, so I think I'm good with it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, do you have any comments, Sheriff?
We could have used this drone last night. We had a hiker that was caught up on a trail, got separated from their friends and whatnot, and we spent a lot of time hiking up there before we located that individual. The FLIR on this drone, we probably could have found that person, you know, within 20, 30 minutes if we had it.
All right, let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding Uinta County Search and Rescue Drone?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Oh, did I hear an aye?
We're all ayes.
For, no, never mind. I thought it was opposed. Sorry.
All right, we're just going through the Uinta County ones, right? So 27.
Yep, 27, and after this one we have 28. And I believe that's all of them.
All right, 27 Uinta County Trails Trailers. That would be Fred, Jason, and Tyson. Do any of you have comments on this one? It's like it's
I had difficulty with threads.
2 trailers.
I think my only comments on here, they listed a lot of trails on BLM ground, and we only had letters of support from the forest and not the BLM. And I don't think that's a bad thing on the applicant. More that our BLM needs to understand that they can get behind projects. Our local BLM does, so.
Okay.
But other than that, it looks good. It looks like it's to help get the equipment that we funded last time out to the trails easier, so.
All right. We ready to rate it? Okay. All those in favor of funding Uinta County Trails Trailers?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? All right. Last Uinta County one is number 28, Uinta County Seasonal Trails Crew. Kirk, Tyson, and Jason. You have anything to tell us about that?
My conversations with Mike, and he can speak to this too, is that this is, they've got the equipment that we've funded, and they're looking to expand their trail program within the county. This is to hire the help they need to go out in the summers and start working on the trails. They are working on their agreements. I know that that's been brought up before. They're working on their agreements with the forest and the BLM now with their MOUs to be able to do the work. And I know that the forest is really excited for this, to have the help on their trails because they're so short-staffed. So really good opportunity to help our local agencies and benefit the OHV community.
All right.
It is a 2-year timeline as well, so we're looking at that. We won't see them come back for more funding for 2 years.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead. Let's go ahead and rate it. All those. Is that me?
Right, hold on, they're gonna call for a vote.
All those in favor of funding number 28, Uinta County Seasonal Trails Crew?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, that passes.
There is one with 20, on number 20.
Oh.
Okay. Well, good thing you're here.
Yeah, right?
All right, one more Uinta County. Oh, that's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Thank you.
number 20, Moonshine Arch Restroom. That was myself, Jason, and Kirk. Can you pull up my comments?
You fund out a different amount.
See.
Did we talk about this before? Moonshine, okay. I think it's Moonshine Arch.
Okay, it
I think
looks
there was one
like
last cycle for Moonshine Arch.
my thoughts were on the match and the percentage of OHV use. It seemed to me that the OHV use maybe wouldn't justify us funding as much of it as we do. In the application, I think it just said under how much of this is for OHV benefit. It was like, we're not sure, or something like that. There wasn't a calculation there. Maybe I'm mixing it up with a different one.
Let's see.
But just anecdotally, I would guess that it's not significantly. It's right at the bottom.
So, and Mike can speak to this too, and I asked Mike about this as well when I saw this application. But the interesting, so that's a very highly used trail, and Eric, to your point, you mentioned that we had talked about this earlier. That was a different project involved on the same trail. I think that was for funding their equipment, and we had listed, or they had listed the Moonshine Arch Trail as part of their trail network that they were going to maintain with that equipment. This is to provide a bathroom at the trailhead. And while yes, it's very popular for non-motorized use, it's also popular for motorized use. It's one of the very few hiking trails that you can take a motorcycle or a side-by-side up, which is phenomenal, all the way to the arch, which is just something that you don't see very often. So the thing about it's hard to tell, because when you're looking at an OHV user, they're up and they're out of there. They're in and out pretty quick. When you look at a hiker, it's a 3/4 of a mile hike, and it takes them a while to get in and out of there. So they are there a little bit longer than the OHV users. And I think discussing it with Mike, he explained that we're probably half and half, but we don't have good trail counts on how many are OHV versus non. So that's kind of a shot in the dark, and unless you have something different to bring to the table on that one, Mike. But that's kind of where we're seeing it. So
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those areas that's just popular for all users. I mean, I've been in the trail, and there's minivans, there's, families, and then at the same time, there's people unloading motorcycles to go ride in there. And this is one of our popular OHV trails that we run during our jamboree. And the longer it's been open, I actually was ironically the guy that pulled the blockade out of the building, and put on that little, I chained it up and pulled it out to reopen the county road. And we've gone up it, and nearly every time I go up it lately, there's a side-by-side coming up that's totally unrelated to what I'm doing. And so it's just used by every user group there is. It has been traditionally, especially once we got that road over. And this is, I was talking to Jason, and we were talking about, this is a great opportunity to, for kind of some advertisement. Look what motorized money can do, because it's popular and it's used both ways. And right now we've got 2 portable outhouses there, and anytime I'm in there, I stop and use them, and just like all the there's along with the bikers and that. So yeah, it's one of those areas that's kind of hard to, it's just a popular area. So there is substantial OHV use in that area. And that's kind of why we're just like, if you, it would justify OHV use, it just happens to be the hikers like that area.
Right.
Just the OHV use in that area would justify that.
Is significant. Okay. Yeah, I just, when it said on there, we don't know, I think that's what it says is, basically it came across that they didn't even want to make a guess at what the percentage is. And I get it. You never know 100% for sure. And everybody just throws a number out and it's not accurate. But I would have felt better if there was something put out. We think it's about 50-50, but it's really hard to track because of these reasons. You kind of explained that, so I'm satisfied with that. But I would have liked in the application for it, at least some attempt to have been made to give us a number, or a ratio, a rough ratio, 50-50. Oh, that's obviously a guess when you say 50-50, but at least it's something. But that was really, I think, my biggest thing with it, and whether or not OHV use would justify the match percent. But those are my only comments. Anything else?
We've financed trailheads and we know, like in the Moab area, and we know that at least 50% of it is used by what we would call non-motorized people.
Right.
And so if you did 50-50 on it, you'd say, well, we have to do a 50-50 ratio on this.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it has to be exact. It's just,
I know.
I didn't know, was it 1% OHV? They're asking for 25%, or was it something closer?
So do we charge the non-motorized users, the motorized users have a card, you slash it, don't cost them anything? I don't know how do you do that? How do you balance? We can't balance them out. There's going to be some
but if it's benefiting, I mean, we have to be convinced that it's benefiting OHV users.
I just want to finger out
to a
pointing to them and
significant
saying,
amount.
hey, this toilet is here
Gotta be a
because of
reasonable
OHV
amount.
money.
Can you go to the budgets? Who's gonna do the work on this? Put it together.
Maintenance.
No, who's gonna do the work? Who's gonna build it?
We will bid out a contractor.
It's like it'll be CXT.
Yeah,
All right.
it's usually CXT.
And the county will maintain it. We are maintaining other vault toilets.
Right. Well, it sounds like there's already one. There's already a porta potty there.
Yeah.
This
And you're
says
just-
they're going to build it, so you're not going to put just a vault toilet in there?
Well, it'll be one of those precast. vault.
Okay, well, it just says an A-frame bathroom. I'm just thinking maybe you're building something.
No, that's just the style.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You're the bathroom
Let's
guy,
go
right?
ahead and rate this one. All those in favor of funding Moonshine Arch restroom for Uena County?
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, didn't hear any opposition. That's approved. All right, well, thank you, Mike, for your time and for coming out and explaining a few things to us. And yeah.
I'm sure that's it.
Yeah, you have any more of those?
That's all of our,
I can make one up.
that's all of our applicants in the room, right?
I believe so. I'm just gonna
So let's
quickly
go back.
to give everyone an update that we've well, we've recommended 2.14 and we've done 17 out of 40 applications.
Yeah.
I think
We got a-
For third,
smaller.
I think.
Yeah, a lot of them are smaller, but I think we
I
gotta
think we-
expedite it a little bit.
All right.
Let's just move on.
Number 11, Jordan River OHV motocross track fence. That was Kirk, myself, and Scott. I'll pull
I
up
can
our
kind of also speak on behalf of this because
comments.
this is, so last grant cycle, they came for funding. When the person that did the bid went out, it was muddy. They mismeasured. So there's been a cost increase. Also, there's a standard with state parks that they don't want chain linked fence. They want either like vinyl fencing or cast iron chain linked fence in their opinion.
That doesn't shred you when you.
Well,
Go through it.
also, their thing is, it looks like a prison. Yeah, so it's their standard, yeah. But it's increased the cost, so instead of us, because the
Vinyl and what else?
Something more aesthetic. not a
wrought
prison.
iron, sorry, not cast iron.
Vinyl.
But yeah, because of this, we were unable to just increase their current application. We told them to come back because it was a substantial amount.
I do have a question. Where this is an actual state park, is it normal to have a outside sponsor or something like this?
No,
But
and
he is working with the state park manager. So
Yeah.
I'd say that's, part of that, of this is.
Super.
Well, this group is in the process of putting that enduro track there too.
yeah,
And so, but I want to get back to the chain link fence. What is the problem with the chain link fence?
it
don't
looks like a
think-
prison.
I don't think that's a discussion for this council.
Put the slabs in, colorful slabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
It's just their standards.
It is.
It's a decision above any of us here.
yes.
a
It
standard
has
for
something to
that
do with an
land.
HOA. You'll never figure it.
It's a standard design for another land management agencies, similar to, they have a certain style design for
Aesthetic.
signage.
That's
That
why,
would be the same with any state park.
let's vote on it.
Mhm.
Yep, unless there's any questions or comments, let's go ahead. All those in favor of funding Jordan River, number 11, Jordan River OHV motocross track fence. Aye.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And any opposed?
No,
Something, wow.
we have
Got
someone,
A lot of things going on.
I don't know why it does that.
All right, that looks like that passes. Number 12 is Utah County Sheriff Search and Rescue for a Polaris Expedition UTV.
Pull up that budget.
All right, number
Okay.
12, let's see, that would be
2853.
Eric, Sheriff Curtis, and Cheryl.
Want to pull up their
So
budget?
This may have a different dynamic. Are you gonna be?
Versus Search
I
and
will.
rescue, search and rescue versus trail exploration.
That-
Hear what you have to say, Eric.
That was my comment. So when I first looked at it, I'm like, oh man, they picked the most expensive one. But you get in there and you look at what they're talking about in there and how it really would work for a litter to be inside, fully inside, covered. It's not a shell that's added to the back. It's the whole thing.
So,
And-
so
and
my,
so
my
this-
question for this, with that, is when you put a litter in there, it's gonna be covering the passenger seat at the front. So you can't have, you just have the driver up front, the patient's head on a stretcher facing at the front of the machine. Is there, and then maybe one person in the back seat, kind of helping keep an eye on the patient? Is that the plan?
They lay it out and they're basically saying that there is enough room to have the patient all the way in the machine and enough room for someone to work on them while they're under transport.
Okay.
And to be out of the elements.
If you're feeling good about it, I'm feeling good about it.
Just, we know me.
So to further clarify is this would have some capabilities of what we would suggest an enclosed compartment, like
The heat of the
a
cooling.
vehicle, right? But it is an off-highway vehicle and the design of this is made for those types, well, not this specific type of thing, but similar activities like this, like.
Then I'm okay with it on this one. This case. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Any other questions,
Let's vote.
discussions?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of funding number 12, Polaris Expedition UTV for Utah County Sheriff's Search and Rescue?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that looks like it passes.
Well, any opposed?
Oh, yeah, that's a good,
Sorry.
why you're here. To remind me. Are there any opposed? Okay, I didn't hear any.
Okay.
Number 13, Iron County Search and Rescue 6x6 ATV purchase. That would have been
285.
Sheriff Curtis, Fred, and Brody. Do you have anything you want to tell us about this one?
Nope. I think there was somebody that had a question about a six-wheeled ATV versus a,
They had a six-wheeler, what they had as a dump as a thing, why don't you get something that's got a dump bed on it that's more versatile? So I think they're asking for the wrong machine, unless that's specifically what they want.
I think that is what they are specifically wanting. So
That's what they asked for. I think they have a bigger payload with a 6-wheeled machine than a 4-wheeled.
they definitely have a
Yeah, but you can
really
get a
odd turning
six-wheeler
radius,
for-
but other than
Yeah,
that.
Raptors too, can't you? Up to the 1,500,
Oh, yeah. Can you do it?
aren't they six seater or six wheel?
I didn't see the 6-wheel.
Canon has a 6-wheel, but it's bigger than 50 inches
I just
wide.
think they're asking for the wrong thing, but maybe I'm totally wrong, because they can pull a dump trailer.
It's pretty specific to ask for a 6-wheeler. It could be for 15-inch trails.
And it's cheaper than an Expedition.
Yes, it is.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All
Oh my
those in favor of funding Iron County Search and Rescue 6x6 ATV purchase?
Aye.
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 They are funny.
Are there any opposed? All right, that sounds like it passes. Number 14, Richfield BLM Field Office UTV acquisition for trail work. Eric, Brody, and Cheryl, any comments?
Wait a second. I think.
Am I looking at the wrong one?
You keep
Oh,
smoking
yeah.
crack when you're doing that.
Hold on.
Okay, Cheryl, Fred, and Tyson.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like,
I'm
wow, I'm
working
really
off
off
of
on
two sheets at once. My fingers in there on the spot.
That's okay. Cheryl
I-
likes it. Sorry.
I talked with Graydon on the issue because I was questioning on some of the machines. When the BLM and the Forest Service split up over in Richfield on the Paiute Trail System, the BLM took everything that's on the Paiute Trail System.
No, Forest Service.
And the Forest Service, Forest Service took the Forest Service land, the BLM took the BLM land, and we intercross all of it. And all the equipment they had was four-wheelers. That all went to the forest side because the BLM can't have them. So now the BLM sitting there with nothing. Trail maintenance has gone right down the tubes. No stickers, no things, and everything else. I questioned him about, why would you ask for a Honda? And he says, because we got the tracks for it. So apparently they already got the tracks for it. But they have no equipment.
But
So
they
nothing
can,
is really being done. Now we just added the Parker Mountain Trail System, which is another 200 miles that's gonna put that lot onto them guys. And then when we get done, we'll have 539 miles.
but they can use a UTV. You say they couldn't use an ATV because they
They can use a UTV, any size machine. Everything has to be full-size machine. According to them.
sound good.
And so, but they're sitting with nothing. So they can't use an ATV four-wheeler. How can they use motorcycles? There's outlawed four-wheeler. It's just in the one area or the whole state.
It was BL.
I
I
know,
think
but
it's
what
B,
I'm
it's for
saying-
BLM employees, it sounds
For
like.
employees.
So
Okay. Is
No,
this
well, it's
statewide?
down from,
I don't know that it
it's-
matters, does it?
Sheriff says to come out.
from the BLM.
Administrative rules, so
they do need the
BLM
equipment.
employees anywhere
They
can,
do need the equipment. they don't
volunteers
have it.
can, but yeah.
As long as they can use it. That was my only question.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All those in favor of funding number 14, Richfield BLM Office UTV acquisition?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right. Number 15, Rocky Ford Trail Maintenance. And this one is Eric, Brody, and Cheryl. You guys tell us anything about that?
Well,
You want me to come?
well, if you want to, but I want to just say, I'm excited about this. This is the second time Garfield County has put in for explosives, and I'm super excited about this. And I recommend that if we approve it, the caveat that they invite us to watch the explosion.
Just make sure they blow it all.
Yeah, I want to
I'll
see that.
second that.
Okay, so it's a unanimous. So
There you go.
we can make it a site visit.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
do we get to attend this?
Definitely invite you. I know on this one, I don't know where it is. Dave and I were gonna go look
It
at it
goes
one
from
day.
Circleville to Kingston Junction,
Yeah.
or
And
no, from
Kingston Junction.
Kingston Junction there up over to top and down into Anamoni.
apparently
The
it's a
Rocky
big
Ford.
rock that's overhanging and
Three
nobody
wheelers,
wants
I
to
can tell you,
go.
roll off the hill, because I tried it once.
Nobody wants to go, try and cut it out because
It-
you'd have
it's
to do it from
sheer
the bottom and it's
Rock ledge.
the size of
going
a
around.
car, so it would fall on you. So I think
You
the
been
only
on it?
safe way to do it is explosives. So, yeah.
So
I want to be there too.
Safest way to do almost anything.
Exactly.
Blow it.
So you would guarantee us,
100%. Is this a bribe before?
no. If it's approved, it would be with the caveat that we get to be invited to that.
Absolutely.
None of this OSHA stuff, none of this.
We'll wear a hard
know,
hat,
whatever.
okay?
Yeah.
And some
We'll wear
safety
our helmets
goggles.
from our-
I know, didn't tell you, we just took the cat up there, or Brian took the cat up there and tried to clean it up.
Um,
I
Alright,
love new
any-
trails. I
Yeah.
love making sure we can, yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yes.
Trail work.
Good. Let's go ahead and rate it.
But I do propose that they invite us and that's part of the approval on this.
We'll make sure that's.
I agree.
We got to make it official.
better.
So I've.
Is that a motion?
I've motioned. It's a motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
It's going in the meeting minutes now.
I'll second.
Okay, Fred said, I have a second for Fred. All those in favor of modifying this application to require them to invite the OHV Advisory Council to
Want video. I
Explosion
just want
Day.
video so I can watch it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right,
Just have Rachel send me like an email with all the contacts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put a link
Gotta
to
have a little
video.
fun with
So
this.
let's go ahead and fund that now. All those in favor of funding the modified Rocky Ford Trail Maintenance Project for Garfield County? Say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that passes.
You guys will all see an invite in your email.
Right, and not like the night before at
No,
11,
Yeah.
none of this,
Well,
no ballots in the middle of the night.
hey, that's a sensitive subject.
Oh, you guys have to provide the popcorn.
Yeah.
Watch that. It's gonna be fun.
Okay, number 16, Garfield County OHV Tourism Projects. Looks like Scott, Tyson, and Kirk reviewed this one. Anything you can tell us about it?
So Fallon was just here and she had to run to a meeting and I told her to hurry back, but if she's not back here, essentially this one is asking, I don't know what the request is it 20,000?
15,000.
15?
Yeah.
To better promote the areas in the county that are more underserved and maybe don't necessarily rely on the parks, primarily Bryce Canyon and the Grand Staircase, for their primary source of visitation. So Panguitch being one of those, Antimony, Hatch even, the areas, that we have more of these like OHV rallies. That's what brings the people in. And so this money would specifically go to promote OHV exclusively and not, the parks and things like that. And it would be specifically for those communities that aren't, so heavily visited through the Park Service.
Okay.
I have a comment. The request was almost a canned request. I wish they would have just says, hey, this is what we're gonna use the money for, and make a short paragraph, but it was almost like they were selling me a timeshare. And I didn't want that. I had to read through it and I go, I'm not 100% sure what they want. They want to do some advertising, but they didn't tell me how they were going to have. Well, they said, we're going to do this to these medium and do all these things. Next time, have them make it just a short paragraph.
I'll see.
Yeah.
You're
Make it
dealing,
easier,
you're
not so
dealing with
much reading.
a marketer here, a tourism lady, so.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, just tell her to shorten the paragraphs up and say, this is what we're going to do.
Okay,
I'll
I'll see if I
take
can
a
get
Yeah.
I don't know. I always recommend my applicants to do who, what, where, when, why, and how, and she did that. So
Have you really got one?
So, okay.
she
So,
did.
that comes back great.
Leave it on me. She even has sustainable tourism promoting, community development.
You ready on this one?
Thorough.
Let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding the Garfield County OHV tourism projects?
I
Aye. And any opposed? Hear none, so that passes. All right, number 17. This is
you,
one
guys.
I'm excited about.
Yeah. Thank you for your help.
Yep.
Sorry about your
No,
truck.
I'll help you, clean that too.
Okay.
This is Wayne County Road Department, Flint Trail to Big Ridge, 2-pipe loop, Happy Canyon Trails. The long title. You want to pull up
Yep.
comment? See, that was myself, Fred, and Laura.
Is this 2860?
Yeah, 2860.
Okay. So
I think I gave this one all 5. So
When I talked with Wayne County, and we've taken an old road that they put down to slate. It's going back in and reconnecting and finishing the trail to be a complete loop is what it is. So they've got to go back in and open up the roads and
It needs some
do
loops,
some
doesn't it?
road work on that. So it's a
Yep.
and
big
also
project.
I love
Brett
that area.
will be
Brett?
involved heavily.
I had a support letter that went along with this. Garfield County, it's, a lot of this is in Garfield County, but it's so far for them to travel there, set up, haul in all equipment. Wayne County, in negotiations, they've agreed to kind of adopt these areas. So the Dugway, the Sid Dugway that was closed for 20 years with Big Boulder, Scott knows all about that. We're happy with that, but it does require maintenance once a year to keep it safe. Once you get on top of there, you've already heard about the 2-pipe Springs loop. That makes at least once a year, but more if needed. So this is more of an adopting what we've been able to get. And then there's a new Happy Canyon loop. We found a whole bunch of roads in there that have got BLM road numbers. We got approvals from Dave Dodds here with Garfield. There was the other one that put in a support letter. Some of them have been closed for like 40 years, so they hold uranium mining and stuff up in that area. And each one of these started cleaning these roads up. There's a lot of debris and boulders on them, but you can get a motorcycle on it. I hate to say a lot of the names right now, but they're in the process and they're all legally signed off and approved. So we found lots of roads.
Yeah, good. My only concern with it is last time I was up there, I camped up there and I didn't see a soul for about 18 hours.
It's kind of nice
And
though. Oh, that's why.
right up on the top, right at the top of the Dugway.
It's because it was closed for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, you had to come in through the park. But I kind of like it when nobody else goes on the trails.
We
I
had
do.
some salt.
So
I gotta say,
yeah.
are you complaining?
Yeah, I was like.
Well, no, my complaint is if they sign it and promote it, then I won't be alone next time. Let's go ahead, Brett.
There is some activity through there, not just so much. I mean, the Jeep from the Glen Canyon Recreation Area.
Hey, Rachel, we can't hear online. Sorry.
You come closer.
I can be
You can come closer and
Yeah,
talk.
the park
Brett.
ranger comes through from time
Yeah.
to time.
So the reason that you say that you didn't see a lot of activity is because it keeps washing out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think each time they maintain it, it's going to get better and better. We're putting some rolling dips in it to divert the water, where the first time they went through, they basically opened it. So this is just kind of adopting it and maintaining what we've been able to get open.
All right.
Let's vote.
Thanks for all the work. Done.
Rate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
All those in favor of funding Wayne County Road Department Flint Trail to Big Ridge, 2-pipe loop, Happy Canyon Trail.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
When can we go ride it?
All right, next.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Great seeing you.
Next is application 18, Iron County Color Country OHV Trail Equipment Maintenance, 2023. Let's see, myself, Cheryl, and Brody all reviewed this one.
Cheryl says decrease because they have the grant paying for managing the grant, which is actually an ineligible request, which I did not catch.
I'm okay with reducing the grant by then.
Is that accurate?
The
That it
amount,
was, no, the comment that it was,
if it's in all,
that it was having the grant pay for managing the grant.
Seems like it,
I think so.
I think we said even.
But that you can handle that administratively, right?
We would just have to approve, like we could have either approve it at the current price and say, change it around,
Right.
or we can decrease it. But I feel, I don't think that's the most up-to-date one. Oh, it was me. Oh, gosh, what happened there?
Yeah.
Cause what was it? Oh, yeah, here.
Program management.
Oh, wait.
That was, no.
Program management, where then? Oh, no, I think I actually changed it around for him.
But either way, he is out there actually working and he, so he is, he's running the equipment. He just was out about a month ago and one of the machines broke down. It took 3 days to get it out.
I think it's his cash match.
Over there.
Yeah. Where those creepy Squidward is. Squidward, sorry, Patrick. I know.
Well, I'm comfortable with.
Well, it stopped working. Normally I have a specific one, but it cycles through them all and then always lands on this one, and it's really annoying. I don't know how to fix it. Tried. Anyways.
I'm comfortable with it if there's components in here that can't be funded, that administratively Rachel would not make those payments.
I agree.
I don't feel like we need to take an action on it, but it's good to know.
We can also rework their budget with them.
Right.
So I want to see what their original budget looked like. Weird.
Probably that grant coordination.
Yeah, 20 hours a week.
But
oh,
we'd have to know more about what that was.
I excluded the fringe benefits because that was, for me, I was like, no fringe benefits. That's why. Wait, I wish I could actually read this. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways, we'll work with them. We'll work with them.
Be confident that nothing we shouldn't be paying for is on there.
Okay.
What were the other comments? I don't even remember mine. Sweet.
Yours were a good project. I would like to know what will be done with the equipment after the project is completed.
They will continue to use it.
Yeah.
Even as of yesterday, Iron County had yet another 500-year flood.
Right.
Flooded the jail, flooded the
Doesn't sound like a
hospital.
500-year flood.
I would like, I think it'd be nice if on these applications, if they got in the habit of, if they had equipment that was gonna last longer than the grant cycle, tell us what we're, and that's the only reason I put that comment on there is.
The one of the pieces that might
It'd be nice if they just said, hey, we're gonna.
Finally broke down out on the trail, and it took 3 days to get it off of just the trail to the trailer. And so, and that was the umpteenth time that they fixed it, welded it, put it back together. And it's like, yeah, I just can't use this anymore. Have to have more people with me just to make sure I can get back.
And just a note to note is that in our contracts, we have it written in that if they purchase equipment, I think it's over $10,000 or something. I don't know if there's a number associated with it or not, but if they purchase large equipment, it has to be used for its intended purpose for at least 10 years or the life of the equipment. So we have that stated in there because
And they will use it to death.
they will. They're always applying for funding. So
All right. Let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding Iron County's Color Country OHV Trail Equipment and Maintenance 2023?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up, number 19. Utah Raptor State Park Trail Equipment and Signage.
we're no longer a part of state
Ooh.
parks. We were.
See Sheriff Curtis,
Yeah.
Fred, and Scott.
We're recreation now.
You guys looked at this one? You have anything to tell us about it?
It's like a historic dinosaur.
Contact
Yeah.
anybody, it was just them the signs and that stuff that they were after.
Is Fred on this?
So I didn't get that up in it.
Fred, you need to submit your comments or you need to submit your reviews because I think they're all in progress. So they didn't show up when I pulled them all.
Remember, he's been trying to get that.
That's true. That's
You
true.
using my phone?
No, use your laptop. Yeah.
I think this is gonna be a growing area, so we're gonna need the equipment like soon.
Lots to do up there.
Sovereign Trails.
And the signs.
Great motorcycle, single track. Cliff Coons is heavily involved with Utah Raptors, so, it's a.
Yeah, they wanted equipment.
I just,
So how much is it gonna cost? to
same
get in
thing
there?
as the other. It's got a name now. There's gonna be more people out there. Lose the dispersed, we've already lost the dispersed camping in there,
Let's vote.
but, anyhow.
It's $20 now.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one. All those in favor of funding Utah Raptor State Park equipment and signage?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that passes. We already did 20, so let's move on to 21.
Paul is there.
Utah Motorcycle
he is.
Off-Road Racing Access Protection.
Hold on, I'm just gonna see if Paul's on the call.
Laura, Scott, and Jason.
I am
Yeah.
here.
All right. And is Paul with Umora?
Is there any questions that I can answer for anybody?
I
Any
might, let me
comments,
throw
Scott?
out some base information. Originally, they called me and asked me about getting funding, and I says, yeah, and they says, well, how do we ask for grant money? What area should we put it under? And I said, well, we just got finished with the Santa Fe Desert, and we lost 100 miles of race trails because they didn't go out and use them out there. They couldn't see them anymore. A total of 250 miles of road and trails we lost. And I go, if they would have had races out in the Santa Fe Desert on these routes, they would have been able to see them, and they wouldn't have been. They would they would have access to them. So I says, why don't you apply their access protection? Because I think it kind of fits that. I says, maybe not totally, but maybe it does. So that was thrown out, and not the council, but I guess the state came back and says that doesn't fit the application. So I think it still does a little bit, but anyway, it was thrown back under trail work. And so I think it fits multiple areas. It may be under promotional. It offers an opportunity for OHV to be used under a race type deal. People that ride motorcycles that race, it gives them an opportunity. This is an organization that helps organize several different motorcycle racing groups to put on events, and they spearhead putting together, the documentation that the BLM, the state requires to do this. Like in the Chimney Rock area, we spent thousands of dollars for NEPA work out there. Again, I think access protection, like it says in the Santa Fe Desert, if they would have been able to see those old desert race course trails, they would have kept them open, but they couldn't see them. And I suggested every 5 or 6 years they had a race out there that we would have been able to see those. Now, does it fit that category? Well, are we putting a race on to have a race, or are we putting a race on to have access or be able to see the trails? And so it was kicked back in as trail work. And so I believe it fits multiple categories, and the trail work is the area that I think Rachel suggested we throw it back into. So,
Yeah, and this was, so we were recommended that we throw it back into trail work because, sorry, let me just find that numbers. Wow, where is it?
It's 2068.
21. Okay, thank you. Because it didn't technically fit under the definition of access protection. So legally, we were recommended that it was put into a different category. I thought it was fit well under access protection, but based off of the rule that we
Let's
have.
review the actual
we have a
project.
You want the
reserve
budget?
from an action, and that's what it's it.
Okay, hold on, let me. Okay, it's an off-road organization. Each event requests inventorying, marking, and promoting these routes on public land managers to recognize the issue.
So inventory marking and what?
So it's inventorying, marking, and documentation
Okay.
of the legitimate use of the trails.
And then how about the budget?
Un momento. Right, sorry.
Does this include any like permanent signage? Or is this just typical race signage?
I believe it's typical race signage, maybe asphalt. There could be probably some trail signage out there that maybe could be put up during that process that would be permanent on the trail. To a great extent was getting the trail beat in and make sure there's a trail there. And also gives a OHV opportunity to a certain particular user group. And you know, there's a lot of work that goes into put on a desert race. It's huge.
But yes,
It's
I'm
huge.
just trying to look at, you know, our OHV users, what are they gonna get out of this other than the people on race day? You know, is this something that's permanent? Is this something that, you know, and I agree. I mean, the documentation is important because that does last, and that is something that we ran into. Inventorying those trails and making sure, because if you're gonna go through the process and get the race, get the race approved, that documentation's there, and that route has been used as a race course in so many years. You know, we went back and used that, and that's great. I just curious, you know, on the budget, you know, what's lasting here, what's.
With the racing itself, as far as the trails, you know, we're helping keep trails established. You know, some of the areas where we race, we'll see trails that don't get used for a while, and we'll use those in races and get them reestablished. And you know, sometimes we're having to do some trail maintenance before races to repair damage that's been done. And there's been instances where the BLM's asked us to go in and do some mediation to fix things on the trails too.
I guess my biggest issue with this, not issue, but when I look at it, I lost 100 miles of race trails in the San Antonio Desert because they weren't raced on. You couldn't see them anymore. And so they excluded them from being trails. Okay. That is my passion. And I'm going and saying, hey, we lost those. If they could have seen them, I think they would still have been open. And if it would have had a race on it, I realize that this is kind of it doesn't quite fit anything we've had before, but it did have results. It does have results. In the Chimney Rock area near me, our discussion was if we had races, they would beat the trails in and they would be there. And so the BLM did inventory, they would see them there. We've had that discussion. And I can't say that about the stuff in the West Desert, but the Chimney Rock area, I was concerned about the trails not being used and make sure that we could see those. We did have documentation on the races in the Santa Fe Desert. Even with that, they didn't go through because they couldn't see them.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments, or should we rate it? Go ahead and rate it.
I say yes.
All those in favor of the Umora Access Protection Trail Improvement, application number 21?
I'm good with it.
Aye. Aye.
Yeah.
And any opposed? All right, next. Number 22 is BLM Price Office, OHV Trail Maintenance Equipment. It's like that. Scott.
What machine are they asking for?
Tyson and myself.
Big trailer to put the truck.
Oh, they're not asking for a side by side or anything.
I can pull it up.
Yeah.
It's 2869.
I had a 3 on one of my things, so I can't remember my comments.
Let me pull up your comments real quick. Yeah, you had saw project, excellent match. I don't know why you had. Oh, actually, attached budget is out of balance. So these numbers that you see here, there's usually sections, but I just delete them if they're blank.
Oh, yeah, the balance,
Good thing we've got the accountant.
I know, because I try to catch these things, but
I think it didn't balance one side or the other. And now it does.
It's magic.
Or
it's this total project, but they're trying to say that this is the cost, but they
yeah, that's where it's at. That applicant in kind should be a separate line with the description of the in kind, but just being picky, I guess.
we'll never get the budget right. Is this better than the last budget though?
I do like it.
Is it clear? Do you?
I like it. I like
I've
it.
had
Yeah.
problems accessing and seeing this. I don't know what I have to go through multiple ends to find stuff, but it could have been just me. Or I have an old computer.
Could, I don't know. I know we've had a couple issues with the applications this time around.
All right, well, let's go back to whatever we were taking a peek at there.
Yep, just your comments. So I think actually, I know here they are. Scott, need for trailer, no cash match. And Tyson, demonstrate history of trail maintenance.
Sweet. You ready?
I think we're good.
Wow.
Unless there's questions.
These are flying through.
All right, all those in favor of funding application 22 Price Field Office BLM OHV Trail Maintenance Equipment? Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that passes. We'll skip 23 and 24 because we've already done them. Move on to 25. Iron County Search and Rescue ATV trailer purchase. Okay, that was Laura, Sheriff Curtis, and Brody. Anything you want to tell us about it?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I like that it was dual purpose. It was both to haul their ATVs and use as a command center for while they're on a rescue.
Good. All right, let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding number 25, Iron County Search and Rescue ATV trailer?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? That passes. Next is number 26, Juab County Tourism Is an education application. They want pails for nails, OHV pocket trail guide, and don't burn campaign. And this was Brody, Fred, and Laura.
I got to go see this in action at one of their events, and it was so cool to see. Really? No, you were for this one. You said fund. You said cleaning up, stop letting pallets in the ground.
Well, I was borderline. I mean, because the trash pickup, you're gonna do it a couple of years, then you won't have any. But then talking with you and so on, I find out that, wait a minute, there's nobody stopping them at the gate to stop the pallets from going in.
And I've
Just call them in and let them unload.
I have pictures of the
have
event too.
nails forever.
There's a similar problem on a lot of beaches at Utah Lake where there's pallet fires. But we have the opposite problem. People aren't supposed to ride OHVs on the lake, so putting a nail in their tires doesn't bother me as much.
Good for plugs.
We have that problem at 5 Mile Pass too.
Yeah, 5 Miles got that bad as well.
That's what I said, why aren't they stopping them at the gate to not let them bring pallets in? But now I'm finding out that they just usher them in.
There's usually no one at the gate. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Is there any?
even during high
So
traffic.
this does bring up a good point. Is there signage about that?
That's
Oh.
part of what this is, a campaign. to
Well, I mean,
put up
is there
signs.
currently anything?
Ignore my very cracked screen. It's hard to
Don't know.
ignore, but they had this event that we get to go see, and this is all the trash that they brought in. That all the kids are doing it. So all these kids like collected it, and based off of who had the highest amount of nails, they won $500.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's
It
a
was
problem that also
really
they
cool.
use. Like,
Yeah.
if you go to Glamis, they actually have a special magnetic sweeper.
Oh, yeah.
But, that's what I said. I was against it the first time I read through that. But after finding out.
Do we
more
know if
information,
law enforcement, if they see a pallet, are they saying
I've seen that.
something? Yeah,
Federal-
that's, I've never been out there, so I don't know.
There's lots. I find it hard to believe anybody could burn a pallet at this point in time out there.
Stack the bunch and put a gas in
Where
it.
are you?
Plenty in Canada,
Also-
there's-
I will say for Juab County, Rockstar came out, goes Rockstar, and pretty much they wrote a horrible article about Little Sahara because the amount of pop tires that they encountered out there. And so they wanted to,
As in the drink people?
yeah,
Okay.
Well, some
Yeah,
race
they were-
teams, maybe a rock star.
No, I think
yeah.
that's awesome.
So, yeah, but for them, that was not great
Yeah,
publicity.
I mean, but it
You go up there with
says that
Eric,
big
you're
names
gonna
are
keep
saying
my
that this is a
classes
problem.
for you,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so they were like, we need to do something about it.
500 pallets up there, and I
Anyways,
thought I'd do for-
Juab County, I really
All
like.
right, any additional comment? Should we go ahead and rate it?
Just one quick question. Is there any LEO component to this, or is it just positive communication and education?
I don't believe there's any LEO. It's more
Just
so,
these, all right, sounds good.
These contests and.
yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of funding Juab County's Hail for Nails and Don't OHV Pocket Trail Guide and Don't Burn campaign. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
It seems like a lot of money for that, but I'm gonna say yay.
Okay.
Do you want to see the budget?
And any opposed?
Okay,
All right.
not too far.
Okay, we've already done 27, 28, on to 29.
I'll get you.
Summit County Search and Rescue Snowmobile Upgrade. This is, no, this is Jason, Kirk, and Tyson. Unless, like I said, I think a couple of my names are wrong.
That's correct.
Okay. Any comments?
Summit and Wasatch County are some of the most busy snowmobile areas in the state. And I think they're a dual response and a lot of times when they're doing search and rescue.
This wasn't a search and rescue application, right? It was just
The snowmobiles were intended to be used for search and rescue, so did equipment.
It's for Summit County Search and Rescue.
Right, it was submitted as a snowmobile application.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
So it is a
understanding that,
snowmobile
yeah, it does
application, but
serve-
it is, yeah.
right.
all right, any questions or comments on it?
I've
Let's go
utilized search and rescue from them before. I don't know if I should admit that.
Embarrassing.
Okay.
This is on public record.
I was self-rescued, but they met me with hot coffee at the parking lot, so there's some
Oh,
redemption.
sure.
There's an article published in Snow West magazine about it if you want to read it. So it's already public record. Thanks to Cal Taylor.
All right, let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding application 29, Summit County Search and Rescue Snowmobile Upgrade.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right. Let's move on. This is number 30.
Someone said something or commented.
Oh, is there a?
I have Sarah right now helping a guy stuck in a side by side.
No.
They're only rescuing the guy, not the machine.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, isn't that going on today too in Garfield County from the ride? Someone's OHV?
I think they mentioned that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. that's
All
true.
right. Next up,
Search and rescue.
application 30, Summit County Search and Rescue Medical Response UTV.
This
I
is
think it's
you,
a-
Eric.
I think it's a Defender. It's not on my.
There's Eric Sheriff and Brody. Any comments?
Why do I have to do it?
I don't know. I was like, I don't think you actually need to not fund.
I might have had an
There's
issue
a
with
ton of users
Clicked
in
the
the
wrong.
county, but
I know, I saw your comment and I was like, I don't think you meant to do this.
I was wondering just the numbers, and this is just one of
Let's
them
pull it
that
up.
I think it just takes some
2879.
clarification. I know we've already talked about it.
they did say 63 total. 21 involving directly involving.
So that's a pretty high.
Also, we're gonna have Sheriff Curtis help rewrite the search and rescue
Great.
stuff.
Great.
Yeah, because we need it. There
So
we go.
this was something I was thinking about. I mean, because you look at the snowmobile one, right? The one we just did. We didn't ask how many snowmobile rescues have you been on? We didn't even ask that in there. You know, we're using snowmobiles to go do search and rescue. And that might be something we need to clarify is, you know, maybe we split the search and rescue into two categories. One to help respond to OHV calls and one for OHVs to help just in search and rescue in general. Because that's what I think we're seeing a lot of is they need the equipment to help them effect search and rescue, but not all of them are OHVs.
Right.
Yeah.
Just but we just did it with the snowmobiles, right? We didn't even ask how many snowmobile rescues did you do?
Yeah. And that's something because so snowmobiles is a newer category, but I would love your input on that and foresight on how to proceed in the future because there's just a lack of knowledge on my end when it comes to snowmobile stuff and search and rescue items as well. So we're happy to have you here.
So Rachel, just to kind of go back on matching funds in our application, it does state SAR projects must submit accurate SAR information and stats. The project is to be utilized 50% motorized users and 50% non-motorized users, and the applicant's match must be at least 50%. The grant is unable to pay for non-motorized items. We've already standardized it, just to let everyone know on that. And that's what we
like better.
That's what we've selected that's what we've been talking about in the past. And so we do have that to start from. We're going to further clarify what we need to it. Sure.
Yeah. I think
Do we need to go back through the other applications we've approved and make that change?
I don't think so. I think
I don't like that suggestion.
I think if that's again, if as a council, we've approved funding that legally we can't pay for,
We're not.
Rachel, Rachel has to weed that out as she's administering the grant.
So she
Right.
gets to go back through them and tell them you can't have as much.
After consulting with her legal counsel, probably.
Or
Because
we'll
maybe
just.
maybe it's not, I don't know. But it's not.
I think it's something that we need to work on and clarifying, because we want to help these communities. A lot of them struggle. Yes, they may be motorized dependent when it comes to search and rescue, but they might deal with a lot of non-motorized users. So I think trying to find that balance where we're.
And for the purposes of this grant for motorized recreation.
Yeah.
They're paying into a system that they get a direct benefit from. So that's where we just need to make sure that as we're administering these funds, that it does match for our motorized recreators.
Yeah.
And we've stated that in the past. So.
Okay. Are we ready to rate this one?
So sorry, just my
Go ahead.
comments on number 30. I think I didn't mean to do nothing, but
okay.
I
it looks like something I
assumed that you
Okay.
didn't.
This is like an 11 o'clock at night. Or...
Yeah, what is
All
this?
right.
Put me under some serious pressure.
I was like, it took a while to pull all these reports. So I apologize, Kirk, if none of your reviews are in here.
All right, let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding Summit County Search and Rescue Medical Response UTV?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, next up, number 31. UAB County EMS Department. That's the title.
Mhm.
Search and Rescue category. This was Fred, Cheryl, and Scott.
Fred, your reviews aren't in here.
Fred, you had a do not fund, looks like.
I have a hard time, just like I had money sitting there was a hard time for me. Inventory is a hard thing. Because you can get piled up inventory that's astronomical. And
What were they asking for?
They was asking for medical supplies.
Yeah.
Medical supplies, okay.
Like one time used to, and that stuff. And I just, but after, talking with Rachel, she gave me some insight that it's, they get absolutely zero help from JUAB. BLM don't help them.
Yeah.
And so now you got an agency out there that's going out there and it was astronomical times they've been out there. For every little thing there is out there. And
So who buys other counties' EMS supplies?
And you want me to start on that one?
Yeah,
please.
So,
but anyway, instead of being against it, I'm in favor of it. Because if that's the only way we can go, unless Nate, you know something that I don't know.
So I know just a little bit about EMS billing because I run our EMS and I'm on the state EMS board too. I sit on too many boards. But so here's the problem with EMS. A lot of times we get called out and it's just basically, and this is kind of what Rachel said, is they get called out because I had the same question, Fred. I'm like, why in the world are they not billing for these items? The bulk of this stuff is they should be able to bill their patients for, but it sounds like a lot of them, what they're doing is somebody gets a scratch or a tumble on a machine or something and they go call them, the ambulance goes out there and checks on them and then they say, never mind, I don't want to go to the hospital. And so they use up these supplies and with the way ambulance works, there is no way to bill for that. If you don't transport a patient, you can't bill. That's just how the state works unless you can hopefully maybe get them to bill, but otherwise you can't force them to pay bill. And even at that, if a person may not pay the bill anyway, even if you do transport them. So some of these things I'm a little concerned about, but I don't know why they're not having to use it.
who stocks the ambulances in Sevier County? Who
My
pays-
EMS do.
Your what?
EMS does, and we, so and this is the other, it's funny how every county works different. We have to, the supplies we use on our ambulance, we buy up front, we have a budget for it, and that's what all the billing is supposed to help pay for. Now, I don't know why they don't have one for Juab County out at Little Sahara, so that's kind of, but not everything here is medical supplies either. I mean, they're asking for Razor drive belt, air filters, Honda drive belts, spare tires, things like that. So
I'm having a little grief with at least the medical supplies, because then the next grant cycle, they're gonna ask for more.
Mhm.
And more and more, and then the county will just assume that we're the funding supply for that.
Absolutely.
And so maybe
Rachel, did you have
I don't
something?
know.
Yeah, so I went out there and I spoke with Micah because in the past they've applied. They've applied for a lot of funding and it's been denied each time. I think all that they've received in funding wise was e-bikes, because they do go out on a lot of smaller things where they don't need to take a machine. It's easier for them to just access things on an e-bike. But they said that BLM, whenever they go out to Little Sahara, BLM has never paid them for anything. And they're helping weekend after weekend, all volunteers except for one or two of them. And they said that, again, kind of what Sheriff Curtis was saying is that unless they take someone to a hospital in an ambulance, they don't get any funding. So I think for this one, I would like it to be, hey, it's going to be a one-time thing. You need to start working with the BLM for this. When I was there, they'd just given the BLM their numbers and they didn't really want to talk about it during that time because it was a lot more than the BLM had thought that they'd been out there for. So it was kind of a shock to the BLM to see that. So I'm hoping that things will change, but right now they don't really have an opportunity.
Brett, do you have something?
I do. This question's kind of for Sheriff Curtis too, because he's familiar with it, but a couple of years ago on your registration cards, which you've all heard me talk about, we got rid of access protection or education for no matter what vehicle, not just OHVs, for all cars, trailers in the state of Utah. And we put on there the language instead of that, search and rescue / EMS funding. And so, and it's $3 for each registration. And so my question to you, I guess, Sheriff, is you know how much money's in that fund? Because it's been effective like 3 years. And why couldn't EMS invoice you for that if you guys are the ones that have that restricted fund that's supposed to be split 50-50?
So I don't know how much is coming to us from that fund or exactly where it all goes. I do believe some of that has been going into the Search and Rescue Advisory Board. And these guys could actually bill for the actual use of those items. So any of these items, if they were to have them on stock and they go in and they say, hey, we went out on a help search and rescue, and search and rescue took that, whatever, they responded to a crash and they used half of these items. They could then in turn submit that to through search and rescue, through the sheriff's office, to the state reimbursement, and they could get that all paid for.
So this was instructed through the language in the bill that it goes into a restricted fund only for search and rescue / EMS.
Yeah, I don't know about the EMS part.
I think I talked to you when I was running the bill. Maybe it's been about 2 years, but it's been effective for about 2 years. So if we don't know about it, we should find out.
So I know
$dollars.
So I don't know if it went to EMS, how much went to EMS, but that's why I had the questions on here. Why are they coming to this group when they could be doing it through a different route?
Exactly.
Are they not working together with their search and rescue team? I mean, I look at this, I'm like, why in the world why are they looking for a Cal Topo SAR GPS and program when they should be working together with their search and rescue, and their search and rescue could get them reimbursed and paid for?
But I was just
why can't they?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Me and Rachel were just talking this morning. We'd like to find out how much money's in that fund because since it became law, I haven't heard anything about it. So maybe you could help us if you wouldn't mind.
I do know on the advisory board side, it's increased about $200,000 or $300,000 that we can return back to search and rescues teams.
Sure. Sheriff Curtis.
Yes.
After this vote, would it be proper for you to reach out to like Sheriff Anderson and let them know after this of this if they don't know this, or maybe it wouldn't be Sheriff Anderson, it would be their EMS. Would that be more appropriate?
I'll reach out to Sheriff Anderson. I'll reach out to him and say, hey, maybe if they're not getting covered, let's find a way, because if it's absolutely being, and search and rescue is being used, we can make that happen. There is no doubt we can do that. I'd feel better about it being used there than on this group.
Cheryl, Michelle.
Oh,
Ready?
come on.
Sally, somebody.
Wow.
I'm getting older. Okay, you gotta consider it and be nice to me. I've got that.
I'm the only woman in the room.
Okay, when you went out there, Rachel, did you have a conversation with them? Are this operation losing money, or is it making money for the county? That would be my consideration. And if they're not making money, if they're losing money out there, hey, we need to help them because there's a huge amount of OHV use out there, and how do we help them?
I think exactly what Sheriff Curtis stated there is there's help through another resource, the USAR board, and making a request for reimbursements through that program versus this one.
Well, I'm wanting to know if there's a way to find out whether they're losing money going out there. That would be my concern. If they're losing money going out there, then something needs to change somehow. And how would that funding come through? Do they need to charge more when you go out to the Little Sahara? Does the funding need to come back into a pool to fund that?
I think that's the communicative efforts they're trying to make with.
I'll give you a real quick on that one. The state only allows us to bill certain amounts. So if it costs us more than what we can bill, then it doesn't matter. The state limits how much we can bill per ambulance call. That's a whole nother ball of wax, but there is a way to find out if they're being, effective, if they're paying for themselves or not. But this would be, in my opinion, I like Rachel's idea. You give it, say, this is a one-time fund. We're not doing this again. The next time you need to work with search and rescue in the sheriff's office to go through search and rescue advisory board and get reimbursed that way.
And yeah, for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
It sounds like this isn't our.
I would like to have that in the application, say,
Yeah.
hey, we have these other funding sources, we've exhausted them. This is how much we got applying here, this is how much we got here, we're losing money. And they need to make that case in the application. We should be trying to figure it out for them, sitting around this table, I think. Should we rate it? All right, all those in favor of funding Juab County EMS Department supplies?
Yes. Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay?
Okay.
Nay.
I'm gonna,
All right, let's
I'll just
do a roll call.
start with you, Sheriff Curtis.
I'll say, yeah.
Brody?
No.
Okay. Jason?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Kirk? Okay. Eric?
No.
Ron?
No.
Oh, Ron was a deciding factor. Okay, so that did not pass. It has 44%, so majority voted no on this one. Okay. Sheriff Curtis, would you help us reach out? Because I know I always feel bad telling applicants time and time again the answer is no. So
Yes. I'll reach out. I'm texting Sheriff Anderson right now.
okay,
Super. Thank you.
awesome.
All right.
I appreciate your help.
No, I'm happy to help. I agree. It's a problem out there, and BLM's being a stick in the mud. I don't know if they've got a contract for services with the sheriff's office. I know he's tried that. trying to help alleviate some of those costs. So
Thank you. Okay.
All right, we've already done 32. We're getting close.
I know.
33, Steinecker OHV connection. This is submitted by State Parks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
don't,
Hey.
you should know better.
Jason, Tyson, and myself reviewed this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I talked to, I've talked to the state parks about this one quite a bit, and this has been in the works for many years. They've got all the environmental clearances from the Bureau of Reclamation to make this happen. It's just a matter of getting the equipment to make it happen. The one thing that I did question about it is, you know, for this just couple miles of trail, that's a lot of equipment for that little of work. And I asked about potentially working with the county because we just gave them trail equipment to do this kind of work with. They said that they've got other plans for the equipment for trail expansion in the future. They're looking at expanding and doing some OHV friendly campgrounds in the park and other connectors to the highly used Ox Beach and Moonshine Arch trails that are bordering the park. So I felt good about it with that being the case.
Yeah, I felt real good about it.
What kind of trail equipment do they need? Is that listed on this?
Skid steer. Yeah, it's a,
Did you already fund a mini X?
I don't know about just Steinecker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is just the state park.
Yeah.
All right, should we rate it? All those in favor of funding Steinecker OHV connection from State Parks?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Application 34, Box Elder County Golden Spike Trail System, Year 3. Scott, Tyson, and Cheryl.
She'll have a lot to say.
I think they were looking for mostly signage on that, wasn't they? On the roads out there.
Budget was very confusing to me. Because
Right, and we have, this has kind of been an ongoing project.
Is this tied to the high desert?
To where?
High desert? High desert trail system. In the map.
I would think so. This would be everything, this is basically everything north of the Great Salt Lake, all the way out to Nevada.
It's over by Devil's Playground, and yes, it would be a tie into that high desert trail system.
I think that, oh my gosh, Cheryl said that it is a little rough. Their maps, let's see if I can find them. Oh, State Parks logo, not our new logo.
Yeah, they've been working on this for some time.
What?
The project overall.
Was there a toilet involved in there too? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. I
That's
thought the maps were for that.
Yeah.
I comment that they needed better maps.
Let me
but,
download them.
I thought the project was okay.
Probably that.
All right. Woo.
Wow,
This is from a map book.
not a great map, but that's the area.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That whole section. There's a lot of roads out there. And really just the main,
I don't think we funded a lot in Box Elder to date, just because there's not a ton out there.
Well, our
other than
program has
Oh, this is-
provided a lot of signage just straight from our program. We've been working annually with Leah on that.
well, we've funded a few big grants for this,
Go to the project.
towards this project. So it's just
sorry, I just wanted to
continuing.
see So this is, sorry, I just really quickly wanted to see, this is phase 3, but yes, I will.
They do have a toilet there.
Yeah.
I gotta see how much they're charging for toilet paper.
Shar's mentioned it toilet
Not
paper.
really. I mean, that was Cheryl's concern.
I had to break it
Toilet paper and
out.
supplies for toilet, $120. So.
$20.
I've never rode up there.
I don't mind.
Yeah, one time.
And then somebody's pitching in some of their
Well, I think it's people
personal toilet
going.
paper.
No, I think that's them.
Right. If you use 3 rolls, donate a roll.
Exactly. Go to the dollar store and get the.
Isn't that what they already have in the bathrooms?
Yes.
All right. Any additional discussion?
What's the contingent or never mind.
So
That's
real quickly, we allow up to a 10% contingency of their requested funding from us.
What is usually conference?
What? Oh, I don't even see it.
Down underneath the contingency.
Midway conference, $500.
HCC.
That
Is it Novik?
I'm
Oh.
thinking it's Nova.
Probably.
The reason why we're paying for that for this.
is that to send somebody to it?
This was their
Probably.
original budget, which I broke up.
Probably to,
Does that tie into this?
Is that to advertise the place? Well,
Let's see what
The
their,
Novak conference, which we're also a part of, is a.
is
national
like trail
conference.
building standards and trail
Yeah, so I guess it helps.
it does.
Some
and
training,
signage standards.
get some resources there.
then that's fine.
Is
All
it?
right. Any,
Okay, wow, that is so loud.
The
Okay.
program would just sponsor someone with this for the event. Rather than having it come out of funds. It's just,
oh,
Nice try.
All right, let's vote.
Okay.
yeah. So real quick here,
Oh.
it says they've signed 209 miles so far of stuff we've already funded. And they have about 500 more miles to go.
Ah. See, the way they broke out their, take note, everyone, please break out your timeline like this, just in
Yeah.
6-month segments.
fill
It just
them.
makes my life a lot easier.
All right, let's go ahead and rate this one.
Okay.
All those in favor of funding application 34, Box Elder County Golden Spike Trail System?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right,
We're at.
next up,
Another one?
number 35. Wasatch Search and Rescue Med Bed Expedition.
Hmm. Let's see, you were on
This would
this.
be Eric, Cheryl, and Sheriff Curtis.
Oh, I was saying to. So let me just.
Okay, if it's like the other search and rescue, okay.
Good machinery for SAR.
sorry, dude, it is.
Oh,
Search and rescue.
I'm all here for it.
Or how many calls are for OHV users versus Tom?
The SAR commander called me of specifics to these types of machines and the areas that they're riding are pretty dang rocky. And so he's stating the difference between transporting someone out in one of these versus a regular Ranger or a Defender is significantly easier on the patient if that. I mean, we already had another SAR one.
So the only question I would have is, how do they know if this is a new machine and it's only
They've
been out?
tested them out.
Okay.
They've been on this.
All right, any commentary, questions? Let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding application 35, Wasatch Search and Rescue Med Bed Expedition?
Aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, that passes. Next up, number 36. Paiute Chamber has submitted an application, Kingston Canyon Trail 1 OHV Bridge modification. That was myself, Fred, and Jason. My biggest, I think, comment on this. Well, there's my comments right there. Is that them?
Yep. And
Well, there's another budget out of balance, but
also
but it's
Shannon,
actually to their favor. They shorted themselves on match, and they shorted themselves on. But to me, the big thing is they're widening this bridge so that larger than 50-inch machines can use that instead of using an alternate route.
The bridge itself is a good bridge, good solid steel bridge, but it's 50 inch exactly.
Yeah.
Well, when you go across it on a 50 inch, then you have to do a real sharp left turn.
Yep. Hang your
Well,
tire
to
off
get
just a
anything
little
bigger,
bit.
which is coming all off that Kingston Canyon Road,
Yeah.
you have to, there's a turn in the road.
Right.
going
You
right
got to go up
around
the road a little bit.
And as you come down, to go across, you can't go across straight across the bridge. They gotta reset it. By opening it up and widening it, it's only gonna cost about 10 grand, I think it was.
it's not a lot.
Versus 98,000 or something for a new bridge.
Yeah.
But it also takes the people off of this highway.
Yeah.
Because you have about half a block, you gotta pull right out on that curve.
It's kind of a blind curve a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And come around there.
All right.
So,
Let's rate it.
I mean, when they put it in, I was shocked the way they put it in.
Yeah.
We replaced all the lumber on it at one time to pay it better.
Good. Let's go ahead and rate it. Application number 36, Kingston Canyon Trail 1 OHV Bridge modification.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
And any opposed? Or on that one, but.
Yeah.
All right, 37 we've done, 38 we've done. I'm on my last page,
Bye, Brett.
so we're making good
Safe
progress.
travels.
Thank you, Brett.
We have 2 left.
2 to go.
We're actually doing pretty well time-wise.
Okay.
Confusion
All right.
P roads being funded.
Number 39. Ride with respect, participating in BLM travel management plans. This is an access protection grant. Scott, Eric, and Laura.
Well, this is Cliff's, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we all know Cliff. This
Yeah.
is gonna be, we've been involved with some feedback that he's been given. You know, this is access, right?
Yep.
That's what we're talking about. And we've all had some experience with him with feedback on current travel management plans. And he is very thorough and be able to jump in there and give us great information that we just don't have the time to, as an enthusiast, to get in there and do all this research and flesh all this out. Where to actually be there at the meetings, to be there, taking the time to get this information out, I think is perfect for what this grant is and the spirit of it. And I can't think of a better person.
My 2 cents is when Cliff asked for an application, I almost don't have to read it. Cliff, this is well spent money. We couldn't pay for somebody to go do this. Cliff really doesn't get paid that well for what he does. I tell you what, he's underpaid, way underpaid. And so
Isn't it
I
his
have no
nonprofit?
problem with this.
Isn't it Cliff's and Cliff is on the call, so he'll correct me if I'm wrong.
A nonprofit can pay its employees.
Yeah, but isn't he the one running it? So he can decide.
If you're
his-
also an employee.
He has to have compensation
Right.
to live.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
for
gotta-
sure. But I'm like, shouldn't he be able to make
You
up
gotta
his
remember
own?
that there's
Give him
money
a
has to
Give
come from
himself a raise.
We had a guy that volunteered, worked all the time for the Forest Service all summer long. GPS in the whole mountain, everything, every sign, every little curve is down right to the line.
But then he turned around and died and left us $30,000. Well, what I'm saying is he had money coming in from some source. Cliff has to have money coming in from some
Oh.
source to sustain himself. He doesn't, I'm telling you what, he's a miner. He gets by on a very.
He should give himself a raise, is what I'm saying.
Well, let's vote on it.
Anyways, yeah.
The organization needs to be funded in order to.
That's true. Well,
What is the,
we should
what
give
is
him
it
a
for
raise.
specifically?
So the trail management plans, there's a whole bunch. of
Right,
trail
but
management
what, like, what is the,
So it's,
is it reimbursement of expenses and
yes.
mileage and
Let's see.
time and,
Travel plans, actually
and-
using lawyers. Now, he has got the
Right.
backing of Flipco on this. And
Yeah.
so
I
he
was
has
just
the, I
curious.
think Ward is the lawyer that he uses.
Okay,
and,
so-
some of them be, expensive work because of the lawyers paying them.
legal work, travel
Sure.
reimbursement.
And that's pretty cheap, $200 an hour for a lawyer.
Yeah.
Well, and this is an estimate, because I don't, it's some, with access protection, we're not requiring bids because people may not want to show what they had pay hourly. So,
All right, let's go ahead and rate it. All those in favor of funding application 39, participating in BLM travel management plans? Aye.
Aye.
Oh,
No,
Okay.
I hear.
I was gonna say, I haven't heard her voice of it. All those opposed? Any opposed? All right, that passes. One more. Let's move on to number 40. This is Division of Wildlife. Snow operation training. Eric? Sheriff Curtis and Kirk.
There's just a component of LEO in there. Are we training law enforcement? I don't know. I'll let you guys speak to it.
can Sheriff Curtis talk about this? Because we had a call about it. And I would like him to speak on this if possible.
So I'm a no on this. I tried to call the applicant to get a little better clarification. And I went through the application on Lauren. I'm trying to be a little nice because I think he just put in Utah County's numbers for search and rescue into his numbers on number of calls they went on. And I also think his whole focus is to get a couple snowmobiles to train DNR officers on how to ride a snowmobile. I don't know how much he's actually going on search and rescue calls. When I called those other counties, they didn't use any of their leadership to sign a letter. And the one that was a lieutenant was just filling in and had no idea what he was being asked to write a letter for. So I think there needs to be a lot better idea of what he's using them for. And he probably ought to put it under snowmobile if that's what he really wants.
I would tend to agree with this. The other thing I would say is the Utah Snowmobile Association participated in educating the DNR in riding a couple of years ago, and that kind of faded away. We reached out a couple of times to ask if they wanted to continue that education program with no response.
And I'm sure they've helped out a time or two, but I guess if you look at their application, the exact numbers he put for search and rescue call outs are the exact same numbers Utah County put down. He's used their numbers exactly.
Kirk, what do you mean DNR? Like, be more specific, because there's a lot of divisions.
So we invited all the LOE officers down to Skyline and did a full one-day training on avalanche education and riding skills development. We did it 2 years in a row. So the Snowmobile Association did some riding skills development with the rookie riders on Skyline.
So to kind of give another backdrop of this, I think I know the applicant, and it's not going to change kind of what the thoughts and feelings are here for this, but I think what was meant to be communicated was they're assisting a lot of these county entities with search and rescues. However, just like Sheriff Curtis has stated, there wasn't the homework that should have been done to clarify their responses and their assistance to Utah County or Wasatch County or Sanpete County on the direct benefit of that. And so I think that's probably what should have been stated.
I think something needs to be said in that they can't be used for law enforcement. I don't know if there's any place in there on that ground that says. that.
So like we did last grant cycle, if you remember, we had a wildlife one down in Tickaboo, or not Tickaboo Lake, the North Bullfrog Lake Powell, where the officer actually got support letters from the county agencies that they could utilize that as a support, and the percentage of that it might be used for law enforcement services was covered by the department. So they estimated the percentage of search and rescue call outs and assistance as the actual funding requested. And we did fund that one. So that's for be here, but from what I'm seeing is there may not be enough inclusive evidence towards that.
And when it comes to law enforcement, we understand that usually search and rescue, law enforcement and search and rescue kind of go hand in hand. That's when matching funds comes into play for a lot of it.
They have
They're providing.
OHVR matching funds.
Looks like they're paying for this.
It also probably wasn't specified in the grant like the last grant, because that was specified on the percentage of how much it would be used for law enforcement services versus search and rescue.
Yeah.
Which as I'm looking through, I'm not seeing. Because we would not fund, this grant would not fund law enforcement services.
Yeah.
The search and rescue with the support of the surrounding counties by the appropriate support letters of the sheriffs.
Yeah.
I called the sheriffs in both counties and neither of them knew that this guy was applying and using their people.
So.
All right. Should we rate it?
I think we're ready.
Okay.
All those in favor of funding application 40 DWR snow operation training,
Say aye.
say aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
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 I believe no. on this one.
I'll start with you, Sheriff Curtis.
I'm a nay.
Well, they were all nay.
Oh, they were all
yeah,
nay,
they
so
were-
never
it was
mind.
Unanimous, so
Thank you.
we don't need to go through it. All right.
So
We did it.
you guys,
And we're 19 minutes behind the agenda, so
that is impressive.
that's pretty incredible. Good
I
job, Rachel.
thank you, everyone. Couldn't do it all without you. 3, 2, 2,
Right.
4. Okay. So,
What? Dark out there.
to
Yeah,
give
so
you-
next up is,
well, real quickly, I just want to
okay, go ahead.
show.
Yeah.
So this is how much we've used for each category. This is how much we're going to have and what percentage we have left over. Again, for access protection, it has the ability to go and pull from every category. Same with trail work, because it's the intent behind this grant. So just to give you an idea where we're at funding wise and how much we'll have for next cycle. We'll have approximately 2.6. It might go up. We're hoping it goes up. We have to figure out some numbers. Also, I asked for an additional $1 million for this.
Are we staying on target on the
Ask a
fund?
million every time.
I'm hoping, hopefully after this year, we'll actually annually receive 5 million, because we're starting to go through all the funding. This time around, we had 3.4 in requests for the first cycle of 2. So again, right now, we're just using funding from past cycles that we hadn't used or had been rolled, or from contracts that had been canceled. So we're trying to make sure we're using all that up. And I may have jumped the gun a little bit by requesting funding for that 5 million, but we'll see.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, I might have jumped it a little bit, but yeah. So we have approximately 2.67. for next cycle. Okay, go ahead.
Great. All right, so next up is, we now need to take official action to approve. The recommended, let's just real quick look, I think all but three maybe were funded.
Let's see.
We had voted to fund, so,
Yep, so one,
so the
this was the Uinta County Stop
stop
Vandalism.
vandalism was not funded, not recommended to be
Juab
funded. The Juab County EMS and
And
the
DWR.
snow training.
Sorry, I should
Yeah,
probably
the
share my
two
screen.
In St. George are under contingency about,
Contingent.
some legal
Right.
aspects of that.
Right,
Yeah.
but they're otherwise approved.
And if those, if we might be adding a potentially 1.1 million back in if we find out that legally we can't pay for them.
Right.
So, but thankfully we have Shane here. So, awesome.
All
That's why we
right.
like you, Shane.
I would entertain a motion to approve our list up there to recommend those for funding.
I make a motion to approve the
Brody and
grants
Fred.
as they are.
Okay. Fred, you
I'll
second.
second the motion.
All right. I think Fred just beat you to it.
Perfect.
All those, well, should we do a roll call on the big
let's
one?
do a roll
Let's
call.
do a roll call.
So, Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Brody, you
Yes.
made it. Jason,
Yeah.
Laura,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Fred, you
Yes.
seconded. Kirk, you tried to third it. Eric
Yes.
and Ron.
Yes.
Great. Those recommendations passed for 3.3 million.
All right.
Break time.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a break in there and actually we're
pretty good on time.
we're only 13 minutes off, not 19. So,
Okay.
I actually do need to use little boy's room. So
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Break.
So we'll be back at 4:03.
still beating back.
We're
the
about to
trailer.
be back
8
on.
seconds. All right, we're live in 5 seconds.
That was fun.
3,
Okay, no more jokes, right?
1.
All right, welcome back from a short break. The next item on our agenda is there are some proposed changes, updates to the OHV Advisory Council bylaws. Chase, do you want to speak to that? Tell us a little
Yes.
bit about what you
So-
want to change and.
So the bylaws are already changed for, and we have, you flip to the page where you
You got
need to
extra copies
sign.
of them?
Is there?
It should be in here. Go keep going.
Everybody
There's-
should have,
So the changes are technical and
like right towards the.
I can give you my
Yeah,
copy.
his is in.
So the changes.
So
are
not
technical.
everyone had theirs.
I
Sorry.
never did
Chase.
get it.
I'm just trying to
It was
find
in the packet. I just couldn't print 107 pages out. The full packet though? Is
Well,
it
this one
the,
has the black, yours is colored, so how did I come up with the black?
All right.
oh, because you printed the full packet. These are ones that I printed.
He didn't want us to have it.
Is this all that there is?
Just ask Chase
Yeah.
how long it took to print.
Yeah, she.
I did read it.
Anyways,
It was really not.
so these are technical changes mostly. The major changes is what was already doing as far as the membership of our council. And that's in addition to, Politico and a sheriff's representative for search and rescue. And we are changing the verbiage to represent how the processes work for the Division of Outdoor Recreation, no longer Utah State Parks. She's there, wanted to know. The Division of Outdoor Rec. And so if you need to review those real quickly on those. And then
Yeah,
we
but
do
other than-
need Ron, our current chair, to sign them to place them into effect.
If,
After-
let's see, if a majority of the quorum adopts them.
Should I sign this thing?
You're not the chair.
Signing.
I want legal counsel.
Would just be Ron.
Yeah,
Just
just,
so you know, there aren't a whole bunch of substantive changes from your original bylaws, just like Jake said. We just added a little bit more clarity as to the roles of the chair, the vice chair, the secretary. Updated it to reference DOR instead of state.
Hey,
park.
sorry, we can't hear online, or at least I can't.
Sorry, let me come closer.
There we go.
Just like Chase said, not a lot of substantive changes from your original bylaws. Just updated to clarify the roles of the chair, vice chair, and secretary. To reference DOR as opposed to
Do
state
we have a
parks,
secretary?
and to reference our new OHV advisory
You get
council
replaced?
role as opposed to the old OHV advisory council role.
that's what I already did.
But otherwise, it doesn't represent much of a change from your original bylaws. And then I just updated the format to make it look a little bit more like institutional bylaws.
Is this something no park would take?
No
Sorry.
longer state parks. Huh? We will have it on the.
We need to make a swear jar for when people say state park.
If we
I
adopt,
do have a question about one of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be a public facing document.
The section 2.5, can I see that? So failure to effectively communicate the interest of representative groups to the council. So I've had some questions on this. We can't talk about a grant except with the grant, right? People that wrote the grant. So how do we effectively communicate with those that are interested in a particular thing that we represent without talking to them about grants that are coming up? I mean, it's kind of,
Yeah,
that seems to contradict what we're supposed to be doing.
I'm looking towards Shane because I don't know how to answer
Which one
this.
was that?
2.5.
So say, for example, we have a grant that comes up that involves ATV usage only. And so how do I communicate effectively with the ATV community about that they may or may not be interested in, may not favor? When I can't talk to them about it, I can only talk to the people that wrote the grant.
Can you ask just a question? Can you go out in the community and just ask questions that you don't say, hey, this is a grant I'm asking questions about? You can just say, hey,
We should be able to say, we have a grant coming up that may impact you as a user, as a whole group of users. But we're forbidden to do that. I mean, we could kind of, circularly say or ask a question, but if they know that there is something coming up, a grant that may impact them, they, as citizens of the state, taxpayers and people that put into this funding should have a say as well, if we represent them. Or else we don't represent them, because they should have a say to some extent.
Yeah, so
It'd be similar to our elect state senators and representatives in the dark and middle of the night passing laws.
well, I think I understand what you're saying.
So just help me understand how that.
So I don't know exactly how you've handled this in the past, but I guess what my advice to you would be is coming from my perspective as an attorney. So, sometimes I have matters that are protected by client confidentiality, right? We can't discuss those matters. What I can do is discuss it more generally, kind of like what Scott was saying. We have a grant application that may impact you. I have some questions. I can't talk to you about the specifics of the grant, but I have some questions as to, how do you feel about, trail maintenance at this particular trailhead? What are your opinions about search and rescue dollars and how they're being spent in the county, et cetera? More generalized questions that might not reveal the specifics of the grant or anything that pertains to that particular application, but that might help you get an understanding as to how they might feel about the situation.
I have done that. I work in the medical field, got HIPAA. There are things that you can say without breaking the protocols, but this is not protecting health information. This is their funding, the people's funding. How do we not have the ability to say you have this group putting in this request for this funding that may or may not impact your use of this trail or whatever? How do we not have that ability? And I will follow whatever the rule is, but just curious how that works.
So,
because
I
again,
think
we're
what
not-
we're talking about here is probably the protections that come under the Grant Act, the Government Records Access and Management. And so that, it's a pretty complicated law, but generally it protects applications like grant applications or applications for contracts before they're finalized. Once a grant's finalized and it's allocated and it's administered, it's generally public. But before that time, there are some protections. Now, generally, the law protects documents. So here you're talking about a discussion more than a document. But I still think it's wise to try and avoid communicating protected information that you've learned from the document that might otherwise be protected under the law.
Then I would just encourage that we put that in there to say how we can do this. Because as I read it, as it stands right now, you kind of feel like you're gagged a little bit. Even that circular roundabout way of asking your people that you represent. I think it needs to be a little bit clearer.
Shane, real quick, this is Article 2, right?
Yeah,
Section
Article 2,
2.5,
Section 5.
interests of represented group.
Yes.
And the groups you represent is
The ATV community.
to the ATV community. So I would, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, I would state this is, you're representing that group here at the council, and you're speaking on behalf of that group, similar to everyone here, 4x4, our commercial side, or off-highway motorcyclists. Is that what that would mean, Shane, is you're representing that group, so you're speaking on the interest on behalf.
But I think
of
you
the
need
group
to
you
spell that
represent.
out so that future.
Because this
council
isn't
members-
only, mostly we do, and we approve grants, but this council is not just for that purpose.
Exactly.
The recommendations of you're speaking on behalf and you brought up during the grant recommendations of like, I really think we need to look at this because that's who you represent, right? So that's what that would spell for, and that's the generalized approach of the purpose of the qualifications and tenure of our council members.
I would just encourage that be expanded a little bit just for clarification for future people that they don't feel gagged.
And that could be
Shane, would
something
that-
where,
Because that has mainly to do with for grandma and for those types of procedures, would that necessarily need to be in the bylaws to specify?
So I can see some wisdom in having a little bit more specificity there. But what I would say is if you're inclined to approve these bylaws, which I understand this language was from the original bylaws, so it doesn't represent much of a change from how you can do it. I would say that, if the fear here is that you might somehow be seen as ineffectively communicating interest because you're not discussing, the particulars of a grant. If you can't discuss the particulars of a grant because the law says you can't, I don't know how you can be held as not effectively communicating.
Again, just so that future council members can at least get it and understand why that's there.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Do others have that concern or any other concern?
That has been a concern of mine, who I could talk to and not talk to, and how I would approach them and ask questions, because sometimes I'll look at a grant and I go, I don't know, and I'm not sure the information you're giving me is correct. I need to talk to an expert out here and ask them, and I haven't well divulged what the grant is, but I've asked questions and says, hey, what about this and what about that? So I thought I was free to do that. That was part of my responsibility to, gather as much information as I could.
But sometimes having that expert knowledge, sometimes they need to have a little more specific detail about something.
I've always seen it as long as I'm not disclosing who the applicant is and what they're specifically applying for. Like I'll call people and say, hey, tell me a little bit about this trail, or what's the history in this area, or what do you those types of things. I don't feel like I can't have those conversations as long as I'm not disclosing who's applying and what they're applying for. Like if I start talking numbers or saying, hey, Uinta County's putting in an application for this, help me. I mean, as long as I don't use that kind of language.
The other part of that is we're only allowed to talk to the person that wrote the grant and the
I call the person that's on the grant.
So I think we should be able to also call those that wrote the letter of recommendation. They know already about this grant.
Right.
Which we do.
Well, sure. Can't we call those
Are we
people?
allowed
Yeah,
to?
we're
Because
allowed.
Yeah.
was under the understanding we couldn't.
it's, if they're involved,
Or at least to call them and talk to them about
Yeah.
the application, because sometimes they don't know what's in the application. It would be wrong for us to disclose to them something they didn't already know, right?
yeah, it's
So,
kind
so
of,
here's a suggestion. I think there may be need to have more of a specific protocol on grants versus these actual bylaws. The bylaws.
That would be
are-
all right.
Right.
These bylaws are for the council. Yes, it adds that we do approve grants in here. There's a lot of other responsibilities there. I would say that's more administrative in nature by making sure the protocol is spelled out clearly in like an
That would be nice.
SOP. Would that be more of a?
That would be wonderful.
and we have kind of that like handbook,
Yeah, which went a long way, so it's
which,
a good start.
yeah, and I think we could add
What
more
about
for
other
that.
council members? To what extent can I have a discussion with other council members?
I think you
that-
can, as long as there's
Okay.
not
So that-
three.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have to think about the Open Public Meetings Act, and you don't want to discuss something outside of a meeting if you've got a quorum present.
But if outside of quorum, let's say if Eric has some, knowledge that I don't have, and say, I know he has knowledge, call him and have that, I can have that
But if,
discussion.
as soon as you throw three of us in, then that changes.
Yeah,
Or is it
Quorum it
It's a
does.
quorum.
Quorum?
I mean,
Yeah.
I actually
That
kind of
would be
agree
good.
with what Chase
Three
is
of them,
saying.
you mean,
So we can't,
That's
you,
grandma.
us
That's your
three,
grandma.
go out in the hall and talk about grants without
Having
advertising it or something.
It seems to me like this is probably more
also Sheriff Curtis just,
a question of how we can give you guidance to these types of particular issues than the bylaw, than it does have to do with.
Then that would be,
bylaws.
that would be great. Then.
Yeah.
The bylaws
Yeah,
are
I
just
mean,
to state
we
our.
should be able to talk to each other.
You can talk to each other. You just, if you get to the point where you have a quorum
But
together,
the
so like
quorum
if
would
all
be-
you guys
the
met
quorum
each
would
other
be more
outside
than
and you started
50%,
talking
right?
about it outside of a meeting.
Quorum is 3 or more.
Or
I thought it would
50%.
Have to be 50%.
I don't know.
Or like
I don't know.
51%.
Yeah.
So technically a quorum is, I believe, like 51%. So the
Oh, so
amount of council members divided in half plus one, that's what the definition is. But I feel like in the past, I've heard that if there's 3 or more people, that's when it becomes iffy.
Well,
And this is like a text chain, you know, an email that you're discussing. We're supposed to
keep track of that and have.
and have it, we're supposed to be as
Publicly available.
transparent as possible.
And that's great, and as it should be. Be good to know the little more detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may need to do have some learning opportunities in the future. What this document states is the legal authorities, our roles and responsibilities.
Then I'm good
and
with it.
Who's a
I'll sign it.
member of this and.
Only he signs it.
I can't sign it unless you adopt it.
Yeah.
I'll
You're gonna-
I'll
are you,
adopt it,
gonna
take
make
good
a
care
Yeah,
of it.
motion?
I will,
Feed it.
let's see. So unless there's further discussion, did you have a comment on line?
It
Did
was
you
just
mention?
Sheriff Curtis saying that you can't make a decision on how you are going to vote on something.
Right, you can
So-
collaborate about
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
what you're gonna
this, and you're
do.
gonna do this.
Yeah,
Right.
I vote this, or I vote this.
Yeah.
Um,
That would,
That's
No,
no, worse than weird.
like horse trading and all that stuff.
I know what you mean.
I would entertain a motion to adopt the updates to the bylaws.
I will make a motion. This is Eric Nelson. I will make a motion to update the bylaws.
And I will second. This is Grubby.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's a sign.
Are there any opposed?
Okay.
None are opposed.
Should we take a picture?
By
of
your
you signing?
authorization, how many pins should I
Should we all
use?
get behind you and take a picture of your signing?
And Ron, just make sure that that copy gets to me if you can.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shane. It's always a pleasure having you at meetings.
We get yearly training.
About once a year, yeah.
These things start paying attention for training.
They need to be a little more detailed.
We need to work on some things.
Okay.
You know, Rachel, there's another thing we need to discuss is about compensation funding, like, for example, on that stuff when I went to St. George. What exactly become of all that? I know he sent me documentation to sign up as a volunteer state worker, but I was a little concerned about with my
So,
retirement, and so I wanted to talk to somebody before I did anything.
so with that, so like, we can reimburse advisory council members. This is a reimbursable committee or council. So we can reimburse. So let's say like for this event, you traveled more than 100 miles one way for this. We can reimburse you mileage. We can reimburse you all the meals that based off the time that you left to the time that you go home, as well as any hotels, those kind of things. We can reimburse you. But we ran into something weird, which I don't understand, and I really dislike how they want to do it, is that let's say we have something called a same day meal, right? So when you went down to St. George, you did it all in one day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it all in one day. So you would get same day meal reimbursements. Well, they want you to sign up and become an employee to pay for those. I don't understand it. It's the direction that our financial manager has directed me to tell people about. It feels like,
Well, that's that one time I got.
well, yeah,
forever.
yeah. If you do it overnight, it's fine, but they want you to sign up and like you literally have to accept the job offer. It's very weird and
So it actually, it'd be better to do something overnight than in a day.
yes.
That really makes
Or I wonder, I think too
The
is,
state bureaucracy at work there, because I think you can't reimburse same day meals unless you're a state employee or something silly.
Yeah, so they recommended that everyone like
up your gas per diem.
right.
They sent
And
me
it
a
might
job
have
offer.
to-
Okay, I got
That's-
a job offer and I thought it was junk mail. I looked at it and I go, the state's sending me a job offer for what?
it felt
Nice.
And that's why I haven't followed up on it with you, because I'm like, what, for $26? You're gonna go through, because you have to do all the training. You have to, I don't understand.
I was a little concerned that if I signed something, maybe it would come back and bite me in the.
Well, it's just
That's what I
because
just did, everything.
same day meals are, so same day meals are taxable. So you would get taxed on it. So you'd get a W-2.
I
at
just
the
wanted
end.
to get
It's
a reason for the fuel.
Rachel, let's talk, because if there's a state employee with that number, I think that we can pay for their meals and we can get I mean, if that's that might be an option too, if they're like, because we do that with witnesses that we depose on RS 2477. We like buy their lunch and then we get reimbursed.
We all go together and you pay for it.
Yeah.
It's different than if.
What if you
But
just
you have to eat.
bread and lunch meat
Right.
and send us a sack lunch?
Yeah.
Just give us your credit card and we will go.
But
Mine was because you didn't list the meetings twice going out to the.
it's weird. But hey, so everyone that traveled here, that traveled over 100 miles, I've already accounted it in
driving
our
the
group
long way back,
gathering. I know.
I don't know.
I don't think you account because it's less than 100 miles one way.
know. That's why I said
So,
I was gonna take
the long way.
design.
But anyways, we'll work this out. Something at the end of our agenda is the next meeting dates, and I would think it would be great for us to set time aside for this. Or maybe we do a separate meeting where I can kind of go through all these weird nuances
As
and
long as it's overnight.
yeah, we can do it overnight.
Eureka.
All right.
That's kind of funny.
Okay, well, we were on time.
Yeah, we were. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Let's move on. The next item is term expiration discussion and application approval. It looks like you made an update to.
These are literally the same exact applications. I just put them a little bit nicer. Remember this time last year when we were in the arena versus here, we went through and we're discussing these. Well, then we changed the bylaws that we just signed, where we changed it instead of having a second at-large and a youth education, we added PLIPCO position representative and a sheriff position representative. Search and rescue. Thank you.
Sheriff's Association.
So unfortunately, we have 3 members whose terms are expiring. Very unfortunately for us and everyone here is that Ron has already served, this is his consecutive second term, meaning you can only serve two terms or 2 consecutive terms, I believe, that are 4 years each. So unfortunately, Ron is at the end. So, but as for
After
Scott,
serving the rest of somebody else's term.
yes. Is that what we did?
Yeah. Yep, I took Craig Stitcher's. I did the last year of his term.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You've been here 8 years?
About that.
Maybe we should do some math.
About
But-
that. Yeah, like 9 or 10.
Also, Scott Wheeler has served 4 years, his first term, and so has Kirk served 4 years, his first term. So Kirk actually, his term expired back in February, but we've been slacking on handling them. So with this and with our new bylaws, and something that I wasn't aware of is that we have to put this out, we have to announce it. And if, let's say, Scott or Kirk want to reapply, you have to reapply and go through the voting process again. Obviously, there would probably be more sway, just you'd have a better chance. But still, so these are just kind of these are just pulled from what we had originally. They just look a little bit different, cleaned up a little bit, just so it's not on a Word
Are you
document.
saying at the end of this meeting, I'm no longer a council member, correct?
Technically, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about meal reimbursements.
Yeah, but you should
You
still
know
put
what?
it.
I have, until.
You don't have any privacy requirements either.
You can talk to everyone.
Talk about all the applications.
You know what? I was gonna say, before I got on this council, I did everything for free. I mean, all my volunteers, I don't think Cliff would pay me for going GPSing out in the desert once in a while, but it was like $5, $2 an hour and stuff. And so it was a big deal. It was my concern about all of us happen to do this. And some of my concern is I'm retired now. I receive Social Security, so I don't know that that would mess up some of my other, if becoming an employee for the state again, if they would come back and say, hey,
You can have a minimal income. It's not going to affect your Social Security. I think it can be like $800 a month or something.
I'll have more money coming in. They've nailed me to the wall last year. I mean, completely, just really nailed me to the wall.
So
They
we'll
taxed
just,
my Social Security pretty good, as much as they could.
you should just write off that $26
Why
for
did-
dinner.
Well, it wasn't that, was it fuel?
What
The
if
fuel
we,
was like
what if we
$10 a
pass a
gallon.
plate?
Well, we
We'll
can-
pass a plate around.
can do the
We can-
Donation.
We can do mileage.
Oh, no, yeah.
Mileage is no issue. It's the same day meal. That's where it gets weird. Everything
85.
else is fine.
So when you
Real.
drive,
No.
if they do
Real.
mileage, then just drive around the block a few times until you decide. which
Hey,
way
I
you
have to
want.
justify it if
You-
it's
and I
10
didn't
plus
tell you, I
miles.
almost ran over a desert tortoise down there. I seen this rock in the road and I was driving along. I go, why is this rock in the road? And
This
all of
is
a
a
sudden I
public-
realized it was a desert
meeting.
tortoise.
So
Now on the break.
back to.
I'm sorry.
Current
It's-
expiration. So.
Has everybody had a chance to review the updated application?
Just be careful when you're driving down there.
That's, yeah,
Because I-
you definitely want to be careful.
I
So-
believe we need to approve these. Is that correct?
How come you
I
got
move that we approve the updated applications.
I created 107.
Is there a
Jason?
second?
And this approval is just for these three.
That's all been presented to us, yeah.
Yeah.
I second that.
Okay.
Not without, looked at it, but I trust you.
Ron is?
Well,
All right.
guys, I
All-
sent y'all a packet that had all of these.
No, you didn't.
All,
Oh,
It only had two attachments and it still didn't even have it didn't even have, I emailed you and said, where's the agenda? And you said, I'll send it to you, and you did. So I didn't get. anything
Grody.
else. Really?
all right, we've had a motion and a second, so we need to vote on that. All those in favor of approving the changes to the council, off-highway vehicle council applications for these three that we just reviewed?
Are we voting members now or not?
you are
Still.
technically.
we say.
Kirk, it's questionable with you, but
Till the end of.
Everything's questionable with me.
but I would like to state real quickly is that we are planning on publishing these soon so we can begin accepting applications. And then on our site visit in October, that is when I'm hoping that we can have a really quick meeting, vote in some new people because our
Fine.
next grant cycle is in February. No, sorry, April. So
So-
we'll want people up to date.
Can we do that?
So
sooner
for
than-
sure, we will have a new
October?
Fonger Drive representative because Ron is on a second term. And then Kirk and
Right.
Scott have that option
option
to
to
go for
reapply.
another term if they, so if they're like.
When I read through the bylaws in there, I got the impression that the council didn't vote on it, they were appointed. Now, some of these, maybe I read that incorrectly.
Yes, so we still need, for you guys, we still need applications coming in. And they will be, are they appointed?
They're appointed by the Outdoor Adventure Commission. I believe that officially, like, we make the recommendation
So
and then we go to them and they approve them.
Oh, okay.
It's my understanding. It's
The
how we did it in
council
the
recommends
past.
who to appoint.
Yep, and then
and
we
then-
have to officially
And,
go
and
with them.
if this is your last, vote, we can't actually do anything because you're the chairman, and without a chairman, you can't.
Actually, if you look at later on at our next action item, we're electing a new chair and vice chair and secretary. So if anyone wants to do what I already do. Right?
So real quick, before we take a, vote on this, kind of close out this section of the agenda, I just want to publicly say, thank you to Ron. I mean,
Yeah.
It has been awesome working with you.
Yeah.
It's awesome working with you as a chair. Your opinions are always spot on. And then hopefully you guys are going to put in again, but if not, it's been awesome working with you as well.
I'll be out there in the desert someplace.
Running over toilets.
Land Florida.
And
No.
same with you, Kirk, trying to bring snow into this off-road world. Appreciate you.
Hey,
I appreciate the opportunity.
I have been impressed with both of you. I tell you what, in fact, all the people on the committee, I've been impressed at the knowledge that people have on this committee, everybody. It just amazes me bringing things up, but kudos, Chester, to you and also to Ron. Ron, I've been impressed with Ron, real impressed with Ron. He's
Nice, Bob.
quiet. He's really quiet. And once in a while, he taps me on my shoulder and says, "Shut up, Scott."
Well, I've enjoyed serving on the council. It's been a good time, and I love hearing everybody's input I don't know enough to vote on on all these applications. I don't know enough about what's going on, but having everybody's input and is very valuable.
And why is it only two
I've enjoyed
terms?
it.
Is that, it's always been
The bylaws.
Yeah, it's bylaws. The ones that we just
Yeah, the
signed.
ones we just voted on.
Rips it up.
Now we got to do it.
But this is your second
are
term,
we-
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous that I
Yeah.
miscounted.
Are we electing a
Well,
chair,
first,
vice chair, and secretary right now before the end? Is that-
yeah.
I would like
That's-
to make a
that's
motion
next.
that we.
Well, hold on. We have a motion out that's not been voted on,
Okay.
and that is approving the applications. So we can, if there's no more discussion on the applications,
I'll make a motion. that
we already have a motion and a second. We just need to vote.
No.
So all those in favor
Aye.
and any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So these are the applications that Rachel will send out or make public.
I already sent them out.
Or, well, I know, to the public. Yeah, to the public. And then the next action, I don't know that I elect the chair, vice chair, and secretary.
So
It says, Chase, you're in charge of this.
So,
What the agenda says.
according to our bylaws that you all just approved of inside, on the chair, vice chair, and secretary shall be elected annually by the council member. So it is something that our council elects
yes.
for those. So.
And the secretary is all what I already do. Unless someone else, I would love to pass it along.
Stop trying to pawn that off.
So
I think typically we've had,
Does everyone need to know the duties?
Yeah, if you want to list
So,
those.
the chair duties, the chair shall preside at each council meetings. He may call special meetings and shall have general and active control over the affairs and business of the council, shall preside at all meetings of the council, see that all acts and decisions of the council are carried into effect, and perform all other duties incident to the office of the chair. So exactly what Rob's been doing for 8 years. Our vice chair shall act as the chair in the chair's absence. So if our chair was not here, if the chair's term expires, the vice chair shall serve as chair until a new chair is elected by the council. If neither the chair nor the vice chair is present and able to serve at any meeting, the quorum present may select a temporary presiding council member to conduct the business of the meeting. Then our secretary is the secretary shall keep a record of each meeting's proceedings. That's what Rachel's doing. Arrange meeting places and prepare meeting agendas that will be sent to the council at least 24 hours prior to each scheduled meeting. So if we all love Rachel, it would be wise to have someone to at least support this while Rachel helps that person organize that as well. Is that what you would suggest that we would have?
Sure.
So those would be the 3 that we need to elect.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we hold off on this until after such time as we, if Kirk and Scott are going to reapply and approve or not approve.
We could So these applications that you just approved, we could post those and open them for a month.
Could we have someone in place until?
Well, it could be our
We do have a
vice chair.
that could
who's
serve. I
Eric.
think that's you, isn't it?
I think so.
I think our
It is.
vice chair can take the place right now and then carry forward with what you guys need to do.
So,
Yeah.
so we have a motion, which means we got to act on it. The motion was to delay electing chair, vice chair, and secretary until the next meeting,
Until
when that's all,
you
the
say you're gonna put, when are you posting
new
this?
people are in place.
I mean, we could
Next
post it next week.
So 30 days from Monday, we go with what we've got, including these two. And then we do a Zoom meeting and figure it out. Then it has to go to the,
Outdoor Adventure Commission.
how long does that take?
They meet monthly. So,
So
we would need another public meeting, correct?
yeah, which is easy. And again, we could do it 24 hours
and we can do
before.
Zoom,
We can do Zoom.
and then we can,
It's there. Okay, so what's the date? So it's 18th. So if we posted it on the 21st, we had it for a month. It wouldn't be approved and official probably until October 17th.
And are we doing our site?
Can I
visit
ask?
The 27th?
Yes.
We could do it there.
now
as
I'm
well.
gonna be gone, but I could do a Zoom. I could
We
do a
could-
Zoom.
we
but I
could-
I don't know if I'll be able to.
So we could do a Zoom easily. Like, okay, let's say we posted it August 21st. We keep it open for a month. It closes September 21st. We have a Zoom meeting.
When's the outdoor, when's their
That's why
meeting?
during Jamboree.
Well, it's just the closing date. We could have a meeting.
When does the other
before
group
then.
meet?
What, the Outdoor Adventure Commission?
Yeah.
Their next meeting is September 12th. They do it monthly. So it probably wouldn't be until October.
And the 12th, not the 7th. Okay.
Yeah, so they do it, they probably
We
do
don't
it.
have business until next February.
Well, we
You
have,
can- You can call a meeting anytime and,
Yeah.
and do business whenever you want, as long as the public knows 24 hours in advance.
And it could be just over Zoom where we decide, where the council votes who those new positions are gonna be. That's when we could also
So
vote
let's
elect.
do let's do the 21st of September. We'll have a,
Well, that's the day it would close. So
20, so
let's do it maybe like the,
25th.
yeah, let's do the 25th.
Okay, let's do the 25th.
Be maybe an hour.
Now, if we at that time ask these two to stay on, or however recommended they stay on, then we can then vote at that point.
Yes. And then it would just take, it would,
have our
Me.
new photo, because we'd have a new one.
we'd have a new one,
Yeah,
but
but
then,
the new person's gonna come
So
in
you
all.
already
kind
have
of-
a four-wheel drive person lined up then?
They have to apply.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Um,
We will post it publicly. So
can we do
if
it?
you have
and,
recommendations.
and
Like 4 to
I'm
5?
sure Utah Four-Wheel Drive
It's always easier to
Association
know.
will
After?
be
I
more
might
than
be,
happy to make a recommendation and write a letter for.
and then we could just get those recommendations to the Outdoor Adventure Commission, which will take place like October 12th or something. So then before we have our site visit on October, 27th or something, we'll have a new chair, we'll have a new vice chair. We'll also have potentially 3 new representatives, potentially.
This is just a thought on my part. What if we were to adopt a protocol that we brought somebody in before the chair actually leaves, before members leave, and maybe do a little bit of mentoring? I mean, when Ron leaves, there's a bunch of information and knowledge that's gonna go away. And if he had somebody who we approved that would replace him in 2 or 3 months, at least Ron could maybe help out in that process, that transition.
I think that people could still talk
Depends
with
on
Ron.
on the organization. So traditionally, the Utah Four-Wheel Drive Association has made a recommendation. Our board has typically made a recommendation. We've encouraged somebody to apply, and we've written a letter supporting them applying. And then the council is then obviously more than welcome to use that person or somebody else.
But if we did it the
If
other
they
way,
wanted that.
the whole council could vote on those people and say, hey, we want this person to replace the person that's coming in.
As chair or just for the?
Any of the positions, okay, especially if they got 8 years in, they're leaving.
Right.
And I'm telling you that there was a learning curve when I first came in. I didn't know who I could talk to. I didn't know questions about it. And it was, if I hadn't had Cliff to talk to, I'll tell you what, he was a wealth of knowledge of, hey, you need to do this and do that. And so
Yeah,
I'm not sure that would fit in.
If we recommended, if you four recommended an applicant and that applicant chose to apply, and you as a council voted that person in, I would very likely spend time with that person and help them understand their duties. In
It's a
fact,
thought, just a thought.
I've already discussed with,
I think that goes without.
encouraged
saying
some people
that
to
you
apply
would communicate
and
with
had that.
anyone
Yeah.
that's replacing your role to make sure that they're successful, just like
Yeah.
Cliff did with you. Ron will do it the next. You'll probably have two roles of talking with whoever the chair is, as well as a four-wheel drive representative.
Yeah.
Let me ask another question then. I know I don't want to make this complicated, but let's say if you have a discussion, what can you talk to somebody else about? Let's say you have, I want to talk to Ron because I'm a new member and I want to talk to him about a grant application it's restricted who I can talk to about.
Well, until they have that meeting where they tell you can't talk to anybody, they can
Well, also,
they could ask all the questions they want until they know, right?
I think that to be safe right off the bat, never send an application to someone that is not part of the advisory council or directly involved with the grant project. But like if it comes to, hey, I want Ron's opinion on this, again, very similar to what Shane had to say, is where you almost kind of just beat around the bush. You don't ask the direct question. You don't say who it is. You say, what are your thoughts on these
types of.
Yeah.
Okay. A generalized approach.
Like, don't show a budget to someone, don't show bids.
Show a fake budget, but that is similar.
It's similar but different.
Okay.
Just kidding.
These are questions I had when I first came in, and they're legitimate questions.
I made that
You're
whole
asking them. I
whole
know.
whatever that guide for you.
You have a lot of questions for me?
No, I remember that guide I had to create for you. I was like, Scott, way to give me months of work.
So we do have a motion before us, and the motion was to, will you restate the motion?
Well,
So
you
we
have to
all,
readjust it now. So we wait until, it would be what, September 25th? Because it would close the 20.
It would close on the
21st.
21st, so you'd have like a
So we
weekend.
have a Zoom meeting on September 25th
Mhm.
that evening for an hour.
Yep, 5 to 6. I already sent the
Review
invite.
review the applicants and make our decision as to who fills those 3 spots.
Okay.
Would you
And
send us a copy on the 21st, or do we have to wait until the 25th?
Nope, I'll send everything out before. I have to take Ron off of this email.
then also after
Kirk
we've
off
made
of
that
this
decision,
email.
then we can vote on a new chair, vice chair, and like, do we have to do a secretary or not?
so
You guys
let
want
me
something different.
restate your
Does that
your
make
motion.
sense?
Your motion is to delay the vote on electing the chair, vice chair, and secretary until September 25th.
Mhm.
In essence.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I have a second for that motion? Okay, Fred's the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And anyone opposed? All right, nobody's opposed.
So we're pretty sure that whoever we recommend to will get it.
Ultimately, unless for some reason Chase or I are like, wow, this you just hired, we just have a
We
new
know something about
representative,
This person that you don't know, and whoa.
or
Or
it's
if there's
like
like
a
an
brand new.
organization
Yeah, so
that
you'll recommend them. So
says,
council
hey, this
members
guy doesn't represent
shall be
us,
appointed.
Then
by
we
the
can
Division of
override.
Outdoor
which
Recreation.
goes back to the
So I don't
2.5.
think that even needs to go, I'll check with Shane, it might have to go through public vetting, advising the Outdoor Adventure Commission, and then ultimately Jason, Career Art Director, would make that determination for that 4-year term.
Oh, is that it? That would be nice, because then it'd be a lot easier, because then we could expedite it even more. To the meeting on September 25th, that's all in everyone's inboxes except for Ron, Scott, and Kirk. I apologize.
Less emails.
Yeah, but we recommend that you reapply if you're interested. If you're not, if you're like, I hate these people, then I understand.
Are you planning on reapplying? Should we be encouraging people to fill your spots?
Want me to fill it out for you?
Yeah.
That'd be helpful.
I was gonna come here and let the board decide whether or not I reapply.
Okay, then.
So, and if they were okay with that, then I would say, okay, but.
But you need to still put
If
your
I were-
application in.
I.
Yeah.
I got a lot of goofing off.
Scott, you're in.
A little soon, Jason. Also, Kirk left the meeting. I don't know if he misunderstood or was like, okay, bye, everyone. He's like, goodbye. But Kirk left, so.
The next meeting, Kirk, Ron, and Scott will not be at that one. And then to carry that meeting forward to get through these, Eric
He joined again.
will
Okay.
be the chair, which maybe is.
So, so we do have one problem.
Okay.
Can you administratively make additional changes to the application? Because the application specifically states
Oh,
that it
yeah.
has to be turned in by Thursday, November 30th, 2023.
Sorry, that was just a placeholder. I should
Okay,
have specified
all right.
that.
So
I should have
that-
highlighted it
when
to
we-
be like
When we
placeholder
voted
date.
on this, we weren't voting on that,
Yeah, it's just text.
on that line.
Sorry,
Good.
I put a guesstimate and I should have done that. All right.
Yeah, we voted. I think so.
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Wait,
Yeah.
who made, it was Brody and who?
Fred.
Fred?
Mhm.
Thank you.
There's my.
So do I have the authority to take this last action item, or is that Eric's job now?
It's not the end of the meeting.
Not till the meeting's over? All right, last item of business is the meeting dates for the upcoming year.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Everybody's-
Wait a second. Let me get the-
Seriously, there's only 2 attachments.
Y'all gotta flip through your packets.
I even looked in my junk, but I got your email.
Nancy wants to have a party on the 27th. Can I go back?
I always, in the future,
My birthday.
should I just divide all these up instead of doing a packet?
How, you know how email is.
They get-
39.
You sent it to like somebody
I'm
in
only
China.
68, so I'm still young.
They don't understand what they're
I
reading.
got put in there.
I create these
Or they do and you got trouble.
full
at the next meeting.
packets.
They're taking over.
Anyways,
Right. Is there any discussion on these dates?
hold on, let me pull up the dates and share the screen. That's
Um,
probably a lot easier. I wish I probably should have done with the other things. Okay, guys, this is the packet that I created for everyone that no one looked at. It's fine. It's fine, everyone. I just slave over this. No one pays attention.
You do know we're
Someday she'll
volunteers.
send it to me by email.
Hey, we reimburse a little bit. Not,
Did you guys
not
hear
for-
something?
rude. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna share it with everyone, I guess. So, October 27th, everyone should have received an updated invite. regardless of the status after this meeting, I highly recommend that you come. It's going to be in Eureka. It's going to be fun. We're working with the State Historic Preservation Office. They're interested. There's, I think it's called the Tintic Mine. The landowner doesn't want the land. They want nothing to do with the mine. They want to donate it to Eureka. It's already accessed by OHV users. There's a trail that goes right near it. It would just be securing it so that it's safe, actually putting it,
Who would own it?
likely
The
the city.
Okay.
So it would be seeing that. They have a ride that they've done in the past. They'll be taking us on that ride. It's called the Ride Through Time. Again, it's a historic site visit, but it's a potential for a really fun and exciting application. The people that work at the State Historic Preservation Office, also known as SHPO, they're just so interesting to listen to. We love inviting them out on things because they're just a wealth of knowledge. Again, regardless of your status after this meeting, please come. It's on everyone's calendar. I have been working with them this past week to work on the details. Those will be coming through shortly. But yeah, we have a ride planned out. We'll provide meals, that kind of thing. It's in Eureka, so a lot of more like the Salt Lake centric people, it'll be a little bit easier for you to access, especially you, Eric.
So you're gonna have me a birthday cake so when I get there?
Yeah, if you show up, it's gonna be an ice cream cake
And if I see you
because
there or not?
I like ice cream cake and no one bought me one this year.
Huh?
Anyways, so that one's already scheduled.
36 years old.
But when it comes to
Still playing.
April, May, August, and October, these are just suggestions. When it says no conflicts, it just means that there's no holidays around it. The ones that are bolded, they have holidays. Obviously, those holidays are listed
So basically, May is already set.
if possible, depending on if you guys
No,
travel.
that's.
It's great for Brody. Okay.
No, there's
Um,
no holiday around there.
But yeah, so the OHV recreation grant, the second cycle that we have that additional funding, that remaining funding for, will take place in April. And then as always, we usually have our TP. That one's a really short meeting. And then in August, that's when this next year meeting would take place. And then in October, we just kind of see if we could do a site visit. We could always delay this till later in the year and maybe do something snowmobile related. So if Kirk does reapply, we could show some appreciation towards him, and we could probably work out providing snowmobiles, get people out of their comfort zones a little bit. It's cold. Yeah.
You can show Kirk how to really snowmobile.
Do they have fully enclosed snowmobiles?
They do not. They do have heated.
Right, is there a Explorer version of it?
All right, you win.
Well, they
Expedition.
do have search and rescue does have fully enclosed trailers.
You can get back and be warm, so.
Yeah.
So let's figure out April.
Yeah. So it just makes my life easier by doing this
I say
way in
April
advance.
26th, so
April 26th. Are there any opposed?
Tuesdays are terrible.
So normally we try to do it on Fridays, except if it's like weird days where we have
And
to
we,
kind
just
of,
because we choose it right now doesn't mean we can't move it if something.
yeah, like we literally just changed by getting it on your calendar early.
By choosing October, we're way.
Yeah.
beyond a year.
And again, we can always change it. It's just easier for me to have something established versus rushing to have to schedule something and work around other people's calendars.
You just go where you.
You guys will pick in all.
Hey, let's do, so April 26th.
Okay, so, and we can just do one motion. So April 26th. Anything for May?
May 31st.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause Memorial Day, and even Memorial Day is, yeah.
Yeah, we can do
you're
it
not
on
gonna
Memorial Day.
Yeah. It's not you guys that work.
Oh.
Outdoor recreation.
Still got it wrong.
Division.
The office.
We're gonna create a swear jar, and it's gonna go into our pockets, okay? We're gonna make money off of you.
It's on the bottom of every single one of these pages.
Literally every single page has one. Okay,
I think
August,
May 31st May 31st, I won't be able to be there.
Okay, you won't, Jason?
That's during our rally, and so Tyson probably won't either.
Or we do it,
Was that the outlaw jamboree? See?
or we
Yeah.
do it vernal and we go to the jamboree ourselves.
So that's an RTP 1 hour meeting, isn't it?
We could still go to vernal, make it an overnight trip.
And then get paid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Site visit.
it is just a 1 hour. Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, so we'll still do the 31st. And we could look into the option of doing it at a different location versus virtual. If people want to attend that jamboree. Okay, August. This is our second year in a row that we've done it in Panguitch. Does anyone have any events that they're like, it'd be fun to go for this if there's an
We
event?
don't know when Panguitch will have theirs, and for some of those of us like guide
Mhm.
Panguitch, can we hold off on that till they will announce?
This following Monday?
Yeah, they will announce
Why
the
don't we
schedule for.
hold it until August? I'm sorry.
Okay. That would be the only thing for Fred and myself, but.
Okay, well, let's hold it until October when we have an official meeting.
And they already know the
Site
dates, they're
visit.
just not announcing till tomorrow night.
I mean, I'm sure we could text Kaden and ask.
They want to keep you in Texas.
Once you go home early.
Yeah,
If you want to try to win the 5,000, you gotta stick. So,
she's put on
no,
tickets.
that's the 50-50.
Go over out there, just go to Mesquite and try that out.
Roger, but don't.
All right, so what about October? If we could also do this, decide these
Did you pick your
later.
August or your August date's still pending,
We're gonna
right?
hold, we'll do it later on at a different meeting. If we don't schedule all these, it's fine. It's just,
Is the state's not closed on the 11th or the 18th or 14th.
we'll likely be closed. So it's just around those dates.
What if we did the 4th? Or wait, you're wanting to do snowmobile?
Well, we could delay deciding these, and if Kirk decides to stick around,
What were you suggesting as the dates? Because the snowmobile really doesn't happen until January.
oh,
Now, I'm guessing a lot of us will not want to do anything.
I mean, it's awkward. I'm sure it'd be awkward riding a snowmobile out in the dirt, but.
we could. It's doable.
Some wheels.
Yeah.
Do the high
I
desert.
prefer the water.
Or do we want to just stick to October and find something, a site visit that seems fun for all of us to see? Okay. Any dates in October that work?
You start getting into hunts and things, the later into October you get.
This is a year in advance.
Hey, it makes my life easier, Eric. As your secretary.
October 4th.
Okay.
Just hold a date for now.
Okay.
The 4th.
Do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we,
Mine's in November. My elk hunt.
The rifle elk hunt's the first.
I make a motion that we accept October 27th for Eureka, April 26th as the,
You're talking about this year?
the next, council meeting, May 31st, the RTP, August to be determined, and October 4th for a site visit, with the understanding that some of those dates may change based on work and life schedules.
Depends on what the snow does, doesn't it?
I'll second that. Okay.
Great.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
You guys make it sound like it's so hard.
I will abstain from voting. That's,
You just.
so I could care less.
Rude.
Although I will be at the trail ride. Any,
Are people coming in?
no.
No, okay.
We won't let any of the
Even
jailers.
they're leaving.
We're-
Anybody opposed? Okay, no opposition, so that is the temporary
Oh,
meeting schedule. Is that something that has to be an action item? Like it did for this, because that was on the agenda, but
No, I don't know. When I was creating the agenda, it sounded right, but it doesn't need to be.
I know, this is impressed. I figured that we-
All right, other items, information to be determined.
Or, yeah, I can send you one.
Any other items to be determined? That is informative.
I have some information real quick. It'll be real quick, I promise. The NOVAC conference is coming this October 12th through the 14th, I believe. And so that's for the National Off-Highway Vehicles Conservation Council. Rachel and Tara will be speaking at it. I will be speaking at it. And there is a cost. We saw that we just have a recommendation of those costs around 500 on that per person. Yeah, per person. But it is on a
I'll be
national.
speaking at it as well.
Yes, Jason, I'm sorry, I forgot that. Jason will be speaking at that as well. I would really highly recommend as many people go to that, where we'll see a lot of exposure to what things are happening nationally, both with the industry, with the organizations, the regulation institutes. Cliff is also a board member of NOVAC. It'll be at Midway for those dates. I may be able to help out, especially our advisory councils, on getting them in. I will keep everyone updated, but if I can't, then I understand that it is a cost for that, but I will do what I can for.
We could help you carry your supplies and your laptops.
Stay with me.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I'll see what I can do. I will talk with, yeah, I'll just see what I can do. That's probably listening to me right now saying, what are you doing, Chase?
Is he still on?
Just wanted to let everyone know
anymore
about it.
Just once you get in, toss out the closest window your badge. And then, you know.
Yeah.
Rachel.
Yeah.
Never hurts.
Anything
That's all.
else?
All right, I think we're done.
Yep.
I would accept a motion to adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right.
Thanks,
Bye.
man.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Ron, pleasure serving with you, bud.
You bet.
Thanks, Ron. We appreciate you.
Yeah, we do.
It's been,
Yeah,
been
thank you.
fun. I'll be on the site visit in October for sure.
Awesome.
Okay.
Nate, I see you didn't win the mega bucks while you went to Mesquite.